order. We start with questions. Secretary of State for Wales, Elaine Stewart.
Question number 1, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and if I may, I'd like to congratulate all the Welsh recipients of King's Birthday Honours over the weekend, particularly my honourable friend, the member for Newport East. And with your permission, I'll answer questions 1 and 4 together. We're doing everything we can to tackle the cost of living. We're increasing wages faster than inflation, creating thousands of jobs, helping people into work, increasing pensions and universal credit. And now we're going even further to ease the pressure on families this summer, because tackling the cost of living is the core purpose of this UK Labour government.
Elaine Stewart.
Mr Speaker, the Chancellor's announcement of the Great British Summer Savings will have a positive impact on families in my constituency across Ayr, Carrick and Cumnock, meaning more people will be able to save money whilst taking up opportunities to visit businesses and contribute to the local economy. Can the Secretary of State update the House on the impact these measures will have in Wales?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? She's right, because what matters for families is not just getting by, but being able to enjoy time together without worrying about the next bill. And the Great British Summer Savings Scheme is cutting VAT on children's meals, on tickets for cinemas and theatres, for attractions and more. And we're cutting the cost of the weekly shop by lowering tariffs on over 100 staple products. All of this will ease pressure on household budgets, support parents during school holidays and back Welsh businesses.
Jas Athwell. Jas Athwell.
Number 4, please, Mr Speaker.
Just ask your question. Ask your question. It's already been put.
Oh, apologies. The government brought out the 2-child cap, and they took the people out of the 2-child cap. And now going forward, can the Secretary please explain how this is helping the children in Wales? Because it certainly took 5,000 children out of my constituency out of poverty, and I want to know how this is affecting the children of Wales.
Constituency that poverty scars the lives and life chances of our children, and that's why we announced the Child Poverty Strategy, including the removal of the 2-child limit, which will benefit nearly 70,000 children right across Wales. Alongside this, we've increased universal credit for 320,000 families in Wales. We've raised the minimum living wage, and as I mentioned previously, we're slashing VAT on days out to help families not just get by, but enjoy the summer as everyone should. Meanwhile, what can Welsh families expect from the new minority plaid government in Wales? Well, the First Minister has announced a steering group, and he's promised he'll come up with a plan some point soon. That's the difference between Labour and Plaid. We act and they talk.
Andy Davies.
Mr Farage, in the first 100 days, funnily enough, as Secretary of State, this Labour UK government, the Prime Minister, cut winter fuel payments for the vulnerable pensioners. In the first 100 days of the Plaid Cymru Welsh government, an extra 55 million is being invested in free childcare for parents. Does the Secretary of State concede that, unlike Labour, Plaid Cymru is focused on making a difference to people's lives, lowering the cost of living to households in Wales? Actions speak louder than words.
Yeah.
Well, I have to say, it's been rather amusing to see the new minority plaid Welsh Government bragging about what they've done since the election, Mr Speaker. They've started a review, they've set up a steering group, they're working on a plan for another plan, they've set a target, they're thinking about things. Meanwhile, this government has invested £134 million into Cardiff Capital Region, approved 7 new youth pubs across Wales, launched the summer savings to cut the cost of living, announced a new ban on social media to keep our children safe, given over 3,000 armed forces personnel in Wales a pay rise, and expanded the Valour programme for veterans. That's the difference between us and Plaid, Mr Speaker. We're getting on with the job.
Daisy Cooper, Liberal Democrat, spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A few months ago, I met farmers in Merthyr in Brecon and Radnorshire who warned me about the growing pressures that they were facing. Since then, Trump's reckless war with Iran has sent fertiliser prices soaring by up to 45% and red diesel up to 30%. Does the Minister accept that unless urgent action is taken, higher costs for Welsh farmers will ultimately mean higher food prices for families across Wales and the UK.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for her question? She will know that red diesel now has been slashed to its lowest rate in over 20 years. We protected farming budgets. The trade deals we have signed have all helped farmers, and we are looking at all the measures that we can do to improve and tackle the cost of living and the impact of the Iran war, which we did not want to get involved in, which we decided not to, despite the protestations of some parties in this House. We are making sure that the economic impact is mitigated.
Jill Furness.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer question 2 and 9 together. Creating high-quality jobs across Wales is a priority for this Labour government. That is why we're backing major growth sectors across the country, £2.5 billion for small modular reactors at Wilver, supporting at least 3,000 jobs, alongside new AI growth zones in North and South Wales, expected to create more than 8,000 jobs.
Jill Furness.
The UK Labour government is investing across the UK in initiatives that are creating jobs and fuelling economic growth, such as Parkwood Springs and special melted projects in my constituency of Sheffield, right outside in Hillsborough. Will the Minister give us an extra update on the House on the difference UK government growth funding is having in Wales? Thank you.
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her question. The UK government growth funding has been transformational across Wales, delivering jobs in local communities across all parts of the country. Just last week, we announced £134 million for the Cardiff capital region, which has already created 7,000 jobs and is fast on its way to delivering 25,000 jobs for the region. This latest investment will help cement Wales's place at the forefront of technology and innovation, helping even more businesses to thrive and grow the Welsh economy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Universities in Wales and Scotland are engines of job creation through the crucial role they play in fostering innovation. Would my honourable friend the Minister please update the House on what the UK Government is doing to fuel innovation in Welsh universities?
Minister.
I thank the member for his questions. Universities are a core part of our industrial strategy, as countries that lead in research and innovation also lead in growth and investment. Wales's universities play a unique role right across Wales, building and investing in our industries and businesses of the future. And as Minister in the Wales office, I am bringing all the Welsh universities together in collaboration to help maximise R&D funding, deliver stronger results and ensure that that impact reaches the communities that need it most.
Susan Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have repeatedly asked the Government to publish its assessment of Scotland's nuclear potential, so far without success. So perhaps the Minister can help me in the meantime. What does she regard as the greatest benefit of the Wilfa site in Wales? The long-term skilled jobs, and does she believe that Scotland would be able to share in those same benefits?
Yeah.
Right, Wales.
Look, there's absolutely huge benefits from we have right across North Wales, Wilver, expected to support 3,000 jobs across North Wales. This is a generational commitment to the future of clean energy right across the country.
Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree that a strong and effective UK internal market is critical to creating jobs in Wales? And will she work with Cabinet colleagues to secure frictionless east-west trade so that the businesses in Wales and Northern Ireland can more easily supply each other in key sectors such as manufacturing, food and construction?
Minister.
Thank him for his question. Absolutely. Collaboration, working together. We are creating tens of thousands of jobs right across Wales. Look, our Welsh free ports, our investment zones have the potential to deliver at least 25,000 new jobs in Wales. Our generational commitment to modernise Welsh Rail will bring 12,000 jobs in Wales. This is about a collaborative effort right across the United Kingdom to help and support Welsh communities, but communities right across the UK.
Ms Davis, Shadow Secretary of State.
Boarded up windows, derelict buildings and deserted towns, increasingly common on high streets in Wales, highlighted by North Wales Live and their readers. Our hospitality sector is also being hollowed out thanks to Plaid Cymru and the last Welsh Labour government's disastrous tourism tax. The Conservative and Unionist Party believes this tax should be urgently scrapped to support the around 150,000 people employed in Wales in this crucial sector. Mr Speaker, does the Minister now regret her party's decision to impose this tax, and will she join with me in calling on the new Welsh Government to scrap it?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I'll take no lectures from the party opposite and the honourable member when her party presided over completely unprecedented wage stagnation and businesses took blow after blow after blow, the worst wage growth of performance of any decade since Napoleonic times, to be more specific. From our side, the Chancellor has announced just this year, this last week, the Great Welsh Summer Savings, or Great Summer Savings Scheme, a reduction of VAT from 20% to 5% over the summer for families to help enjoy the summer and use hospitality venues. This will boost local spend and boost the local economy.
Ms Savile Roberts.
And the Secretary of State had some cheap digs earlier on, but Wales has had 27 years of Labour and less than 6 weeks of a Plaid Cymru government. We've got work to do and we're getting on with it. The Port Talbot Steelworks fire caused huge damage, but not a single penny of Labour's £2.5 billion steel fund has been guaranteed for steel in Wales. Instead, millions are being spent from this fund to support steel at Scunthorpe, leaving Welsh workers fearing they've been pushed aside. So will her government stand up for Welsh interests and guarantee a fair share of the steel fund to all steel sites in Wales?
Minister.
Well, look, our steel strategy will revitalise the UK steel sector, restoring domestic production, 50% of which will come from Wales, securing supply for key sectors and national infrastructure. And I really hope that the minority Plaid Welsh Government will support this work in supporting our Welsh steelworkers.
Ms Savile Roberts.
I'm interested to hear the Minister's response, but she is muddying the waters here because that isn't in relation to the steel fund. What we're talking about here is specifically the steel fund and the contribution that that will make to Wales, and we know that that money is going towards Scunthorpe. But in other matters, of course, we are, next week, a decade after the EU referendum, and the promised Brexit dividend is still a fantasy unicorn. The Welsh economy is at least £4 billion smaller, and exports are down £1.1 billion. Over the same period, Northern Ireland, still in the single market, remember, has seen GVA per head grow 20% faster than Wales. We see the damage and we know the solution. Wales, of course, very much an exporting economy. Surely she knows that the right thing to do by Wales and the rest of the UK is to rejoin the single market and the customs union.
Well, I thank the member opposite for her question. And I am proud that this government is resetting our relations with European partners to improve our economic and security cooperation following Brexit. And the historic first UK-EU summit last year marked that turning point, and striking a deal on bills, good for borders and good for jobs. And our focus now is on driving that forward and delivering a very strong EU-UK relationship.
Ruth Jones, Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her responses. I want to raise the issue of young people not in education, employment or training. Now, we know the party opposite failed our Welsh young people for 14 years, so I'm really pleased this Welsh Labour government is investing £2.5 billion. This Labour government is investing £2.5 billion into the youth guarantee. Can the Minister tell me how many Welsh young people will benefit from this scheme?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question. There are far too many young people without education, employment or training, and that is why we have committed to a youth guarantee to grant young people right across the UK and Wales the choice to learn or to earn, backed by £820 million of funding. And this week, it was announced there'll be 7 more youth hubs for Wales, helping young people build those critical skills and find jobs. Those measures will be life-changing opportunities for young people, significantly reversing the increase we inherited from the party opposite of those who aren't in education, training or employment.
Joseph.
Question number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Stay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'll answer questions 3, 5 and 12 together. Wales has a crucial role to play in our national security. Wales is home to a dynamic defence SME base, as well as major companies such as Connecticut, BAE Systems, Airbus, General Dynamics and Thales. This increased defence budget will support thousands of jobs in communities across Wales, help grow our economy and keep the UK safe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the King's speech, the Labour government made clear that its key priorities are national security, economic security and energy security. And all these 3 priorities have one thing in common, and that is the promise of jobs for communities across the whole of the UK. The Defence Growth Deal stands to unlock some 50,000 new jobs across the UK, including thousands of well-paid jobs and skilled jobs in Wales. So would the Secretary of State tell the House how defence spending is having a positive impact in Wales?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? The Welsh defence sector is central to the security of the United Kingdom, and I'm proud that our defence growth deal, backed by £50 million of UK government investment, will transform our nation into a centre for defence innovation, creating highly skilled jobs and driving economic growth across the country. And it's been a real pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to see firsthand the opportunities that the defence sector is bringing to people and communities in Wales, such as the talented young local apprentices starting out on their careers at General Dynamics in Oakdale that I recently met.
Chris Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. National security is the #1 priority of this UK government, and businesses in Redditch are proud to support our armed forces. Would the Secretary of State agree with my assessment that at this time of global uncertainty, it is more important than ever that parties across this House champion the value of our union and our nation standing together against global threats?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and this government is undertaking the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. That's because we know that this increase creates not only a defence dividend, but a union dividend too. It'll boost prosperity, create high-skilled jobs and strengthen security for working people in every corner of the UK, whilst at the same time bolstering the resilience of our defence industrial base. So my honourable friend is right to say that every nation and government of the United Kingdom should stand together and play its part in our national security.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This government has a NATO-first approach, meaning that our strength is reinforced by global allies so that in an increasingly dangerous world, the UK will not stand alone. It is vital that colleagues from across this House and governments from across the UK remain united in this approach. Will the Secretary of State provide an update on any discussions that she's had with the new Welsh Government regarding their contribution to the UK's national security?
Can I thank him for his question? The Strategic Defence Review reinforces the importance of close collaboration between all governments on defence, particularly where key levers such as skills and planning are devolved. And I can confirm to my honourable friend that I've written to the Finance Cabinet Secretary in the new minority-plied Welsh Government on Wales's role in the defence of the UK. I regret to inform the House that the Minister did not respond to my request for confirmation that the Welsh Government will support the UK's full membership of NATO. But I can assure the House that the UK Labour Government is wholeheartedly committed to our defence and security.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for her answers. The increase in spending for Wales, of course, is something should encourage us all, as it does across this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. When it comes to the defence spending and the extra money, does the Honourable Lady agree that that underlines the issue of the importance of being a member of this Great Britain, this team of United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland? Otherwise, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland all have advantages of the Union. When it comes to the Union, does the Honourable Lady agree as well that for our friends and they are my friends who are in front of me, that they should also recognise that being part of this United Kingdom of Great Britain brings benefits, and that's one of these things today.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman? I couldn't agree with him more, and as I said earlier, this increase in defence spending creates not only a defence dividend but a union dividend too, and that's why every nation and every government in this United Kingdom should stand together and play its part in our national security.
Mims Davis, Shadow Secretary of State.
Inadequate, failing and unable. Those were the damning words used by the former Defence Secretary after his dramatic resignation to describe this Labour government's approach to defence. The defence industry in Wales is vital for all our defence and for local jobs. Will the Secretary of State acknowledge why, after a recent defence visit, the Wales office used the incorrect figure on X of a £270 billion increase in defence spending this Parliament? Was this deleted, Mr Speaker, because it was disinformation and factually inaccurate?
So state.
Mr Speaker, I'm reassured to hear the party opposite finally acknowledging the importance of defence spending. This government is undertaking the biggest sustained increase to defence spending since the Cold War. We're doing that to keep Wales and the UK safe and to create thousands of new well-paid jobs. Her party left office having hollowed out our armed forces, leaving military homes in a disgusting state, so I'm glad she's finally learned the lessons of previous Tory failures.
Votes.
Question number 6, please, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, the UK government is strengthening the Welsh economy, helping businesses grow and supporting thousands of good, well-paid jobs, whether that's nuclear energy in Wilver, offshore wind in Port Talbot, or connecting our communities with the £14 billion pipeline of rail projects. This government is building a stronger Welsh economy for generations to come.
Thank you for her answer. And Monmouthshire's high streets welcome the £1.5 million Pride in Place funding, especially Monmouth, after November's devastating floods. I've recently written to the landlord of 20 Mono Street, or as it's more commonly known, the Pigeon Poop building, as part of my campaign to fill empty shops. But we need deeds, not words. The commissions and the task force that Clyde say they're planning just won't cut it. So will the Secretary of State make representations to the Welsh Government that they need to act on our high streets as soon as possible, not just establish quangos?
Can I thank my honourable friend, because she's absolutely right. Regenerating our high streets and town centres is vital to creating jobs and supporting local businesses, restoring pride in our communities. It's why we're investing over £300 million in Pride in Place funding for Wales, alongside over £500 million through the new Local Growth Fund. And it's vitally important that this funding, which will be delivered by the Plaid Minority Welsh Government, is operational as quickly as possible. I've written twice to the Welsh Government Minister responsible about how we can get this funding out to communities, and I look forward to his eventual response.
Mims Davis, Shadow Secretary of State.
The previous Welsh Labour government spent more than £100 million developing plans for the M4 Relief Road, only to scrap the project before construction began. Congestion at the Bringlass tunnels continues to cause significant delays, hampering economic growth. The previous Conservative UK government offered funding to back this crucial scheme. Mr Speaker, will the Minister urge her colleagues, the Secretary of State, to make a similar offer to the new Welsh Government? And does she regret her party's decision to cancel this vital project in the first place?
This government has delivered the biggest financial settlement for the Welsh Government in devolution history. Nearly £6.5 billion more spending power for public services in Wales. That includes transport. This contrasts with the activities of her government, who starved our public services in Wales of funding through austerity.
Harpley Chapel. Hang on, Minister.
Prime Minister has announced a generational funding commitment to Welsh Rail and a pipeline of projects worth up to £14 billion. This long-term plan will transform connectivity right across Wales, delivering at pace, building on the strong start of at least £445 million of investment already secured at the spending review.
Harpley Tupple.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's brilliant to see you with your Yorkshire Rose on today as well. The UK Labour government are investing in our railways to boost economic growth right across the country. In my constituency, we are seeing continued investment through the Trans-Pennine route upgrades in Huddersfield. Can the Minister set out what rail upgrades are coming to Wales and in particular how this will deliver economic growth and boost employment across the nation?
Minister.
I thank the member for her excellent question. We have agreed, as I've said, £14 billion long-term plan for Welsh Rail, with work starting immediately. That spans 43 projects at every corner of Wales, unlocking around 12,000 jobs, new stations. Faster and more reliable trains will connect people with communities and jobs right across Wales, benefiting the whole of the UK.
We now come to questions to the Deputy Prime Minister, Dr Lawrence Sullivan.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've been asked to reply on behalf of the Prime Minister, who's attending the G7 summit in Evian. May I first pay tribute to two giants of the Labour Party, Roy Hattersley, who was a formidable deputy leader who never stopped fighting for a more equal and fair society. And we also remember our beloved colleague, Jo Cox, and honour her memory for working to bring our communities together, celebrating the decency and the compassion that defines this country. I also want to remember the 72 lives lost at Grenfell Tower. The legacy of that appalling tragedy must be a safe, secure home for everyone in this country. And finally, let me congratulate Scotland on their first win at the Men's World Cup for 36 years. That's what happens, Mr. Speaker, when your captain signs for Spurs. And can I wish England the best of luck for their first match this evening. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties to this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Can I associate myself with the Deputy Prime Minister's remarks and pay tribute to Jo Cox? I also wish England's men's team all the best tonight. May they follow the Lionesses and Scotland men's winning team's winning example. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that our town and local centres, particularly our independent small businesses, are the lifeblood of our economy? And can he confirm that this Labour government to do what it takes to unlock the potential of our local economies, such as supporting mine and my honourable friends, the member of the Thurrock's campaign to restore the Gravesend-Tilbury ferry that was cut by the Conservatives?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I congratulate my honourable friend on her campaign to restore Gravesend to Tilbury ferry. I agree that town centres are the heart of our communities and we're determined to help them thrive. Our high street strategy, backed by over £300 million worth of investment, will build on our work to rejuvenate high streets across the country. We're also putting power into the hands of local communities through our flagship Pride in Place programme, and that includes £1.5 million for Gravesham. Her local council can make use of the integrated transport funding for local priorities, including ferry services, and I know ministers will be happy to help.
We come to the Shadow Secretary of State, Claire Coutinho, acting for the official opposition.
On behalf of this side of the House, can I extend our condolences to the families of Jo Cox and Roy Hattersley. I know how much pain we felt on these benches when we lost Sir David Amess, and we share their pain today as well. I also pay tribute to those who lost their lives in the Grenfell Tower fire, and I'd also like to congratulate Scotland on their stunning win and wish England the very best of luck for tonight. Now, Mr. Speaker, it is a great privilege to be standing here with one of the few survivors of Labour's original cabinet, who hasn't resigned on principle or been sacked in disgrace. I feel honoured. So can he start by telling me this? Why is the Labour government happy for Britain to get its oil and gas from Russia or Qatar, but not from Aberdeen?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I welcome the Shadow Energy Secretary to the dispatch box? It's always good to hear from someone who was the heart of the Treasury during the biggest fall in living standards on record. The Children's Minister in government that plunged hundreds of thousands of children into poverty, and the Energy Secretary who showed an unwavering commitment to the cause of net zero, even though she's now forgotten that. Don't believe everything you read in the papers. The Prime Minister and the Energy Secretary have been discussing cutting bills by over £100. We've got our Warm Homes plan lifting millions of families out of fuel poverty and securing enough energy projects to power 23 million homes. She was the Energy Secretary who left our country exposed to global fossil fuel markets. We're delivering clean energy security.
Mr. Speaker, bills came down £500 under me. They've gone up £300 under these guys. And this is nonsense. His party are banning new oil and gas licences in the North Sea. And these guys over here, they're no better, because this is the same policy that the SNP championed for years. It is pointless virtue signalling, and it's destroying well-paid jobs. So can he tell the House how many jobs have been lost in Aberdeen since Labour came to power?
Deputy Prime Minister.
I remember when the Energy Secretary championed net zero. She said in 2023, we cannot prosper, nor can our children flourish if we don't decarbonise energy. The Tories used to believe this 3 years ago. Now she's forgotten because they're desperately chasing reform, and we know it. Over 700 jobs were lost during the last 10 years when they were in power. Production fell 75% over the last 25 years. We've secured over £900 billion worth of investment to support more jobs by taking control with renewables, and there are over 100,000 jobs in Scotland supported by clean power. We're building on that, led by the Great British Energy, headquartered in Aberdeen.
Mr. Speaker, let me help him out. 1,000 people are losing their jobs every month in places like Aberdeen South because of Labour's policies. They say those oil and gas workers can get new green jobs, but what they don't say is those salaries pay half as much. So can he tell the House how he would feel if the government forced him to take a 50% pay cut?
Deputy Prime Minister.
The Honourable Lady used to be an investment banker, and she's got her facts wrong. Oil and gas is coming out of the North Sea 24/7. In the first 3 months of this year, 52 million barrels of oil came out. 44 million barrels equivalent of gas came out. We're not turning off the taps. It's part of a mixed economy. It will support existing oil and gas fields throughout their lifespan, making changes to exploit neighbouring fields. But we do want to create more jobs, and that's why we're going to continue to invest in renewables. She knew this 3 years ago. She's changed her mind because she's chasing them.
Mr. Speaker, I asked him about pay cuts, and they should care, because if the Mayor of Manchester gets his way, I'm pretty sure half the front bench are going to be getting a pay cut pretty soon. Mr. Speaker, this is serious. The world is getting, Mr. Speaker, the world is getting more dangerous. Yet last week, the Prime Minister asked the Energy Secretary to help fund the defence of our country, and he ghosted him. Let me repeat that. The Energy Secretary refused to meet the Prime Minister on a matter of national security. Why hasn't he been sacked?
Prime Minister.
Stop reading the papers, I'd say to the Honourable Lady. It's certainly not the right papers. Mr. Speaker, when the Defence Investment Plan is published, it will set out, this is important, it will set out how every government department is contributing to defence, including the Energy Department. We will always put national security first. The party opposite still don't get it. Families worried about their bills going up because of a war in the Middle East, that her leader said she'd jump into feet first.
If everything's so hunky-dory, why did half his defence team quit last week? Mr. Speaker, they won't find the money to keep our country safe, so let's go through some of the things they can find the money for. Millions of pounds to build solar farms in the Congo, tens of millions of pounds on an experiment to dim the sun, and they are turning down £25 billion in tax revenue from the North Sea to please their out-of-control Energy Secretary. Does he really think that any of that is more important than defending our country?
Deputy Prime Minister.
We've said that more spending on defence is our #1 priority in this spending review and the next spending review. But she wants to talk about resignations. Let's just remind ourselves. The Tory Defence Secretary that resigned in the last government, the member for Stone, who was sacked for breaching national security. The Tory Defence Secretary, Michael Fallon, who resigned over sexual harassment. The Tory Defence Secretary who admitted hollowing out the armed force services for 14 years. That was Ben Wallace. We've got a Prime Minister securing jobs and investment in the G7. We've got a Chancellor raising the minimum wage. We've got an Education Secretary cutting costs for childcare. And we've got an Energy Secretary cutting energy bills by over £100. We're proud of that record.
If everything is fine, why is he here? Let's face it, this is, he wasn't here last week, was he? Let's face it, this is a government on life support. And what's their grand plan now? They want to, let me get this straight, they want to make the job-destroying Energy Secretary Chancellor. They want to bring back the former Transport Secretary who resigned for nicking phones. They want to replace him with the former Deputy Prime Minister who resigned for dodging taxes. These are all pointless distractions. So here's a better idea. Why don't they cut welfare, fund defence, make energy cheap, and back the North Sea?
Deputy Prime Minister.
It's thin gruel. It's very thin gruel, Mr. Speaker. I'm here like she is because I'm standing in for the Prime Minister and the leader of my party. I'm proud to serve this Prime Minister and proud of what this Labour government is delivering. More rights for working people, the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation, the biggest boost to defence spending since the Cold War, and lifting more children out of poverty in a single term than any British government in history. The party opposite can make all the noise they want. They don't want to talk about the economy because it's growing. They don't want to talk about the NHS because waiting lists are falling, and they don't want to talk about immigration because they lost control of our borders and net migration is down under us 82%. They had their chance, they blew it. We're building a stronger, fairer Britain.
I also want to pay tribute to Jo Cox and her family and the commitment in her name that we tackle division and extremism, because we saw extremism play out on the streets of Belfast last week, a pogrom, families burnt out based on the colour of their skin, health workers stopped for ID by masked thugs, small businesses ordered to close, and many minorities are still living in fear after a list of their addresses was circulated widely online. They deserve more than sympathy and warm words. They deserve to know that governments are serious about confronting hatred on and offline. The UK Government and the Northern Ireland Executive spend millions each year on programmes intended to tackle paramilitarism, but decades after the Troubles, individuals linked to loyalist paramilitaries had a role in directing and fuelling the disorder last week, including menacing a senior journalist on tape. Will the UK Government commit to reviewing how the Northern Ireland Executive is gripping or failing to grip paramilitarism, and will they ensure that public money never reaches individuals or groups who fuel, orchestrate or benefit from intimidation and hate?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I join her in utterly condemning the violence? People are right to feel sickened by the sight of people being burnt out of their homes because of the colour of their skin. That is racism, and Mr. Speaker, those responsible will face the full force of the law. We must never go back to 1950s Britain, where my father arrived to signs saying no blacks, no dogs, no Irish. We are focused on bringing people together, and that includes providing a further £24 million to help tackle paramilitarism, acting to tackle those inciting hatred online, and our social cohesion plan is about bringing our communities together. I'm happy to work with all parties in that endeavour.
Daisy Cooper, Deputy Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself and my party with the Deputy Prime Minister's tribute to Jo Cox? We extend our condolences to her friends and family and to all those of Roy Hattersley as well. And can I join with the Deputy Prime Minister in remembering the horrific tragedy of Grenfell and that those families still are awaiting justice? Mr. Speaker, can I congratulate all those named in the King's Birthday Honours List, congratulate Scotland and wish good luck to England for this evening? Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Member for Rawmarsh and Conisbrough is respected across this House. When he says that he was forced to make decisions that could make the country less safe, we should all take heed. It is now becoming clear that the Treasury's refusal to consider new ways of funding defence is undermining our national security. So will the Deputy Prime Minister join with us to make the case in government for new defence bonds, which could raise £20 billion over 2 years to defend our country?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I say to the Honourable Lady that we do believe that we should work with our allies to join up defence procurement and funding. That's why we're exploring the most effective mechanisms for multilateral cooperation. And of course, it's a topic of discussion for the Prime Minister at the G7.
Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're pleased to hear that the government is looking at this, but they need to act far quicker. Mr. Speaker, it is now more than 5 years since the Prime Minister originally set his famous red lines on Europe when he was in opposition. No customs union, no single market. But since then, the world has changed. Putin has launched a war on our continent, an unreliable Donald Trump has returned to the White House, and here at home the cost of living has got worse and worse. So does the Deputy Prime Minister agree that the government should rip up those red lines now, or is that just another job to be left to the next Prime Minister?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I was proud to be the Labour Foreign Secretary that returned to the meeting of European Foreign Secretary and work alongside my colleague in the Cabinet Office to ensure that we were at that summit, and it was successful last year. And I've just confirmed the next summit will take place on the 22nd of July. Our red lines remain, but we're focused on an SPS deal to cut prices on the shelves, a youth experience scheme, and cutting red tape for exporters.
McNally.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the whole House will want to congratulate Sir Kevin Sinfield on his which is fitting recognition for his work on motor neuron disease. Another champion fighting for a cure for MND is my constituent Mark Somerville, who I've raised at Prime Minister's questions in the past. Diagnosed in 2023, Mark fights with remarkable resolve and courage. I'm supporting Mark and his foundation in pushing for a new national MND strategy with an emphasis on finding effective treatments, enhancing access to trials and accelerating novel drug discovery. Will my right honourable friend meet with me to discuss this further so we can work to find a cure for this horrific condition?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I join him in congratulating Sir Kevin Sinfield? He's an inspirational fundraiser and a champion for his sport and, of course, for the MND community. And I know that Mark Somerville runs an excellent foundation campaigning on MND in his constituency. We are committed to improving care for people with motor neurone disease. We're looking at the current system to ensure care is truly focused on the needs of individuals. We're also investing in cutting-edge research, including a world-first clinical trial to test remotely monitored portable ventilators. And I know that the Minister for Care would be happy to meet with him to discuss this further.
Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this government came to office, more than 500,000 businesses have closed. Nearly 1 million young people are without education, employment and training. And graduate recruitment is at an all-time low. These are not just statistics. These are people's lives, people's jobs and people's futures. Can the Deputy Prime Minister tell the House if this is because the government A, hiked business rates and slashed reliefs, B, slammed employers with the jobs tax, C, buried businesses with the Employment Rights Act, or D, all of the above?
We've got the fastest growing economy in the G7. Borrowing is down, and we just signed our 5th major trade deal. But I must say to this Tory Deputy Chairman, yesterday he was on television laughing and joking about the arson attack on the Prime Minister's home, laughing about a firebomb targeting the Prime Minister and his family. Not only that, he joined with promoting conspiracies about the attack and laughed along to demeaning homophobic remarks. He should be ashamed of himself. Absolutely ashamed. My advice to him is to grow up, apologise and do considerably better.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Makerfield candidate for reform has disgracefully said, and I quote, "The majority of abortions are for vanity purposes." He described mums, in his words, with their fat bellies pushing prams in their PJs, and failed to apologise to national treasure Carol Vorderman for endorsing sexually explicit comments about her. Mr. Speaker, this exposes the rank hypocrisy of reform politicians talking tough on Vogue, but in reality having zero respect for women. Does the Deputy Prime Minister agree with me that reform has a problem with women, further highlighted by seemingly welcoming a woman beater into their fold?
Deputy Prime Minister.
My honourable friend makes a powerful point. The Prime Minister has rightly put tackling violence against women and girls at the heart of this Labour government. By contrast, I've been utterly appalled by what we've heard from the reform candidate in Makerfield, from vile sexist comments to saying Putin was within his rights to invade Ukraine. When the reform leader was asked about them, his answer was, "So what?" This speaks volumes about reform. The only way to stop their politics of grievance is to vote Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also echo the tribute to Joe Cox, Roy Hattersley and the victims of the Grenfell Tower fire. Mr. Speaker, there are approximately 400,000 private hire and black cab drivers in the United Kingdom, and we rely on each and every one of them to keep our economy moving. It's concerning to hear that this government is letting Uber deploy robotic minicabs across London, with the potential of this being rolled out across the country. Our drivers already face unsafe working conditions, discrimination and low pay, and now they're becoming casualties of this AI drive. At the last general election, British people were promised jobs and better workers' rights. So I ask the Deputy Prime Minister, why is the government pushing an agenda that will drive tens of thousands out of work, and will you arrange for a meeting so we can have a discussion about this matter?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I say to honourable gentlemen, I attended the AI summit in India, and right across the world, all countries and many companies, and certainly tech companies, are at the forefront of this opportunity. Now, you've got to get the governance right, and of course you've got to test and retest to ensure safety, and anything on our roads, of course, would be tested and licensed by the Department for Transport. So I don't think we can stand in the face of innovation.
Abraham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with the remarks of the Deputy Prime Minister, and also congratulate my constituent, Sir Kevin Sinfield, for all the work all that he does. Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked the 10th anniversary of the murder of our dear friend Jo Cox, and of course our wonderful member for Spen Valley. She was also the wife, daughter and mother, and we must not forget that. Jo's mantra was always that we had more in common than that which divides us. So can my right honourable friend indicate what he thinks he should do, and in fact what we should all do, so that Jo's beliefs and Jo's legacy are always remembered?
Deputy Prime Minister.
I'm so grateful to my honourable friend. We all miss Jo, a dear friend and a valued colleague. 3 years ago, I had the great privilege of opening the Jo Cox More in Common Centre in Huddersfield alongside Jo's sister, the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, and her parents, Jean and Gordon. It was one of the great honours of my life. We all have a duty to live up to the values that Jo stood for. She was a trailblazing campaigner against loneliness and inspired the great get-together taking place this weekend. In the words of the Jo Cox Foundation, holding or attending great get-together in your local area is a simple but powerful way to honour Jo's legacy. Neighbours coming together, differences set aside, communities choosing unity over division, because that is what Jo stood for.
Louis French.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure we all share the thoughts regarding Jo Cox and her family here today. Mr. Speaker, I know that the Deputy Prime Minister has always struggled with police visibility, even when they are stood behind him. But does he agree with Sir Mark Rowley that London will be even less safe because of this government's police cuts and the decision made last week by Sadiq Khan to block a key contract which will lead to 500 less frontline officers here in police and will make us all less safe?
Deputy Prime Minister.
I'm hugely grateful for the work of the Home Secretary and the previous Home Secretary for putting neighbourhood policing back at the heart of our communities and extra policing across the country. We remember on this side the decisions by Boris Johnson to cut policing across the country. I'll take no lectures from the honourable gentleman.
John Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A film called The People's Emergency Briefing is being shown in communities up and down the country. I recently attended a screening in Wirksworth. There's another one next week in Bakewell. The film educates us and reminds us of the climate emergency that we're all facing. And yet, inexplicably, the party opposite has basically given up on the climate. And Reform continue to act like modern-day flat earthers, refusing to accept science and refusing to accept the bleeding obvious. So, can the Deputy Prime Minister please assure me that this Labour government will continue to do everything it can to combat man-made climate change?
Very grateful
Deputy
to
Prime
Honourable Friend
Minister.
for campaigning on this issue, and I'm very proud that this government has restored the UK's position as a global leader on climate action. That includes ambitious targets to reduce climate emissions, restore nature and seizing the opportunities of clean renewable power. The net zero economy now supports over 1 million jobs and secures over £105 billion for our economy. That's proof that tackling climate and growing the economy can go hand in hand. Those aren't the words, Mr. Speaker, of me. They're from the Baroness Theresa May in the past fortnight. The Tories used to believe in this agenda, but they've forgotten because they're chasing reform.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I can associate myself with the tributes paid to Jo Cox. Mr. Speaker, in 2 weeks' time, new steel quotas and 50% tariffs will come into force, which industry have said will cost jobs. UKF Steel in my constituency have been clear. They have said that without a change of course, they will almost certainly cease trading before the end of the year, and that will cost 50 jobs in my constituency. Last week I attended a cross-party roundtable, and it was clear that my concerns are also shared by many Labour MPs who are concerned about job losses and further deindustrialisation. What action is being taken at the very top of government to mitigate the effects of what will be an imminent but avoidable economic disaster?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, he raises a serious issue, and he might have forgot that this House legislated emergency measures to save steel across our country, and of course we will continue to do more. And I would say to him that of course it was on the agenda for the Prime Minister at the G7.
On to Becky Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to see the NHS moving forward with a reduction in waiting lists and improving relations with our junior doctors, my fellow colleagues. But in order to keep our NHS working well in the long term, we must get serious about prevention. Every year, more than 30,000 deaths in our country are attributed to poor air quality. Ella Kitty Deborah's mum knows this all too well. Her little girl was just 9 years old when she died as a direct result of air pollution. 70 years on from the 1956 Clean Air Act, will the Deputy Prime Minister now support a much-needed update of this essential law to protect the future of our NHS and to keep our children healthy?
Prime Minister.
Well, thank my honourable friend for raising this. She makes a powerful point as someone who's worked for many years in public health. I've met Ella's family, including her mother, Rosamond. Her death was a tragedy, and this is an issue close to my heart. Through our environmental improvement plan, we're taking action to cut pollutants. That includes new targets to cut exposure to harmful particles by a third, and reforming industrial permitting to reduce emissions. A minister will be very happy to meet with her and discuss this further.
George Bobrand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As an Eastbourne boy born and bred, I can tell the Deputy Prime Minister that Eastbourne Pier is an iconic part of our heritage, an iconic part of our local economy, and an iconic part of me. I literally have it tattooed on me, and I can show the Deputy Prime Minister afterwards. But on a serious note, the residents of Eastbourne have become concerned for the pier's future after a company connected to the pier has fallen into liquidation, and indeed maintenance costs of piers across the country have been sky high. So will the Deputy Prime Minister back my Protect Our Pier campaign and meet with me to discuss emergency measures to safeguard our pier for the future?
Prime Minister.
What can I say to my honourable friend that I never thought I'd get a request to look at his tattoos, but I know that Eastbourne Pier is a much-loved, iconic local landmark. I believe he's meeting the Minister for Communities to discuss this campaign. I'm pleased we've allocated £20 million in Pride and Place funding to regenerate Eastbourne. It was one of the first seaside towns I visited as a young child, and this summer his constituents will be able to enjoy their day at the pier for less with our great British summer savings, with free bus travel for kids, cheaper meals and cheaper tickets to amusement parks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thames Water's headquarters are local to my town of Reading, but it's their distant creditors who are really in charge. Investors should be rewarded for success, but they should pay for their failures. That is why I strongly welcome the government's objections to the current creditors deal. Under any deal or special administration regime, the company will be restructured. The question is whether that restructuring will be done only in the interests of senior creditors or with customers and the environment in mind. Will the Deputy Prime Minister tell us whose side he is on?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for her dedicated work on this? I'm on the side of the people who elected us to clean up our rivers, our lakes and our seas. I'm on the side, and this government is on the side, of consumers paying the price for years and years of failure by them on the opposite side. We don't want Thames Water customers to have to pick up the bill for the company's failures. We stand ready for all eventualities. Labour has already blocked bonuses and introduced criminal sanctions for polluting water bosses, and we will go further by creating a new powerful regulator to hold all companies to account and clean up our waterways.
Pritchard.
Can I say to the Deputy Prime Minister, he's looking very Prime Ministerial today, and he certainly might have got my vote if he decides to run for Labour leader on Friday. Trust me, it's a deliberate ploy. Trust me. On a serious note, Stoke Heath is a small rural settlement in the Wrekin constituency in Shropshire. Over the last few hours, I've been informed, I think very lately, by the way, that 121 asylum seekers will be going into that settlement. That is a 35% increase in the population over a matter of weeks. That's equivalent to 44,000 asylum seekers coming into the Deputy Prime Minister's constituency. Whilst this is a tolerant nation and a compassionate nation and an understanding nation, does the Deputy Prime Minister agree with me that that level of dispersal into a small, isolated rural community isn't fair?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I say to the right honourable gentleman, and he and I have sought common cause on a range of issues on a cross-party terms over the years. I'm proud that on that central issue, we have seen a reduction in net migration of 82% over the last 23 months that we've been in power. We cannot have to grip this problem and then in ensuring that people are detained most often so that they can be removed, saying, not in my patch. Now, I don't know the detail of his circumstances, and of course the Immigration Minister will look at it, but we have to be honest about what the British public expect us to do on their behalf.
Moraz, Mr Speaker. I welcome the government's willingness to take tough action to protect young people online, reflecting growing concerns about the harms that can arise from online platforms, including self-harm, suicide and poor mental health. The consequences can be truly devastating for those affected, including families in South East Cornwall whose experience I will never forget. Individuals and companies are promoting and profiting from harmful material and behaviour online that would rightly affect far greater scrutiny in the offline world. Freedom of speech must be defended, and currently what we have online is often not free speech, but manipulated speech. Companies with influence over what millions of people see should be held accountable and made responsible. So does the Deputy Prime Minister agree with me? And what further action will the government take to strengthen accountability and protect young people online before more lives are lost?
Deputy Prime Minister.
I agree with my honourable friend 100%. I thank her and know that she's worked closely with families affected by harmful content in her constituency. Our decision to ban social media for under 16s is a landmark moment which will ensure we better protect children and young people across our country. We will absolutely hold platforms to account for the harms that they can cause, and that's why we've also asked Ofcom to review their capability to enforce the social media ban and to publish a clear enforcement strategy.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Earlier this week in Westminster Hall we had a debate on brain tumours, brain cancer. and the inequity of the service across the United Kingdom, highlighted by my constituent Archie Goodburn, a Commonwealth swimmer who will be competing in Glasgow next month, but only got the treatment he needed after I approached the government and the government supported him. So will the government look at how we ensure people in all parts of the United Kingdom, regardless of devolution, get the best possible treatment for cancers?
And Prime Minister.
Well, there's a new target. 75% of patients diagnosed from 2035 will be cancer-free or living well after 5 years, and that means 320,000 lives will be saved. The cancer plan will end the postcode lottery on cancer, introduce a new 3-year neighbourhood early diagnosis fund, and cover the cost of travelling for cancer treatment. I know the Minister's happy to meet with her to discuss further.
Chris Spence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and others for their comments about Jo Cox. Our thoughts are with her family today, as they are every day. Can I also thank the Town Park volunteers who I joined this morning in repairing the iconic zigzag bridge in Harlow. Harlow is going to be a site of one of the government's new youth hubs, another example of this Labour government investing in our town. I believe passionately, Mr. Speaker, that Harlow's young people have so much potential. Does the Deputy Prime Minister agree with me and agree that this funding will unlock that potential?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend? As a former school teacher, I know how much he cares about this. I'm delighted that we've announced locations for 180 new youth hubs, including in Harlow. It means more young people across the country will benefit from skills and training opportunities. And this week we've shown that this Labour government is working to transform the lives of our young people. I thank him for all his campaigning on behalf of his constituency, and I know a lot of the young people support Spurs.
That completes questions. Let the front bench change over. Can I just say that Hodgeford do come after urgent questions? What I would say is today is a very important day. This is about Jo Cox. This is about bringing us together. This is about unity. And I hope that we have more temperate and tolerant language and respect for each other. And I would say that the Jo Cox great get-together is taking place at lunchtime in Speaker's House. Urgent question, Andrew Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Aerospace, automotive, Formula One.
That's the question, then we get that, and then we come back to your speech.
Ask the question. Just
ask the question.
Urgent question on steel tariffs, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I start by giving the apologies of the Minister for Trade, who is currently in Turkey negotiating further trade deals for British industry. Mr. Speaker, on the 19th of March, the Government set out the UK's plan to introduce a robust new trade measure from the 1st of July. The measure will limit tariff-free steel imports compared with the steel safeguard measure. Any imports above these levels will then face a 50% tariff. Protecting primary steel production is crucial to the UK's critical national infrastructure and defence. That's why we've published a long-term plan for steel, and we're introducing a new trade measure countering the unprecedented and damaging effect of global overcapacity. It's simply wrong that only 30% of the steel that we need in the UK comes from the UK. Steel is essential for advanced manufacturing and engineering, and the interests of the domestic steel sector and downstream industry are best served together. A thriving steel industry strengthens supply chain resilience for downstream businesses and limits their exposure to global supply shocks. We need to balance the need to protect domestic steelmaking whilst maintaining secure, reliable supply chains for downstream businesses. Imports will remain important. The Government has engaged extensively with businesses across a range of sectors, including manufacturing, when developing this measure. Indeed, last week I held a round table with downstream industry with my right honourable friend, the member for Rhondda and Ogmore. We and the Secretary of State also heard from several colleagues about the concerns facing businesses in their constituency. We are listening carefully to companies throughout the supply chain as we finalise the measure. We've introduced a transitional arrangement under which the new measure will not apply to goods under contract before the 14th of March 2026 and imported between the 1st of July and 30th of September 2026. We've introduced a carryover mechanism to give importers more flexibility, and we will review the measure after 12 months to ensure it remains fit for purpose. We're engaging intensively with the European Commission on our respective steel measures and are working to find a bilateral solution that protects vital UK-EU steel trade. This engagement reflects the unique structure of our trading and security relationships and the interconnectedness of our supply chains. But we need to be clear. If we do not act, then we will not have steel making in the UK. The US, Canada, the EU are all acting. We must too.
Andrew Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that statement. Aerospace, automotive, Formula One, the construction sector, manufacturing businesses employing 300,000 people who use steel, all being impacted by Labour's botched tariffs. Now, many of these specialist steels, and I think the Minister may have heard this, as I have, from manufacturing businesses, are not, as it stands, even produced here in the UK. That's a real issue, for example, in categories 14 and 27, used in aircraft wings or in defence applications that we need to make ourselves safe. For defence companies with cost-plus contracts, the tariff on steel makes that are not made here will just get added to the bill for the Ministry of Defence. Will the Minister listen to Stephen Morley, President of the Confederation of British Metal Forming, who says the UK risks accelerating the decline of its manufacturing base rather than preserving it? Or Simon Boyd from Reed Steel, a British steelmaker, when he says these measures will kill off downstream customers of steelmakers in the UK. I'm sure that is not the Minister's intention, but with just 2 weeks to go, it is time with respect to stop listening and to start acting. So will the Minister answer 3 questions? Will he confirm today that the measures will not be applied retroactively throughout the whole of the life of existing agreed contracts? Second, will he exempt steel, especially in categories 14 and 27, that's simply not made here in the necessary volumes? And thirdly, will the government, after listening to industry, please delay these tariffs for at least 6 months so that they can get this right?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and very much in line with your guidance earlier about constructive debate. I'm sure we will have some constructive debate here because the Shadow Minister has raised some very legitimate questions, and I'm very happy to provide the answers. I think we all recognise the importance of the steel industry and the downstream sector. There is definitely a point of agreement there. I think on this point of timing, which is a critical point, and on the face of it not an unreasonable request for a delay, I think the important thing to recognise is that our steel safeguard measure expires on the 30th of July. It is not possible for us to extend that. It's lasted for 8 years, and under WTO rules we couldn't extend that measure. So new measures are required. And of course the EU is introducing a new measure on the 1st of July. The US have introduced new measures. Canada have introduced measures. And so if we were to delay our measure, if we were not to introduce a measure, the UK would become the global dumping ground for subsidised steel. We are quite clear about that. That will be the end of our primary steel industry. So something needs to be done. And that's the point about timing. Now, in designing the measures, we've been very careful to ensure that the measures are targeted at those steels that are made or could be made in the UK. However, the categories are quite broad, and so we acknowledge that some steels that aren't made and couldn't be made in the UK could be swept up, and that's the point of the quotas. Since our draft measures were published, we've consulted extensively with industry. I do always listen to Steve Morley. I've known him for a very long time, and I do listen very carefully to what he says. But more than that, we carried out extensive consultation. The Minister for Trade and I have met with the downstream group on 3 occasions. I've met with the Aerospace Growth Partnership, the Construction Leadership Council, and many other businesses. And we'll be publishing our final measures in line with our EU negotiations when they are completed in time for the 1st of July.
Chair of the Select Committee, Liam Burke.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I'm grateful for this urgent question. I'm today publishing the committee's correspondence with ministers after the roundtable we held with steel producers, expressing a very high degree of alarm that these measures were not in the right place and thousands of jobs are now at risk. There is a loophole for the import of fabricated steel. Canada and the United States have both moved to close that. There's a question about why we have not made the same steps. 12 months is too late. There are no exemptions on steel products that we don't make, as we have heard. There's no clarity on the use of procurement to drive domestic production, and it would appear that a number of the quotas have been set in the wrong place. So can I ask the Minister to look again at the advice the Select Committee provided and to come back to the House urgently over the next week with some adjustments to help safeguard a brilliant industry with a brilliant future ahead of it?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Chair of the Select Committee both for his work and the work of his committee on this, and I do recognise the concerns that were raised in his committee earlier this week. On this point about timing, though, I would reiterate the point that whilst I recognise the uncertainty this causes for business, and it does cause uncertainty for business, it's impossible for the government to announce the final arrangements until our discussions with the EU have concluded, and I'm reliably informed by those people with knowledge of negotiations with the EU that these things do tend to run to the wire. And so whilst I do appreciate it creates uncertainty, we need to wait until that point. But to say that the feedback from industry around quota levels has been heard by government, and certainly we are looking at those quota levels, and that was the point of publishing the draft matters in the first place.
All the Liberal Democrats suppose.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The steel sector is a vital UK industry. We must support it in the face of numerous challenges, including China's unfair practices and Trump's trade war. But I am extremely concerned about the impact on parts of the steel industry's supply chain if these proposed tariff changes are implemented. We all want businesses to buy British, but that is just not an option if there is no domestic supplier that can meet the grades and certifications that its customers require. Businesses simply cannot buy British and will be punished by new tariffs as a direct result. The specialist steels needed by aerospace, defence and precision engineering are not made in this country in the grades or volumes that those sectors require. And qualifying a new source takes not a fortnight, but several years. The government is having already sufficient difficulty funding its defence investment plan without loading additional costs onto the defence manufacturers. Tariffs on steels not available in the UK will materially damage downstream manufacturers with serious implications for their competitiveness as well as investment and jobs. So can I ask the Minister, what response did he give experts in the manufacturing industry when they warned him about these matters? What conversations has he had with Tata Steels in determining the government's tariff position? Will he remove categories from the regime where no domestic production capability exists, in particular product codes 14 and 27, which are critical for the viability of many aerospace and defence manufacturers? And will the Secretary of State commit today to delaying or tapering implementation until proper mitigations have been put in place?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to thank her for her constructive engagement on this issue with me over the last few weeks. The nub of her question, I think, is around domestic suppliers and the availability of domestic supply. And as I said, the measures have been designed to cover those steel categories that are made or could be made in the UK. And the particular issue that she's raising here is around speciality steels. And of course, we all understand the position with the speciality steels business in Stocksbridge and in Rotherham is that business is currently going through administration. And it was impossible for that business to compete in the UK whilst there was an influx of subsidised steel. And she asks me about the conversations I've had with industry. Well, I tell her what I said to the Aerospace Growth Partnership when I met them this morning, that clearly you wouldn't want to start here at this point. But this is about choices, and this government has decided that we do want to have a full aerospace supply chain, including our own speciality steels production. And that is a different choice to the choice the previous government made when they were approached by industry offering to co-invest in that site and keep it open, and they rebuffed all of those responses because their view was leave it to the market, let the steel plants close. Well, we are taking a different choice.
Dame Jessica Vaughan.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. As the Minister knows, I represent Lamwern, who produce galvanised steel. Can I repeat my ask to the Minister to be mindful of the impact of the scale of the allocations for non-EU countries on Lamwern? And can I ask him to continue to liaise directly with Tata and the unions on this?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yes, I am particularly concerned about the allocations for galvanised steel, as she says, particularly given the country's reliance on the Zodiac galvanising line in Llanwern. That's a critical part of our steel and our national infrastructure. It's the only process route that we have to make car, auto body and various construction and coating steels. A lot depends on that plant in Llanwern, and I am considering it very seriously.
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Engineering firms in Kingswinford and South Staffordshire are integral to automotive and aerospace supply chains. So how can it be right or in the national interest that the steel that they import and use, they pay a tariff of 50%, but the European producers making those parts with the same steel will pay low or no tariffs?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've just been alerted to the fact that I said the current measures will expire on the 30th of July. It's actually the 30th of June, which I hopefully was correct in the context, but I'm happy to correct the measures. In relation to the specific point raised by the gentleman opposite, clearly these measures are designed to support primary steel production. That is the purpose of the measure. That's what they've been designed for. And it's really about getting the balance right between supporting that level of primary production in the UK and the issues with the downstream steel producers and ensuring that they can get the steels that they need within the UK or perhaps more broadly within the EU as we discuss our market arrangement measures with them.
Antonio.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We all support greater production here in the UK, but the details of these tariffs need more work. Black country MPs like myself and my honourable friend, the member for West Brom, have heard huge worries from our downstream industries, stockholders like Amari, fabricators like the Angle Ring, trade associations like BCSA and CMF. Can I ask the Minister to go away and review the details? We need protections for fabricated steel like Canada and the US have in place. Once again, we're seeing projects in receipt of massive public funding importing fabricated steel. We need a detailed look again at the categories and the quotas. We need proper consultation with UK Metals Council members, and we need to look at the detail of this again to make sure it is right and it supports a great future for manufacturing in the Black Country and elsewhere.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend for the strong work that she's done advocating businesses in her area. In fact, across the whole of the West Midlands, there's been really very strong support from West Midlands members of Parliament for their businesses, and quite right too. She may recall from the roundtable discussion we had with the Secretary of State and the Minister for Trade earlier this week, her concerns are being heard and taken into account. I want to reassure her about that. And also, I neglected to mention earlier the engagement we've had with the British Construction Steelwork Association, which she mentioned, and I want to reassure her that I and my officials are talking to them too.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So the Minister says that the concerns about fabricated steel are being taken into account. Can he be a bit more specific about why it is that other countries have got protections for fabricated steel in their economies, but we don't yet have any in ours?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can give a specific example, if that would be helpful. So a number of members have mentioned the specific situation in Canada, for instance. And I have looked very carefully at the situation in Canada, and fundamentally there is a completely different tariff regime there, which would not necessarily be straightforward or legal to apply in the UK. However, I do continue to look at that. But what I would say, and I reiterate the point really, this measure is designed to support the steel industry. If there are other concerns that fall out with that, then they need to be raised and dealt with appropriately.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I add my voice to that for the Black Country members on behalf of Stourbridge, Brierley Hill and Netherton. I'm really grateful to the Minister and the Department for Business and Trade for their ongoing engagement with myself and local businesses. It's much appreciated. But can I also add my voice to that of others calling for a review of quotas? In some places, those have been reduced by more than 80% on products that are not currently produced here. And equally, the issue of
fabricated products imported not being subject to any tariffs and the impact that could have on local downstream supply chain industries. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank you for a question, but also more than that, thank her for the invitation to visit Stour Bridge and have this discussion with businesses in her constituency. I'm very much looking forward to that, so I do thank her for that. Just to reiterate the point that I made about the quotas, the government's published draft quotas. We are engaging in consultation, listen very carefully to her representation and that of others, but the final quotas ultimately, when they are published, will be dependent on that and also the negotiations we're having with the European Union.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm greatly concerned by this. I spoke in the previous bill, on the steel bill, and I raised the concerns of some of my businesses. The Minister rightly said the measures expire on the 30th of June. There's less than 2 weeks to go. Huge amounts of uncertainty, and those costs are, because businesses are having to stock up on that steel, the costs are already going up. I mean, how did the government let this happen? Did the impact assessment not show that there was going to be a huge impact on that steel? And what's going to happen next, really?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, as I mentioned to my colleague, the Chair of the Select Committee, I'm very sympathetic to the issue around uncertainty. I think it's a difficult position for businesses to be in. But to be clear, the reason for the uncertainty is because the publication of the final measures is dependent on the negotiations around market access with the European Union, and it is, as to be expected, that those negotiations with the European Union will go very close to the deadline.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. UK steel sector voices and Cabinet officials met to back procurement of British-made steel at Tata Steel Park in Wensfield rather than offices in Whitehall, which I welcome. I also met with Walsall Wheelbarrow, a family-owned business started by Fred Vacker in 1939, the only UK manufacturer of wheelbarrows left in the UK. Can the Minister give assurances that he will look at imported steel that cannot be made in the UK to remain tariff-free?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. So the design of the steel measures, because the different steel grades fall into quite large buckets in terms of the CN codes, it does mean that though the government has targeted the measures at steels that are or could be made in the UK, some steels that aren't or couldn't end up being caught up in it, and that's the point of the quotas. And so really ensuring that those quotas are in the right place is important, including for businesses like Walsall wheelbarrows. I've slightly lost count of the number of wheelbarrows I've got, but I'll be sure the next one I buy is from Walsall.
Adam Dance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. From Yeovil's cutting-edge defence manufacturers to Formwood Forge, which makes handcrafted tools in Hinton St George, businesses across my constituency need steel that is currently not produced here. A 50% tariff would be disastrous, so will the Minister commit to attempts for specialised steel grades that are not made in this country at the scale and spec needed for businesses in Yeovil?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. So yes, he and I have engaged significantly around the industrial base in Yeovil. I know how important it is to his local community. It comes back to this point, I think, about steels that are or could be made in the UK, and the issue primarily that he's raising and so many other people have raised is around the speciality steels plant. Now, I'm aware that at the point that we designed the trade measures, we were anticipating a very quick move into new ownership, and that has taken somewhat longer, probably about 7 months longer than we'd anticipated. And so I am aware of that and the concern that that is causing businesses, but what I am unapologetic about is that we will ensure that we create the right market conditions so that the production of speciality steels in the UK is a viable business proposition.
Thank you. Could I say to the Minister, first of all, it's absolutely right in principle that the government tries to defend the steelmaking sector, particularly Liberty at Stocksbridge and Rotherham. Absolutely right. The question is the downside implications for smaller firms, particularly manufacturing firms, like Ansell Hand Tools, Special Steel Group, Crown Hand Tools in my constituency. All have raised concerns that they can't buy precisely the steel they need or in the quantities they need from British manufacturers. That's the challenge that's faced. I know the Minister was doing a lot of work on this. Could he say how he will leave a channel open for further concerns to be raised by one of these companies if the further measures he's taking don't address their particular grievances?
Can I ask the Minister to keep his responses short and backbenchers to keep their questions on point as well? Minister.
I will endeavour to do so, Madam Deputy Speaker. What I would say to him is I will do exactly what I've done since the day these draft measures was announced. which is engage with colleagues across the House and all businesses. And I hope colleagues across the House will feel that I have endeavoured to do this. We've had cross-party discussions. I've had many meetings with businesses, with trade associations and with individual colleagues, and I'm determined to continue to do that.
Tom Tuckenett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very grateful. The real rise in the problem with steel is due to the energy price, the input price. Has he had any real challenging conversations with his Secretary of State colleague? And would he look at exemptions for the defence industry as well, as he knows the new Defence Secretary is now trying to balance a very difficult budget? I'm sure he'd be happy to do what he can to help.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank him for making that link to defence. I know he cares about it very deeply, and I think we all do, and that hasn't really come out up to now. On energy, we increased the supercharger rebate from 60% to 90%, as you'll know, and also the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme is coming into force from next year, but will be refunded for this year as well, and that will affect many of the downstream businesses. But really the crucial point about defence is, I believe we need to have the capability to make aerospace deals in the UK. I'm sure he does too, and our measures are designed to ensure that happens.
Dame Neil Griffith.
Speaker, the imposition of tariffs on black-painted steel band and zinc-painted steel band, products which are not manufactured in the UK and are therefore imported from the EU, and the scrabble for quota at the beginning of the year will increase costs for our steel producers and seriously impact on the cash flow of importers. So will the Minister do everything he can to look at these tariffs again and make sure that these particular tariffs and quotas do not go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The issue that she raises, and I know she's raised with me previously, is, I think, primarily related to the Category 4 product. We heard, of course, of the importance of that in Llanwern from my colleague earlier, but I'm very concerned about Category 4. That is one of the areas I'm looking at.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Northern Ireland manufacturers, indeed metal traders, who rely on those specialist grades, including stainless steel box section, are already impacted by EU tariffs, so the additional tariffs being put on by this government will have an adverse effect on those manufacturing sections in Northern Ireland. What consideration will the government give to them?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I think he puts his finger on exactly the point that the government is dealing with at the moment, which is the interaction between our own measures, our own market, the EU measures, the EU market, and the market access that we can negotiate between the two. That's precisely the point, and unfortunately that's the particular issue that's causing uncertainty for businesses such as the one that he mentioned.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister mentions the negotiations with the European Union. The elephant in the room here is we wouldn't be in this position if we hadn't left the European Union on the terms negotiated by the previous government, which has left us isolated and vulnerable to these kind of trade wars. Now, the British Chamber of Commerce say this is a self-inflicted damage to our economy, given the sectors that rely on heavily imported steel. What lessons is he taking from this in his conversations with his colleagues negotiating our future relationship with the European Union about how we don't just need to sort out things like the carbon border emission, but a sector-by-sector deal to help our British businesses in the future?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm afraid I'm sort of the ultimate pragmatist. I kind of think I wouldn't have wanted to start here, but starting here, I'm determined to do the best that we can.
No, Shaftesbury Hurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister is quite right to point to the uncertainty that businesses are facing, and my constituents and businesses in Solihull West and Shirley are repeating that message to me on regular occasions. The Minister has indicated that there may be a chance that some of the tariffs or the categorisations will be changed. Can he guarantee to come to the House and make a statement as soon as that is announced?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, as soon as the measures are finalised, then the Minister of Trade will want to report them to the House in the usual way.
Paul Wall.
Speaker. I hosted a meeting this week between DBT officials and Hanson Springs, a brilliant family manufacturing business in my constituency who export across the world their specialised products that are made from steel. Can I thank the Minister for his personal interest in their case, and also can I urge him to make sure everything this government does, particularly in those negotiations with the EU, do not harm brilliant British businesses like Hanson Springs?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd really like to thank him and the Hanson Springs for their interaction with my officials. This particular issue of 13 or maybe 14-metre lengths of rod I know is a problem for him, and I can assure him that in all of our negotiations, whether it's with the EU, India, Turkey, the US, this government is putting British industry first.
Deputy Speaker, the Minister says the government is listening and hearing the concerns of businesses. Could I be so brazen to say that we need action, and we need it urgently given the timescale of these changes? These changes will cripple steel using businesses in my constituency across the manufacturing, construction and infrastructure sector. who have no domestic steelmaking industry in Northern Ireland to rely on. Will he meet with businesses from Northern Ireland urgently to discuss the devastating impact this will have?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very happy to meet with businesses in Northern Ireland, as I have with businesses from across the whole of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is an issue that's raised a lot of concerns in my constituency and across the Black Country, and been working closely with my colleagues in Sandwell in particular. We've had many meetings with companies locally and communication with the member for Tipton, Wensbury and West Bromwich. Hadley Industries is a large employer, and the impact on them, it means that they're already looking at downscaling in terms of employees. Target Housewares in my constituency, another large employer, is a significant manufacturer of pots, pans and bakeware. One of the largest manufacturers in the UK, supplying most of our superstores and exporting. Yet steel suitable for kitchenware is not manufactured in the UK, significant quantity and a competitive price. What advice would you give them when they're facing a 60%?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm familiar with the issue of kitchenware, and I think it's incredibly similar to some of the other issues that were raised. If the particular steel falls inside a tariff area, not because it's made or could be made in the UK, but because it's grouped in that way as part of the trade measures, the quota is designed to resolve that. If the business in question feels there is a problem with setting the quota, please write to me, or the business could come and meet my officials.
I would suggest if you have a long question, just cross most of it out. Rebecca Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on Monday, my honourable friend, the member for West Worcestershire, asked the Defence Minister and the member for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport about the impact of these new steel tariffs on the Defence Investment Plan. Now, his answer was not particularly clear, which surprised me, considering the strong representations he and I will both have had from the Plymouth Manufacturing Group. So I asked the Minister what conversations has he and his colleagues had with the Ministry of Defence about the impact of tariffs on the DIP, and will he agree to meet with me in the Plymouth Manufacturing Group?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Very happy to meet with her and representatives of businesses in her area. As Minister for Industry, it is my responsibility to ensure we have adequate productive capacity to defend the nation. In that respect, these steel measures will provide the steel that we need for defence.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his personal engagement on this, and he knows that time is of the essence. I've already got businesses saying to me that they are cancelling orders, that there's uncertainty because of these quotas and tariffs. I can't understand why we would put tariffs on our own British businesses where they can't get the size and grade of steel that they need. And that includes non-speciality steel, category 1 and 7. Will he put in place tariff exemptions where there is no ability to be able to buy British?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. He mentions category 1. There are issues with category 1, and I am looking at that. This issue of uncertainty, as I mentioned before, there are some issues. It's unfortunate, but he will understand why that uncertainty is there. But one thing I would say to him is, I am aware from some businesses who've come to me who have been told by their stockholder that all of their steels will be subject to a tariff, when that is not always the case. Now, perhaps generously I can say perhaps the stockholder also is suffering some uncertainty and wanting to protect their own business. But I'll ask them to look very, very carefully at the codes, and if they need some help with that, my officials stand ready to support them.
Joshua Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firms like Hewland Engineering and Maidenhead face a 50% tariff on their specialist steel when there is no approved British supplier to make the grades they need. That's not a steel strategy, but is a tax on British manufacturing. I know the Minister understands their concerns. So will he go further than just understanding their concerns and actually exempt those categories where there is no realistic British manufacturing or supply?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I can go further than understanding and offer some practical advice, if that's helpful. So the first thing to check is whether the steels that are mentioned, as he says, are made or could be made in the UK. The could be made is important. He's shaking his head. So we assume that they're not, but they're caught in a category group simply because the groups themselves are so broad. They might represent a small part of that group. That's the purpose of the quota. If they feel the quota is too small for their needs and other businesses in their sector, that's where they must urgently get in touch with me to raise that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I have met with local manufacturers in Huddersfield who have raised real concerns with me, particularly around the unintended consequences of this policy, the lack of a level playing field for raw materials and finished imports, supply uncertainty, and some already seeing cost inflation in key steel outputs. So can the Minister please look at all these matters again, particularly issues around categories 14 and 27 have also been raised with me, and we must communicate better with our local companies as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. So yes, she mentions issues of categories 14 and 27. The businesses could share that with me, that would be fine. She says we must communicate better. I am determined to communicate absolutely as much as possible. So please do get our businesses to get in touch with me and my officials, and we'll take that into account with all of the other businesses we've talked to. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, but that's exactly what I did on behalf of my constituent Paul Kinchington. I wrote to the Secretary of State about his specialist steel that he uses, and I haven't had a reply. And why can't the Minister say today that he is going to exempt, until we are producing this steel ourselves, exempt from these tariffs all the steel that is not currently made in this country? It must be simple to do that.
You would imagine if it was simple, we would do it. Of course, it isn't that simple. And the reason that it isn't that simple is because, as I've described, the category groupings for steels are much broader than individual grades. So there are sort of 20-odd categories covering a whole range of grades. And that's why the quota size is particularly important. And so if there are issues with the quota, then we must deal with that. Now, I apologise on behalf of the Secretary of State. He's not had a reply to the letter. I can assure him I will get my officials to look into that immediately.
Liam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency, Extreme Stainless build exhaust systems, and they'd always want to buy British steel. They believe it's better made, and they want to back British jobs and manufacturing. But he's watching firms get around the tariffs by sending finished, or will send finished products to the UK, which will undermine British manufacturers like himself. So could the Minister please tell me what the government is doing to close this gap so tariffs protect the whole supply chain, not just the first step of it?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So the issue there, I think, is around the category 14, where, of course, we do want to protect the stainless production we have in the UK, and I'm not particularly familiar with, a little bit familiar with the exhaust systems manufacturing, but it's largely flat stainless, which we don't make here. So the issue there then is about the quota, as I mentioned, and making sure we have sufficient quota for that business so that they don't then need to pay the tariff. If she hasn't done so already, if she could share that with me, I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
I'm going to let my colleagues into a secret. I cannot read their minds, so that they're not continuously bobbing. I do not know if they're uninterested or if they are to be called. Anne Davies.
Madam Dirprwy Llafarydd. Can I just look at jobs? So you've answered a lot of questions today about tariffs, and I appreciate that. But a lot of my constituents work in Trostre, which is in my right honourable friend's constituency in Llanelli. And we've talked a lot about the 2.5 billion steel fund, and nearly 2 years later, sites like Trostre are still waiting, with no commitments, no timelines, no certainty on investment. And no answers were either found in the steel strategy, which was published in March. So can the Minister give me a straight answer today? When will Welsh steel sites see investment from the steel fund?
I can indeed give a straight answer. Welsh steel sites will see money from the Steel Fund when the businesses that own them make a successful application for the money. There's £1 billion of that fund is sat currently in the National Wealth Fund awaiting such proposals. It's Tata Steel in particular relating to Trostre. I can't say whether there is a particular project under consideration for Trostre, but I do know that Tata are bringing forward ideas for that. So maybe if she would like to talk to the colleagues at Trostre and Tata Steel, they may well be able to share any ideas with her.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for meeting with me recently about my two brilliant downstream steel-making companies in Monmouthshire, CMF and Stappert. Can I ask him to look at their cases again? And also, if he's meeting with my neighbour at Llanwern, perhaps he could pop and see these two companies so he can listen and consult with them and hear exactly what their issues are.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't think I have a visit to Llanwern in the diary perhaps soon enough for that. But I'm certainly happy to take another look, and if there is an opportunity to have a discussion, or for my officials perhaps to have a discussion with the businesses, I'd be very happy to set that up.
Deputy Speaker, I recently met with Littlewood Fencing in my constituency that makes specialist fencing for secure and sensitive locations, and they are facing crippling increases in costs. It might be noble to try and save jobs in the steel industry, but if jobs are lost in other parts of our economy, then you're not really achieving anything. And that is all about the rate of change that the government is seeking to introduce. It's clear from so many members in the House that rate of change as currently proposed is not right. So the Minister rethink and, if necessary, pause and ensure that we don't lose jobs in constituencies like mine to save jobs in other parts of the country.
I think he's put his finger on exactly the issue we're all grappling with here, which is about how we manage this transition, essentially. I do recognise the importance of the business in his constituency producing secure fencing. There is a supply chain in the UK that could support that, leading from British Steel through the wire drawers. But he's right, it is really about the transition and managing that. But unfortunately, we have this hard stop at the end of this month, and we need to put something in place beyond that and manage that over the course of the next few years. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor.
Deputy Speaker, FMC and Dynamic Metals, both in my constituency, have no alternative but to import specialist steel, as if it's not made in Britain, they can't buy in Britain. What message does he have for those businesses in my constituency, and will he look at changing HS codes so that customs can differentiate better between generic and specialist steels?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think she, again, puts her finger on a particular problem, which is this grouping together of various steels in the measures. I do recognise that that's an issue. That, as I've mentioned before, that is really where the quota is designed to solve the problem. So again, if she could share the issue with my officials, I'd appreciate that. What is particularly helpful is tonnage, grade, product specification. If she could share those details, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Wendy Chamberlain.
I've met with constituents who are severely impacted by what is being proposed in agriculture, where they don't want to put additional costs onto farmers who are already struggling. In one of his earlier answers, the Minister said that the overall strategy of trying to increase steel production is progressing more slowly than he would like. I think he said 7 months. How long does he actually think these changes are going to be in place for?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I think there are two things there. So our steel strategy said that we had an ambition to increase domestic steel production from 30% to 50% of market share. And then I also mentioned that the speciality steel sale had been delayed by a few months. But the speciality steels component of the UK steel market is not the largest part. So there's about 1 million tonnes of capacity there, about 3 million each from British Steel and Port Talbot. So I realise we're talking about different grades, but in answer to the specific question, the overall capacity issue is very much about those two larger companies.
Chris Blow.
Deputy Speaker, I fully support the need to buy British, but companies such as Spring Masters, KM Products and Accurate Laser Cutting Limited, all based in Redditch, cannot source the grade and size of steel required for its machines entirely from the UK. In fact, most comes from the EU. Will the Minister meet me and my representatives from my local businesses to hear their suggestions how the government can protect local businesses but also meet the good intentions of this government to support British steel?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am aware of the challenges for Spring Steel's businesses. Spring Steels are an incredibly difficult to produce and high quality, high value steel. Clearly, they're within the capability of specialty steels, but the business isn't operating. So I think, given the number of requests for meetings, we might do a roundtable or something similar, but there'll certainly be an opportunity for him to speak to officials, or perhaps we can get together with the Minister for Trade or something similar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Prototype productions in Long Crendon, Gibbs Gears in Stoke Mandeville, Aircraft Materials in Stokenchurch, all businesses in my constituency who categorically rely on grades of steel not made here in the United Kingdom. We've heard countless examples around the chamber of other businesses in other parts of the country. I've heard the Minister say, if there is a problem with quotas. I would put it to him that there quite clearly is a problem with quotas, and as we approach this cliff edge, I urge him, as so many others have, to stop, pause and ensure that we get this right, or jobs will be lost.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. So he talks of tool steels, and as I said, this is about steels that are made or could be made in the UK. Clearly, for the steel businesses to be profitable, we need to... Yes, well, could be made is actually quite important, because the speciality steels business was unable to compete compared with subsidised steel coming in from China. If the opposition say they want our steel strategy set by the Chinese government, then that's why our steel industry is in the position that it is in. I am sympathetic to the calls from UK businesses to manage the transition. I am trying to do that, but understandably, I do not believe that our steel strategy should be set by the Chinese government.
Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, although I don't sound quite like the distinguished minister, I did in fact grow up in Teesside in sight of the mighty Redcar Works, which closed in 2015 with the loss of 2,000 jobs. The party opposite didn't stop this. So does the minister agree with me that finally we have a government acting to protect our steel industry?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As he knows, I very much have an emotional attachment to that plant, having worked there myself. And he's right. Contrast that with the steel nationalisation bill we're passing, opposed every step of the way by the opposition. The action we're taking on speciality steels, when that plant he refers to closed, I was in the business of looking for a buyer, and I was told by the Conservative government, you've got 10 days. 10 days. We've given months of support to speciality steels, and we're determined to see that process through.
Correct.
Speaking North Norfolk businesses, including PSS in North Walsham, have written to me to share their concerns about these tariffs. One thing that's been raised is that there are tariffs on raw materials, but not on the import of finished and machined products. This creates a bit of a perverse incentive to move manufacturing abroad, only to be able to then re-import it and undercut British manufacturers. Has the Minister considered this unintended consequence, which could harm businesses in North Norfolk and elsewhere?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, I am concerned about that. As I mentioned, these measures are primarily around supporting the production of steel in the UK. Many businesses, I don't know if it's specific for that business, but many businesses we've heard of course, they rely on supply from the EU, and that's where our linking discussions essentially with the EU are so critical here.
Kit Malthouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While I'm grateful for the Minister's engagement, I think both he and the House are learning the dangerous domino effect that begins when you start mucking about with tariffs. And I find it unbelievable that I'm placed in a position, as somebody who believes in free trade, that I would urge him to consider consequential tariffs on fabricated products that will compete with businesses in my constituency in a desperate attempt to hold on to at least domestic markets, given that international markets will evaporate. But my question is this. He said that he's going to review whatever emerges at the end of this process in 12 months. But the impact is going to be immediate. So could he please review it at 1 month?
He's quite right, there is a 12-month review. I'd like to thank him for his engagement, particularly with Stanley Stairlift, but also the further suggestions he's made about how we might manage the transition that he made to me privately, and I want to reassure him that I'm looking very carefully at those ideas that he raised. I think, just to be clear about this, I think everyone in this House believes in free and fair trade. We'd all wish we lived in a world where there weren't tariffs. UK Steel has, of course, welcomed these measures, but they've said that they would prefer there weren't tariffs as well. Unfortunately, it's the product of the world that we are in. And so, I don't think it is mucking about with tariffs. I think it's essentially responding to the global trading situation and trying to ensure that we have a strategy that means that we have a viable UK industry.
Sir John Whittingdale, and after hearing the answer, may wish to get into the private member's bill queue. Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister state what assessment he has made of the grades of steel that are simply not produced in this country? And what is his message to companies like C&M Precision Limited in my constituency, and all the ones that have been mentioned this afternoon, who face an immediate increase in their costs because they have absolutely no alternative except to import their steel?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So yes, the government's done a very detailed assessment of the steels that aren't made and couldn't be made in the UK. Unfortunately, because of the way the categorisations are set, some of those steel grades are then swept up in a tariff measure along with other steels that are made in the UK. And the quotas are particularly designed to deal with that. So really it's about getting that quota level right, and that's very much part of the discussions that we've been having today. But I do understand this point.
Madam Deputy Speaker, for Northern Ireland there's both a key sovereignty question and a key economic question here. Because of the iniquity of us being subject to EU law, we are already under EU tariffs when it comes to steel imports and quotas, and paying 25% once you cross the quota. So going forward, simple question, can the Minister assure my steel importers that it will be the writ of the United Kingdom which will govern their imports and not the writ of the foreign EU?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the trade arrangements for Northern Ireland for steel will be the same as they are for anything else. But I've already committed to meeting businesses in Northern Ireland. If he has businesses who would like to join that meeting, they will be most welcome to join from my perspective.
Thank
you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've talked about businesses being affected, large and small, but my constituent Joe, who's a sales director in an SME that is likely to be affected, is deeply concerned about his livelihood. So I've got a very simple question for the Minister. If he's taken on board industry feedback, will he publish detailed information on safeguard quota allocations and anticipated utilisation rates before these measures come into place on the 1st of July?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think he's absolutely right to bring this conversation back to the people who are involved in the industry. We've had lots of conversation about steel and quotas and so on, but this is very much about people and also steel communities and communities such as in the Black Country where there are lots of downstream users. Of course, the government will publish the details as soon as they are available, but as I said, this is very much dependent on our concurrent negotiations with the European Union.
Speaker, a specialist manufacturer in my constituency employs 26 people designing and fabricating foundation tooling systems used in piling and construction across the country. None of the steel they need can be sourced in the UK. So can the Secretary of State explain how a policy that taxes raw materials but exempts the fabricated products imports does anything other than make British fabricators less competitive than international rivals?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So it's exactly the point that I referred to earlier. Maybe he could share it with the company concerned. If they have a steel that isn't made or couldn't be made in the UK, but it's been swept up because it's part of this larger product categorisation, then really the feedback we need is around the level of quota as in relation to the tonnage that they would normally purchase. I imagine if they're involved in piling, the tonnage could be quite high. So if they could just share that with me, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister has repeatedly referred to steel that could be made in the UK, but these tariffs come in 2 weeks, so that is no use to the manufacturers I've spoken to in North West Norfolk, where grade, specification and volumes are simply not available. So why is the government failing to recognise this and guarantee that tariffs will not apply where people not get that steel in the UK?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Maybe I could just address this point about could be made, which I think is at the nub of what he's saying. So this issue here is where we have latent capacity in the UK. So some of that could be made as an existing steel plant that could stretch its product range, but that's not the primary concern for me. It's about latent capacity where we have steel capabilities in the UK that are not operating due to unfair competition from overseas. So fundamentally, we have to make a decision to correct a market failure to ensure that those businesses are investable for the private sector, profitable, can operate and can deliver those products into the market.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his answers? The Minister is aware that Northern Ireland operates a dual market economy, relying on the same supply base in GB and the Republic of Ireland for structural steel sections. GB buyers are aggressively competing for the same limited pool of steel, making steel sourced from the GB or imported directly from Northern Ireland substantially more expensive. So how can the Minister ensure that Northern Ireland has access to safe and affordable steel when the odds are clearly stacked against us?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to reassure him that I am concerned about the issue in Northern Ireland. In fact, I had a discussion about this with Shaw Brothers just this morning. I know it's a business that's, of which he's a strong advocate in this House, and I am taking careful consideration of the impact on Northern Ireland.
That is the end of the urgent question on steel tariffs. If the front benches wish to shuffle over as we prepare for the presentation of bills. If people are exiting, they should exit quickly. Presentation of bills. Sir Desmond Swain.
Infants, Parents and Carers Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of September, ma'am.
Friday the 4th of September. Presentation of Bill Lauren Edwards.
Terminally ill adults, end of life bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 11th of September.
Friday the 11th of September. Presentation of Bill Mike Wood.
Heritage Public Houses Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 16th of October.
Friday the 16th of October. Presentation of Bill Andrew George.
Homes and Planning Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 13th of November.
Friday the 13th of November. Presentation of Bill Dr. Luke Evans.
First Cousins Prohibited Relationships Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 15th of January 2027.
Friday the 15th of January 2027. Presentation of Bill Sir John Whittingdale.
Strategic Litigation Against Public Participation Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, the 27th of November.
Friday the 27th of November. Presentation of Bill Jessica Toll.
Domestic Abuse Protection Orders Amendment Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of December.
Friday the 4th of December. Presentation of Bill Dr Neil Shastri Hurst.
Emergency and Life-Saving Skills Schools Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 16th of October.
Friday the 16th of October. Presentation of Bill Gareth Snell.
Ceramics Country of Origin Marking Bill.
Not unsurprising. Second reading what day?
Friday the 27th of November.
Friday the 27th of November. Presentation of Bill Lewis Cocking on behalf of Lincoln Job.
Northern Ireland Troubles Criminal Investigations etc. Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of September.
Friday the 4th of September. Presentation of Bill Patricia Ferguson.
Fireworks Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of December.
Friday the 4th of December. Presentation of Bill Robert Jenrick.
Group-based child sexual offences Mandatory Life Sentences Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 29th of January.
Friday the 29th of January. Presentation of Bill Damien Hines.
Automated Online Software Access and Transparency Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 16th of October.
Friday the 16th of October. Presentation of Bill Alistair Strathern.
Relationships and Sex Education Further Education Sector Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of December.
Friday the 4th of December. Presentation of Bill Clive Jones.
Cancer Reporting and Strategy Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 13th of November.
Friday the 13th of November.
Thank you.
Presentation of Bill Victoria Atkins.
Planning Solar Power Generation Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 15th of January.
Friday the 15th of January. Presentation of Bill Munira Wilson.
Childlike Sexual Abuse Dolls Offences Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of September.
Friday the 4th of September. Presentation of Bill Steph Ackroyd.
Coastal Communities Health Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 13th of November.
Friday the 13th of November. Presentation of Bill Mr Paul Foster.
Hospice Funding Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 27th of November.
Friday the 27th of November. Finally, presentation of Bill David Pinto-Jasinski.
Work Experience Schools Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 4th of December.
Friday the 4th of December. Marvellous. We now move on to the main business of the day. We come to the allocation of time. Motion, Minister to move. Oh, if colleagues are exiting, can they do so very quickly? The question is as on the order paper. You wish to contribute? Go ahead, Elizabeth Kearns.
Let me be clear from the very outset. We support this bill and we want it on the statute book.
but we cannot support the manner in which the government supports to pass it. This motion makes a permanent change to the criminal law of our country, and it was laid only late Tuesday, and they seek to drive through every single stage in one afternoon. The months of debate this bill should have had are gone. The line-by-line scrutiny, the votes and amendments at committee stage have all been taken away. So the first test of this law will be in a courtroom where it may well collapse. The case for these powers was made well over a year ago. The House does not exist to wave through legislation. We exist to test it and to find the weaknesses before our enemies do. A motion that forbids us that duty does not strengthen the bill, it imperils it. And so, with regret, we seek to divide the House.
If there are there any further contributions? Secretary of State, do you wish to contribute? Secretary of State, Siobhan Lammy.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will be brief in my remarks. Let me say I regret the approach taken by the official opposition. They know full well that this is a very tightly constructed bill that takes forward a specific set of recommendations made by the independent reviewer of terrorism and state threats legislation. It will be fully scrutinised by this House and the other place. And the reason for moving quickly, as she well knows, is because we do need this wider power to designate bodies, and we will debate this in due course so that we can move quickly given the threats the country faces. The need for speed, I believe, is made out by recent events, and I think the government is doing the right thing. I do ask her to think again, but of course if we must divide, then so be it. But she should. I would have expected better from someone with her experience. I won't give him the time.
If there are no further contributions, Sir Jeremy Wright.
Deputy Speaker, I'm bound to say the Home Secretary, for whom I have huge respect, is wrong to suggest that she can't take interventions because of the lack of time. She has decided there is a lack of time. But I want to make one simple point to her, which is this, and my right honourable friend from the front bench adverted to it. Jonathan Hall, KC, produced an excellent report, most of which we will all agree with. But he did that in May of last year. So the Home Secretary can't have this both ways. Either this is a desperately urgent matter, in which case the government should have brought forward legislation long before now, or it is not, in which case we should have longer than a day to consider it, should we not?
Right. Now I must now put the question. The question is, as on the order paper, as many that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Petition, clear the lobby. The question is, as on the order paper, as made that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us with the ayes are Tommy and Claire Hughes, and tell us with the noes are James Wilder and Rebecca Smith. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 233. The noes to the left, 94.
The ayes to the right, 233. The noes to the left, 94. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
National Security, State Threats Bill, second reading.
Now,
Minister Secretary of State to move second reading. Secretary of State Shabbat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill be read a second time. Madam Deputy Speaker, the first responsibility of a state is to protect its citizens. The security of our nation is the basis upon which our democracy, our prosperity and our way of life depend. If a state cannot guarantee the safety of its people, every other promise it makes rings hollow. Today we debate a relatively short bill, but its brevity should not be mistaken for unimportance. This bill is essential to meeting the sacred responsibility of protecting this country and our fellow citizens. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill comes at a time when the need is great. We live in an increasingly dangerous world, one in which many of our old assumptions no longer hold. The boundaries between war and peace have blurred. The tactics employed by hostile actors have become more sophisticated, more deniable, and more insidious, and the threat has grown in scale. The Director General of MI5 recently revealed that the number of individuals under investigation for state threat activity had grown by more than a third in the space of a year. After many years in which the security service was focused overwhelmingly on counter-terror work, it must now also respond to threats from foreign powers that are greater in number than at any time in a generation. The nature of the threats posed by foreign powers will be known by many in this House. We have seen physical threats against individuals and property. We've witnessed attempts to interfere in and influence our democracy. And we have experienced cyber attacks targeting both the state and the private sector, which disrupt critical infrastructure and compromise sensitive data. The source of these state threats has predominantly, although not exclusively, come from three countries: Russia, China, and Iran. I should emphasise that the threats from each present differently, both in scope and nature, and I will take each in turn. The Russian state, as we know all too well, is responsible for deaths on British soil. What began with the murder of Alexander Litvinenko was repeated in Salisbury with the attempted assassination of Sergei Skripal. The Russian state's wanton disregard for human life was evident in the risk they were happy to pose to British citizens, and this led tragically to the death of Dawn Sturgis, an innocent British woman killed by the Russian state. Putin's Russia has also sought to influence our politics, demonstrated by the guilty plea by Nathan Gill, Reform's former leader in Wales, who accepted bribes for peddling pro-Kremlin narratives. Russia is also a prolific and malevolent force in cyberspace. And this includes the recent targeting of politicians, journalists, universities and civil society organisations, which was disrupted by our security services in December of 2025, resulting in the sanctioning of 8 Russian cyber intelligence officers. Madam Deputy Speaker, as you know, our approach to China is nuanced. We will cooperate where we can and challenge where we must. There are areas on which we will engage with China, and this includes the economy, the environment, and indeed on certain shared security challenges. Choosing not to engage with China is no choice at all. However, national security is the first duty of government, and China poses real national security threats to the United Kingdom. We've seen cyber attacks, foreign interference, and espionage targeted at our institutions. And just days ago, MI5 and fellow members of the Five Eyes issued an alert warning of the threat posed by China's military intelligence services. The Hong Kong police force has also encouraged transnational repression on our soil against a community to whom we are proud to have given sanctuary. I'll give way.
Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I commend the Minister for what she's bringing forward? And one of the things that concerns me on behalf of my constituents, those of Chinese descent who still have families living in Hong Kong and in China, who are still subjected, their families are still subjected to persecution, to human rights issues. The pursuit of my constituents by Chinese officials in Belfast, in Northern Ireland, has to be stopped. What can the Minister do through this legislation to ensure that those Chinese officials who are clandestinely or whatever way it may be pursuing my constituents who are law-abiding citizens just because they happen to be Chinese and just because they happen to have relatives in Hong Kong?
Let me say to the honourable gentleman that both the National Security Act of 2023 and also the measures that we are debating today will ensure that we have the strongest suite of measures available to us to take action against those who come after people on our soil, dissidents from other regimes and people to whom we have given sanctuary, and transnational repression will be caught by the measures in this bill. I will give way.
I'm grateful for the Home Secretary giving way. She will know this is, I think, the 5th or 6th national security-related bill in the last few years, the most bills we've seen in any parliament on national security issues. She will also know that the UK intelligence community have more powers as a result of these bills, also bigger budgets and more responsibilities than ever before. I would like to commend their distinguished service, all of those that serve in our agency. But I do have a concern that there are parts of government that are currently not covered by some aspects of the oversight of our intelligence community by the Intelligence and Security Committee, and I commend the excellent members of that committee. I'm a former member, so I can commend them, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the House today. But it is absolutely vital that the intelligence services do have independent oversight, and unfortunately the legislation that oversees the ISC is 30 years old and 10 years old. So we're having all these national security bills, but we do not have commensurate bills to improve oversight and accountability of our intelligence agencies. It needs to change because we cannot have a situation where there is an echo chamber within the UK intelligence community. There needs to be parliamentary oversight with the power of sanction, summons, and sanction. Summons and sanction. At the moment, there is no power.
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me first say, let me associate myself with the remarks that he made in tribute to the excellent work and the service of all of those in our United Kingdom intelligence community, whichever part that they serve, and indeed all those who serve and put their lives at risk in order to keep the rest of us safe. Let me also pay tribute to the tremendous work done by the Intelligence and Security Committee as one of this House's most august committees, providing vital scrutiny of our legal frameworks in this important area. I have to say to him, I personally, as somebody who signs warrants every day that are subject to both a Secretary of State decision and also a judicial decision as well, I do think that we do provide a legal framework that is sufficiently robust to provide oversight, but without getting into the operational choices that must be made. But of course, these matters are always kept under review, and let me tell him I take that review seriously, and if there are proposals that he wishes to make, I'll be happy to discuss those with him. Honourable Lady first.
If you don't mind, Mr. Corbyn, if you could be seated for a moment. Go ahead. No, what? Go.
Many thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to the Secretary of State for giving way. On oversight, will the Secretary of State be confirming that the addition of 33G to the National Security Act under Clause 3 is not intended to limit access to justice or prevent further challenges through the courts to future decisions under human rights principles? That would seem to be something her government would not want to bequeath to potential future governments who might misuse this legislation.
Secretary of State.
I have to say to the Honourable Lady, I don't agree with her construction of the section that she refers to. I'm sure we can pick up when we do line-by-line scrutiny at committee stage. But of course, nothing that the bill is intended to be read alongside all of our other international and human rights legislations, and the bill is compliant with what is required of us, both with our human rights obligations here domestically in the UK and also our international obligations as well. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving way. This bill gives considerably more powers to her in the government and therefore greater executive power. And in response to the earlier interventions, is she not concerned that by this much greater power being taken by the executive and by the branch of the executive, there isn't a commensurate increase in the accountability of those bodies to Parliament on deciding what organisations are going to be sanctioned in the future, who is going to be sanctioned in the future, and what is the system for making those decisions. We've been through this process many times before, going right back to the 1970s on Prevention of Terrorism Act. Does she not feel there is this danger we're moving too far away from parliamentary and public accountability for what are very important decisions of denying the liberty to various individuals who have difficulty in challenging that legally?
Well, I disagree with the Honourable Gentleman almost entirely. Let me say to him, the Executive has a responsibility to protect and maintain this country's national security, and we do have to move when we can see that hostile actors are employing new methods in order to put our people and our interests at risk. We have seen an increase in hostile activity from those that are not directly related to foreign powers but have a relationship with them. That is why we're bringing forward the designated body condition in this bill. It rather sounds as if he sort of questions the basis for us having counter-terror or indeed now this legislation at all, and I do disagree with him on that. I think we have a suitable legal framework both under the Terrorism Act of 2000 and also this new bill as well to deal with all of the threats that this country faces, including those that are emerging as new ways for people to put our citizens at risk. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll make a little more progress with my speech. Let me turn to the threat posed by Iran. We are, of course, debating this bill in the shadow of a recent surge in hostile activity by the Iranian state. In just a single year, MI5 has tracked and disrupted over 20 potentially lethal Iranian plots. These have targeted dissidents, media organisations and critics of the Iranian regime, as well as posing a real and enduring threat to our Jewish community here at home. I will.
Grateful for the Honourable Lady giving way. She's spoken already very powerfully about the attack on politicians and the Prime Minister's home was attacked. One of the points she hasn't raised, but I hope she will come to, is the nature of the media engagement that then follows it, the lies and distortions that have been used to suggest all number of different abuses by the Prime Minister, all of them false, when this is simply a Russian-paid attack on his home. Would she also agree with me that it's not just Russia that's doing this? Press TV, and anybody who's taken money from Press TV, has been an active participant in the kind of hate-filled propaganda that we see spreading online and off in our country, encouraging the murder and attacks on Jewish people, but also actually attacks on our entire democracy.
Let me say, the Honourable Gentleman is right. I think it's incumbent that all of us reflect as parliamentarians about the sorts of organisations that we might, platforms that we might appear on, what those platforms are seeking to do. There will always be a balance to be struck by freedom of speech and also other activities, but where those activities fall foul of the law, whether that is the provisions of this bill, whether that's the National Security Act or indeed any other part of our criminal legislation framework, then they will be pursued with the full force of the law. Let me just say to him on the issue in relation to the attacks on the Prime Minister's home, just as a matter of factually recording what happened as part of the criminal justice system, it was not a part of the prosecution's case that there was any additional direction of that activity. It was not part of the evidence, and I wouldn't want to let that stand without at least making that clear in terms of the prosecution case. I'll give way.
I'm extremely grateful, Home Secretary. As she knows, I'm an admirer of hers, and we tend to agree about much. We certainly agree about the threat posed by Iran.
There's so few of them on that.
And she will be familiar with the report produced by the ISC, which I'm pleased to be a member. I'm basking in the glory of the compliments the ISC has already received. That report said Iran poses a wide-ranging, persistent, unpredictable threat to the UK nationals and UK interests. Iran has a high appetite for risk and conducting offensive activity, and this is the critical point, its intelligence services are ferociously well-resourced, with significant areas of asymmetric strength. Iran is a particular threat, and she will well understand the way it uses its intelligence services is entirely different to the way we see our intelligence services in this country. Will she, I'm no doubt she's mindful of this in relation to this bill. I saw this bill quite closely associated with how we deal with Iran. Will she come on that? And with your indulgence, just one further sentence, if I might, Mr. Speaker. One of the ways of dealing with the oversight that the Honourable for Islington and the Rukin have raised would be where proscription is considered, for the ISC to be pre-briefed by the Minister, not to have to play catch-up afterwards.
Let me say, firstly, to the Honourable Gentleman, let me thank him for his contribution. The bill, of course, today seeks to create the legal framework by which designations in the future will be made. Let me assure him that I will be seeking, with the bill being approved by Parliament, we hope, very quickly, to be moving forward with designations as quickly as possible to deal with some of those threats that I am discussing with the House today. I hope you'll also see the fact that I have spent some time considering the different nature of the threat posed by these three states in particular shows that we are very alive to the ways in which they use their unique positions in order to pose a threat to us here in the United Kingdom. And he is right on the way in which Iran operates. It is different to how Russia and China operate, and therefore the government has to be alive to the different types of risks posed by these three countries in particular, because at the moment they account for a large proportion of the hostile activities that are monitored by our security services. But of course they're not exclusive to just these three countries as well. Let me say to him, I just repeat my starting position on matters of oversight. I do think that our current framework is robust and has stood the test of time. Of course, things change. We would review that all the time anyway. And I repeat a general offer. I suspect I'm making it now to the whole of the ISC, given how well represented they are in this debate thus far. But look, I'm very happy to have a conversation to pick up any concerns that members of the ISC have. And myself and the Security Minister will make sure that we consider any additional proposals fully. But I do gently say there is I would also be mindful that we don't want to find ourselves in a position where a government cannot act quickly and we are over-regulating what is necessarily an executive function where speed is often of the essence. But I think with that understood, a sensible conversation is always welcome. I'll make a little more progress, Madam Deputy Speaker. In relation to Iran, members will be aware that two men now await trial under the National Security Act over the surveillance of Jewish sites. And while investigations remain ongoing, the police are exploring potential links between Iran and the spate of arson attacks directed at our Jewish community in London. Faced by this intolerable hostility, as a nation, we have bolstered our defences. The National Security Act, brought forward by the previous government and supported by us, it rightly commanded support from both sides of the House at that point. It has given our authorities new tools. It has provided the legal underpinning for a series of complex and sensitive investigations, and it has secured important convictions, including against two men for gathering information and conducting surveillance to assist the Chinese state. In addition, the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme has now been in force for close to a year, with Russia and Iran placed on its enhanced tier. Anyone now conducting activity on behalf of those states faces a clear choice: identify yourselves and register your activity, or face the prospect of prison. Sanctions also remain a vital tool in our action against hostile states. The UK now has more than 550 sanctions against Iranian-linked individuals and organisations, including the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in its entirety. Through measures like these, we have made this country a harder target. However, as we improve our defences, our adversaries respond, changing their behaviour to pose new threats to our country. This has been particularly evident in the rising use of proxy groups. These are criminal gangs, professional enablers and front companies who do the bidding of a foreign power against the interests of this country in exchange for money. There has long been a desire to ban state-linked organisations from operating in this country and targeting those who facilitate them. And that is why this government made a manifesto commitment to deal with state-backed domestic security threats in the same way that we currently tackle terrorism. The question was how to create the right legal power to do so. My predecessor, now the Foreign Secretary, tasked this question to Jonathan Hall KC, the government's independent reviewer of terrorism and state threats legislation. I will.
So giving way again, should be very generous. On non-state actors, non-kinetic activity, does she believe this bill sufficiently covers those areas which are being used more and more? Non-kinetic, non-state actors.
Secretary of State.
Let me say to him, I think the combination of what we already have on the statute book with the NSA, the National Security Act, and this bill means that all aspects of that activity are covered. It obviously depends on how the activity presents. This bill closes the loophole where a designated body is responsible and also where proxy groups are responsible. They will be caught by the measures in this bill, and so that activity will then be liable to both prosecution and conviction. Madam Deputy Speaker, Jonathan Hall KC examined whether there are tools available in our current terrorism legislation that might be emulated or adapted to address state threats, and he determined that we could not use the existing terror legislation to proscribe a state entity, memorably describing this as, and I quote, shopping in the wrong department. To quote Jonathan Hall, for the Secretary of State to have or purport to have power to prohibit the existence of foreign state entities would be well beyond what Parliament could have intended when it passed the Terrorism Act. He went on to conclude that applying the power to state entity would, and I quote again, appear to overstep the boundaries of the principle of non-intervention at international law. Instead, Jonathan Hall proposed a new regime, a power equivalent to proscription under the Terrorism Act, but specifically designed to tackle state and state-linked organisations. Today, with this legislation, we seek to bring that new power into law. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will now take the House through this bill in some detail. In the first clause, it introduces a power for the Home Secretary to designate a body. This inserts a new section 33A into the National Security Act, and such a designation will be possible if the Home Secretary believes a body is or has been involved in foreign power threat activity, and that designation is necessary to protect the safety or interests of the United Kingdom. The definition of a body is purposefully wide. It cannot be targeted at individuals, but it can be targeted at a wide range of organisations, including foreign intelligence services, mercenary groups, front companies and criminal networks. This power to designate is of critical importance. I'll give way.
Secretary of State for giving way. The bill's offences are broad enough to inadvertently criminalise routine humanitarian operations, which could pose a significant problem for NGOs operating in countries where state institutions or public bodies could themselves become designated bodies. And although those humanitarian safeguards are in the footnotes, they're not actually in the bill itself. So would the Secretary of State think about putting those exemptions into the bill rather than in the footnotes?
I don't think that the activities that the Honourable Lady is mentioning are caught by the bill. We've been very clear in the explanatory notes to the bill, and I would refer her to para 37 and 43 of the explanatory notes that make it very clear that diplomatic activity and indeed humanitarian activity will not be caught by any of the measures in this bill. And what we don't want to do is to start creating a regime with lots of exemptions which then enable hostile states to try to play games with our legal framework in terms of how they dress up the organisations that they are trying to use as front organisations. So I would just reassure her that the measures in the bill as they currently stand will not apply to any humanitarian organisation going about their business as a humanitarian organisation. And if there is any doubt, I would refer members to the measures in under 17B at 6D, where it makes very clear that anything that has essentially been approved by the UK or is part of an agreement to which the UK is a party will not be caught. And I would urge all humanitarian organisations, if they are concerned, they should talk to the FCDO, which, as she well knows, within the humanitarian sector is something that happens on a very regular basis. I think the combination of all of those provisions ensures that the activity that she wants to see continue, that I want to see continue, will not be caught by the measures in this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, I understand there's some consternation from those opposite about what I might be intending to say in the rest of my speech. Let me say, firstly, we might not have needed an unnecessary vote on the programme motion if that was the case, but I will make very quick progress as I explain the thinking behind the measures in this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me say, in relation to Clause 1, from the new designated body condition that is introduced in new Clause 1, it will make sure that whilst today under the National Security Act it can be difficult to secure a prosecution, as in order to do so prosecutors must prove a link that runs all the way from the individual to a foreign power. The fact of having the designated body condition prevents that and will bring more of these organisations to justice. Let me turn, Madam Deputy Speaker, to Clause 2, the so-called support offence at Clause 2. Clause 2 of the bill sets out new offences that are related to these new designated bodies, again amends the National Security Act, adding new section 17A to C, the first of which is for supporting a designated body. This converts inviting or expressing support and arranging, managing or addressing a meeting in support of a designated body. This offence will be triggered where the reason for the supportive act is to prejudice the safety and interests of the United Kingdom in what is known as a prohibited purpose test, echoing the National Security Act. And let me just say again, it should be noted that there will be occasions where individuals and organisations do have to engage with some designated state actors. The new designation regime will ensure diplomats can work on behalf of this country and humanitarian organisations can continue their life-saving work. The second offence is to assist a designated body. Here, it will become an offence to materially assist a designated organisation, and this would include both directly assisting them or assisting a proxy organisation acting on their behalf. I will.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving way. Just to build on the point made by my honourable friend, if a humanitarian organisation was forced to make payment to a designated organisation to be able to do their humanitarian work, would that lead them to falling foul of the bill, or is the Home Secretary now confirming that they would not be liable to prosecution?
That conduct would not be caught, and again I would take him to 17B of the Act, both at Section 2, subsection B, and also at Section 4 of that Act. The combination of those two measures will make sure that the work of NGOs is not caught by the tests that are set out at Section 17B. Let me assure him we have had specific advice on this point from Office of Parliamentary Counsel. I've discussed it at length with the Attorney General's office. Law officers have had a look at this. We believe that the way that the bill is constructed does not catch humanitarian activities. It is not intended to do so. We made it clear in the explanatory notes it won't do so, and our reading of how the bill is constructed means that it will not do so. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me move to the receiving a benefit offence. That's a third offence in Clause 2, and that is obtaining a material benefit from a designated body. Here, an individual is outlawed from receiving a payment or a gift from a designated body, either on their own behalf or on behalf of someone else. The very act of making the agreement would also constitute a crime, even if no money is exchanged and no service is provided. This would cover a hacker hired to carry out a cyber attack, a criminal gang commissioned to conduct arson attacks on British soil, and a gang recruiting thugs to do their state-directed dirty work. These two offences, assisting and benefiting from a designated body, would carry prison terms of up to 14 years, alongside the sentences they may receive for any other illegal activity that they have conducted, with sabotage and espionage offences carrying life sentences. To trigger the offences of assisting and obtaining benefit from a designated body, an individual must know that they are aiding a body that has been designated, or crucially, they ought reasonably to know that they are doing so. Ignorance is therefore not a defence. If a reasonable person should have been able to surmise who benefits from such an attack, they will be prosecuted despite their professed ignorance. Madam Deputy Speaker, these new powers are significant. Yes, I will.
Grateful to her for giving way. It's a point I was going to ask about later, but since she's raised it, perhaps I can ask her now. In relation to the section she's describing, so new 17C, which will be added to the National Security Act, and indeed in other parts of this bill, as she says, the knowledge of the person who may be committing an offence becomes important. Can I just be clear, because the language in the bill I think is potentially ambiguous on this, that the knowledge required of the person in question is that the body that they are supporting or being remunerated by is a designated body. Because you could read the language as simply meaning that the individual needs to know that the body they are supporting is a particular body, not necessarily that they know that that body has been designated. Can she be clear that it is knowledge of designation that the language refers to, not simply knowledge of the particular institution or body that they're supporting or being remunerated by?
Before the Home Secretary responds, can I just remind you that many people are wishing to contribute and it's just a 4-hour debate. Home Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me be very clear. It is the former of his points and the construction of what knowing or ought reasonably to know. Obviously, the ought reasonably to know is both a subjective test on what was known and then an objective test as to what it is reasonable to surmise based on that knowledge. And we think that that captures exactly the kind of activity that I hope all of us in this House can agree should meet the test for criminal sanction. Let me say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I will make quicker progress than perhaps others might have wanted. As I have noted already, the genesis for this bill comes from the excellent work of Jonathan Hall KC. I would like to thank him for the work that he has completed. In May 2025, he made further recommendations regarding gaps in our state threats legislation. The government has accepted all of his recommendations in full, and we will legislate for them all in due course. But in the interest of the pace that we require to bring this vital legislation forward, that will not happen within this bill. As was set out in the King's speech, there will be further national security legislation within this parliamentary session. Madam Deputy Speaker, every day our intelligence agencies and their law enforcement colleagues make this country safer for their presence. They do so, however, facing a rising challenge. The threat from terrorism is growing, and at the same time we face foreign powers acting with greater hostility than we have seen at any time since the Cold War. It is essential, in the face of this growing threat, that we equip those we expect to protect us with the tools they need to do the job at the moment that they need it the most. The need for this bill is therefore great. It gives us a new and powerful tool to tackle hostile states and those who act on their behalf. And so I will end with a request to this House. We do not just require this bill, we require it as quickly as possible. And for that reason, this government has promised to fast-track this legislation through both houses. So while we must debate it fully and rigorously, and I know that we will, I hope we can work together in the pursuit of a shared ideal, one that is greater than our political differences, and that is our solemn duty to protect our country. And I hope today the whole House can unite around the first and most sacred responsibility of us all. And with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Minister, Alicia Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We support the ambitions of this bill, and we want the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to be designated, and we want this bill in the statute book. So the government will find no enemies on these benches tonight, only an opposition determined to ensure this law protects our people and our country, and that is not a cause that belongs to one side of the House alone. The government is right to bring forward this legislation, but they must now have the courage to get it right. The head of MI5 warned us that state-based threats have risen by more than a third in a single year, and that in 2022 our security services disrupted more than 20 Iran-backed plots to kidnap or kill on British soil. 20 plots here in our country, and against the people who came to this country precisely because they believed it lay beyond the reach of the regimes that they had fled. There is a national emergency, Madam Deputy Speaker, of anti-Semitism in our country.
Hear, hear.
Jewish families, many of them, their parents and their grandparents, came to these shores fleeing persecution, now find themselves looking over their shoulders once more. They have endured threats, intimidation, violence on a scale that this House swore we'd never see again, and Jewish lives have become smaller. So tonight's bill is a step towards ending that, because much of it is fomented, funded and directed from beyond our borders. So in the face of that national emergency and attacks on our Jewish communities, a bill that confronts hostile state activity on British soil is not just welcome, but overdue. Because a hostile state is not a gang, it is not a terrorist cell. It poses a different challenge, operating through proxies, the hired gun and the useful idiot, recruited to sow chaos on our streets. But all are backed by a foreign state, with a flag, an embassy and a seat at the United Nations, and resources beyond the reach of most terrorist groups. And that is what makes this bill so difficult, and why this bill demands such care. Because if this bill is found wanting, it will handicap our police and the security services in their work that is largely unseen and too rarely thanked. Those officers deserve a parliament ready and willing to give them the tools required for this task. And that is what this bill is for, and why in principle it is right. But I'm sure the whole House heard the but coming, because the bill has gaping deficiencies. The bill was laid in the House at the end of last Tuesday, and by the end of today, the government wants to carry through all its stages in one sitting. A law on how we confront the gravest threat short of outright and declared war, published, debated and railroaded in a matter of days. And that is a serious point, not a procedural complaint. Because if we get the scrutiny wrong, it is our country who will pay the price. We exist to find the weaknesses before our enemies do, and this bill is meant to protect more people. It was more than a year ago that Jonathan Hall KC, the independent review of terrorism legislation, set out in detail why this sort of legislation was needed, and the government accepted all of his recommendations. But then we saw nothing for a year. So when this House is told there is no time to get this right, let me be clear, there was time, 14 months to be exact. What there was not was the will to use it, until a single day was chosen, for reasons that have nothing to do with the tempo of this threat. Now, I have called for this legislation for years, so no one will accuse us of wishing to delay it. But I say this to the Secretary of State with complete candour. The threat did not arrive in a hurry, and it will not be beaten by rushing today. There is no prize for being first the statute book with a law that fails in the first courtroom that tests it. And a bill passed fast but wrong is not a blow to hostile states, it is a gift to them. And that is why we have tabled 13 amendments, not one to stall the bill, not one to blunt it, but all to better protect us. And I will take the House through those in committee stage. But let me name the gravest gaps so we go into this first debate with our eyes open. First, this bill, extraordinarily, is gentler on hostile states than the law currently is on terrorists. As drafted, to convict a person who, for example, supports the IRGC, the Crown must clear a hurdle that it does not face when prosecuting support for the very terrorist groups the IRGC arms and funds. The IRGC, the world's biggest sponsor of terrorism, is being handed protection in law that the terror proxy is denied. Now, I can find no version of that argument that survives being said out loud. It should not be harder to prosecute the body which trains, funds and directs the terrorist than to prosecute the terrorist itself. The prohibited requirement section sets a higher threshold which lawyers for hostile actors will delight in. I would argue there is also no reason beneficial to the UK for anyone to be engaging with the IRGC. And so our amendments simply bring this offence in line with the Terrorism Act from which it was copied and then weakened by the government. And the Secretary of State herself has just said that she wants hostile states to be treated the same way as terrorists, but that is not the case in this legislation. Second, as drafted, the bill risks making Britain a launchpad for hostile acts against our friends, a state terror hub. A cell that conspires here, be it Manchester or London, while directing its activity at Baghdad, Beirut, Berlin, Brussels or even Hong Kong, slips the net because the harm was meant for another streets and not ours. It is not prejudicial to the safety of the UK. That is not just a hole in our law, it is an affront to our allies. Britain will not become a safe harbour for plots against our friends due to inaction from our side, and that is why we have tabled an amendment to close that gap. Third, as drafted, this bill does not give the police the power to stop state-backed threats before they are enacted and to therefore secure prosecution. Our terrorism law lets us intervene while an attack is still being planned, and that is amongst the most powerful positions and powers that counter-terrorism police have. This bill has no equivalent. So a person who plans to assist the IRGC or another terrorist organ, state organ, unless they act, we may be powerless to charge them. So our security services do not, however, wish to clear up after plots. They wish to stop them and prosecute beforehand. And fourth, the bill has not learnt the hardest lesson of the last 20 years. The most common danger that our security services have to deal with is no longer the directed plot, but the lone individual who absorbs a hostile body's propaganda and acts on it without specific direction. A hostile state brings sophistication and reach to its propaganda, and yet this bill catches only those commissioned and instructed, rather than who's inspired by the climate created by the hostile state. It guards us against that plot that is ordered, but leaves us open to one for which no order has been given. And I'll press the detail on these in committee. But I raise them now because they go to the heart of where this bill will work. And I'm afraid the Foreign Office lawyers, the Home Office lawyers, and the Home Office officials have not been able to reassure me on all of these, any of these. In fact, their answer, if the Secretary of State wishes to intervene and clarify where there's a wrong, she's very welcome to. But her own officials have said it is likely the bill may cope with these. I'm not interested in likely, Madam Deputy Speaker. If someone is a traitor and they betray our country by supporting a hostile state, I want to make sure they will be able to be prosecuted. Not one government official has been able to reassure me or say that our concerns are wrong. And I'm glad the Secretary of State finds that amusing when I say that she is still very welcome to intervene. The government... I will very happily give way. I'm grateful
to the Shadow Minister giving way. She's making an excellent contribution, as always. And I completely agree with her that I support the bill, but I do think the bill is thin. I also support the former Attorney General and talks about legal ambiguity. I think that runs throughout the whole bill. But on the point that the Home Secretary referenced, and that is, if you like, diplomatic cover, that diplomats will not be affected by this. It is clearly public knowledge that intelligence officers do operate under diplomatic cover from certain countries. So if there was an intelligence officer from an embassy in the United Kingdom that gives a great big bag of cash to a small criminal, for, let's say, well, I won't mention a place, a small bag of cash to a criminal that says, go and commit some sabotage, go and commit some arson, whatever it might be. How is that going to be prosecuted in the courts? How are they going to, the CPS, disaggregate, well, this bit we can prosecute and the other bit, the important bit, we can't?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. The reality is that an individual such as that would not be captured because they do have diplomatic protections under the Vienna Conventions. And I will admit that I have not been able to find an amendment that I could put forward that would correct that. So that is why we have scrutiny of the House, because the shadow front bench is not the sole arbiter of where the gaps are. And we would have been able to do that if we'd had more time. However, I will use that as a chance to touch on the fact that there is a protection within this bill that if you act on behalf of or hold office under the Crown or are in Crown employment, you are protected against any interactions you may have with the RGC. However, there is a slight concern, which is there are open brackets that then says whether or not they engage in the conduct in that formal capacity. Now, the question is there, whilst we would all like to say in our hand of hearts that no one who works for our country as a civil servant, a Crown servant, would ever betray us, technically, we could not prosecute anyone who did so, even if they did so outside of their official capacity and therefore were genuinely working to abet this organisation under this legislation. And again, if the Secretary of State would like to clarify how we would prosecute rogue civil servants, I'm very happy to take an intervention from her. So there isn't one. Fourth, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government decided it was wise to attempt to pass such vitally important legislation in just one day. But we think scrutiny is important because this bill needs to work as well as it can. A bill littered with omissions, I've already set out just some of them. Additional, Jonathan Hall said that we should give powers to police so they can strip passports at the border. The government has not included that. They said there should be serious police protection orders. They have removed that. We are gifting defences to would-be perpetrators, and therefore the bill should not be left as it is. These examples are only the gaping holes that I could find in the 2.5 days and late nights that I was given to find issues and lay amendments. And there is one more thing that the government and the House must hold in mind as we fix our gaze onto Iran. This power is rightly organisation agnostic. We must not write a law for the IRGC alone. We are writing a law for every hostile state organ that comes after it, and the next may look nothing like the last. I think of the United Front Work Department of the Chinese Communist Party, of whose reach I have spoken often. I hope the day comes when the government turns this power on them. I doubt it, but I set out that ambition. But that day will only come if we build this bill for the second designation, the third and the fourth. And as drafted, this legislation has been written in a single, already sanctioned organisation in mind. And it shows, because again, there's no reference to sanctions read across within this bill, because the IRGC is already sanctioned. So the government said, well, you know, we don't need to do a read across to sanctions because the IRGC is already sanctioned. I'm not just looking at the IRGC. There are more organisations that will need to be designated in future. A law must fit not just one adversary, but all. Otherwise, it is a single-use power dressed up as a meaningful law. So we support the principle of this bill without reservation, and we will support it at second reading. But we support it in the right way, with scrutiny, attention and determination to make sure that a rushed process does not mean we do not meet the scale of the threats we now face. So it is vital the government engages today in good faith and listens to members on all sides. Their failure so far to accept any amendments, however, does not give me cause for optimism, but there is still time for them to accept some. The delay of the last 14 months should not be undone by haste today, because a half-built bill does not redeem that time, it simply compounds the danger.
Matt Weston.
Deputy Speaker, the world has entered clearly a new era of geopolitical volatility, with strategic competition for resources and technology driving an increasingly contested and competing world. This hasn't just happened since July 2024. It has been on the horizon for a good many years. And that intensifying and this escalating rivalry between states is now the new normal. The United Kingdom must adapt to this new world, not cling to a dying world order. And the bill, therefore, before us is the latest recognition from the government that it will and must adapt, it will respond, and it will always put the national security of the UK first. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will centre my remarks on the state threats we face, the bill and the wider response that is needed to tackle state threats. The three greatest state threats, as we've heard, facing the United Kingdom are from Russia, China and Iran. All pose a distinct and unique threat. Only this week it's been confirmed that Russian proxies set the Prime Minister's house and car on fire. We need to urgently grasp the seriousness of this. It is abhorrent political violence targeted against the elected leader of the United Kingdom, our country. And this was not all. The individuals spread disinformation, whipped up community tensions, and paid for far-right posters to be put up and graffiti to be sprayed, which said, "Stop Islam." We must not tolerate this. And this is not an isolated event. As we've heard, obviously the assassination of Litvinenko, the attempted assassination of Sergei Skripal, the attack on the warehouse in East London in March 2024 by the Wagner Group, and so many other areas of suspicious attacks on these shores. The cyber attacks, the attacks on Jaguar Land Rover, Marks and Spencer's, the British Library that still has not recovered from the attack several years ago. And indeed, in October 2025, the Director General of MI5, Ken McCallum, said the state threats have now risen by a third over a year and now equal to or even greater than the threat of terrorism. In the previous year alone, there's been a 35% increase, as I say, of that state threat activity. But for example, between 2022 and 25, the UK prevented 20 Iran-backed plots, which were all potentially lethal threats. Meanwhile, Chinese espionage and cyber attacks are a continual threat. With their 1,000 grains of sand theory, every piece of information, no matter how small or seemingly unimportant, is of value. And in May of 2024, the director of GCHQ said that the service, and I quote, devotes more resource to China than any other single mission. And that, and I quote, China poses a genuine and increasing cyber risk to the United Kingdom. But these three countries present three different ideologies and three different strategies, but they all represent an intensifying and rapidly evolving threat to the United Kingdom. So the bill before us is another important step, following the critically important National Security Act 2023, to protect the United Kingdom from these state threats. This would introduce a new power to designate bodies involved in foreign power threat activity, as we've heard, and create a new offence of supporting, assisting or benefiting from designated bodies. Of course, this follows the review by Jonathan Hall KC into whether terrorism powers as existing could be used to address state threats. And he found, of course, that the terrorism prescription charges would not be appropriate. So instead, this legislation will now designate bodies, including proxies such as groups like the IRGC or Wagner. It was clear from the Joint Committee of National Security Strategy's inquiry into the China spy case that whilst the National Security Act 2023 was a big step forward, the ever-evolving threats landscape meant that it would need to evolve, be improved upon and be amended, just as we are doing today. So I'm pleased that the government has taken up the recommendation and acted in the national interest. The designation of certain bodies must and should send a clear message to our adversaries that that person will be held responsible for it with a maximum of 14 years in prison for such an offence. It is slightly unusual for a bill to be expedited in this way, but I recognise the urgency of the bill and thank the Department for their continued engagement with the Joint Committee of National Security Strategy. However, I do have one area of concern with the legislation. In the impact assessment of the bill, it outlines a potential long-term consequence that I would like to focus on. The assessment says that a long-term impact may be, and I quote, detrimental impact of foreign policy objectives, bilateral relationships. On the risks of bilateral relationships, my immediate thought is, of course, with China. The Chinese state does not take kindly to accusations of espionage. As we saw with the collapsed China spy case, whereby under the last Conservative government, the DNSA, Deputy National Security Advisor, was unable to describe China as the enemy due to government policy, despite the security threat, this tricky tightrope that we continue to have to walk. We have to engage with China. Their economic might and, quite frankly, our dependence, which we do have to reduce in the long term, means ignoring them is not an option. But how does the Minister plan to mitigate the risk to our national security while avoiding damaging that relationship? It seems to me that the contradiction here is one that is yet fully to be resolved. So could the Minister assure me that there are clear contingency plans for an incident like that, and that all civil servants, police forces and intelligence services are clear on the government's position regarding China? Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to conclude by saying I am of course very pleased that this Labour government has already taken a raft of measures to keep us secure and safe. With today being the latest piece of legislation to meet the moment, and of course there will be other legislation because the threats will become greater and even more diverse. The Representation of the People Bill, the Cybersecurity Bill and the bill before us today are all interlinked and are among a raft of measures being taken and should be seen as a coordinated effort. But there is more to be done. And we need to explain this very real threat to the public and build resilience in our institutions, our businesses and throughout the country for each and every individual. We need a national conversation with the public because the government cannot do this alone. In this new era of state threats, the legislation is crucial and the government has an integral role in keeping us all safe, but so does the public. We need to explain that and not shy away from the realities before us. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by making clear the Liberal Democrats support this bill. Our country is facing coordinated hostile campaigns by state-sponsored and state-linked actors who actively undermine our democracy, terrorise our citizens and erode our core values. The Home Secretary has referenced Iran, China and Russia. We know that in future there will be others. The convictions that we have seen in recent days for Russian-linked attacks on our Prime Minister underline the imperative that we act with urgency. The two men convicted of these attacks were recruited online by a Russian-speaking handler, and a BBC investigation found evidence that the handler has links to the Russian regime. GCHQ Director Anne Butler recently warned us of the rising threat from Russia. She referenced Russia targeting critical infrastructure, our democratic processes, supply chains, and also public trust, as the member from Warwick and Leamington referenced. Sir Richard Moore, the former head of MI6, has warned that Putin is using sabotage, cyber attacks and arson in order to be disruptive, distracting and intimidating for those of us who support Ukraine. This bill is an important step towards ensuring that our security and law enforcement agencies have the powers they need to identify, disrupt and deter those who seek to threaten the safety, sovereignty and democratic integrity of the United Kingdom. The cases and incidents referenced by the Home Secretary form part of a broader and deeply worrying pattern of events that seek to undermine our freedoms and our liberal democracy. It is right that we take measures today to better defend ourselves. The reality is that threats to the United Kingdom from foreign states are evolving rapidly. They are no longer confined to traditional espionage. Today they include foreign interference in our political system, cyber operations, disinformation campaigns, sabotage, and at the most extreme, assassination attempts. In the past year alone, individuals have been convicted of spying on Hong Kong dissidents on behalf of China and the stabbing of a journalist on behalf of Iran, in addition to the convictions for the attacks on property of our Prime Minister. We have seen convictions of individuals for carrying out an arson attack on a Ukrainian-linked warehouse on behalf of the Russian Wagner Group. As the Home Secretary reminded us, we should not forget that Russian threats predate the invasion of Ukraine. It is now 8 years since the chemical weapons attack in Salisbury, which killed Dawn Sturgess, hospitalised others, including the Skripals, and had the potential to harm thousands more due to the potency of the chemical agent used. Foreign powers are increasingly outsourcing operations to proxies and state-linked organisations. This evolving threat landscape exposes a critical gap in our legal framework. The Liberal Democrats have long called for decisive action to tackle the threat posed by hostile state actors, including the IRGC. Time and again, we've been disappointed by the failure of successive governments to act with the required speed. The previous Conservative government referenced the threat and suggested it would act, but ultimately did not. Even after Jonathan Hall KC recommended these powers over a year ago, progress has been regrettably slow, as the Shadow Minister said. Meanwhile, the threat has not stood still. While the government may be preoccupied with questions about leadership, the responsibility in this House is clear, and it is a positive that despite that, the government is bringing forward the legislation today. We must now act to protect the safety and freedoms of the people we serve and the integrity of our democracy. Because when it comes to matters of national security, the unity in the House today is something that we should welcome. Existing counter-terrorism legislation was never designed to deal with hostile state actors, as Jonathan Hall KC said. He concluded there are strong grounds for introducing new classifications and power and equivalent to prescription, but specifically designed to address state threats. Crucially, he noted that such a power should sit alongside existing tools, such as sanctions, rather than attempt to replace or distort counter-terrorism law. This bill provides a framework to address those challenges. It gives the government the tools it needs to keep pace with an increasingly complex and hostile international environment, and it equips the government to address future threats from state actors if and when they arise. This is reassuring, particularly given the behaviour that the Home Secretary referenced earlier on from the 3 states mentioned, but of course there will be others in future. Of course, as the bill progresses quickly today, it will be right for this House to scrutinise its provisions carefully, particularly to ensure that the safeguards and oversight are put in place and that there are matters of proportionality that are addressed. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Liberal Democrats will support this bill today. We hope it will pass and make swift progress.
Alex Bowers-Curtis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by acknowledging what many colleagues across this House will believe, that when a government asks Parliament to extend its powers in the name of national security, scrutiny is not obstruction. It is our duty, as has been said on the other side and on this side already. Civil liberties, the right to dissent, the freedom to campaign, to report, to advocate. These are the very values that distinguish us from the states whose hostile activities this bill is designed to confront. And I know the government understands this, and I know equally that colleagues on all benches will hold these expectations firmly. The threat facing the United Kingdom from hostile foreign states and their proxies is very real, and we've heard some examples already in today's debate. And it is growing, and our existing legal framework has not kept pace with it. And I want to take the opportunity to endorse strongly what my honourable friend for Warwick and Leamington said about the need for us to have a public conversation about the very real dangers that our democracy faces. In 2025, the Director General of MI5, Sir Ken McCallum, reported a 35% increase in state threat activity from the previous year. And over that same period, MI5 tracked more than 20 potentially lethal Iran-backed plots on British soil. We have seen espionage threatening and targeting our parliament, our universities, and our critical national infrastructure. We've seen arson, surveillance, and physical violence commissioned by foreign states, and we have seen those states hide behind proxies precisely because our current laws make it easier for them to do so. Following the start of the conflict between Iran and the US and Israel in February of this year, there have been a number of attacks on Iranian and Jewish targets in the UK thought to be linked to Iranian proxy groups. These include an attempted arson attack at the London premises of Iran International, a Persian-language news channel opposed to the regime in Tehran, an arson attack on a synagogue in Finchley, and the stabbing of 2 Jewish men in Golders Green. In a statement on tackling anti-Semitism on the 5th of May of this year, the Prime Minister acknowledged that one line of inquiry was whether a foreign state had been behind some of these attacks. He said that such malign threats from Iran or other states would not be tolerated and that the government would fast-track legislation to deal with them. Today is the result of that commitment, and it's something that I fully support. Now, as has been said, the National Security Act of 2023 was a significant step forward, but as Jonathan Hall-Casey, the independent reviewer of state threats legislation, concluded in his May 2025 report, there do remain gaps, particularly in our ability to disrupt proxy organisations acting on behalf of foreign powers, and this bill seeks to fill those gaps. At its heart, as has been discussed, a new designation power for the Home Secretary, equivalent to the prescription power that exists for terrorist organisations under the Terrorism Act 2000, but applied to bodies engaged in state threat activity. Crucially, the bill also covers the aliases and proxy names through which hostile states so often seek to obscure their operations. These are serious powers, and they must come with serious safeguards. The bill has been drafted to be compatible with the ECHR, in particular Article 10 on freedom of expression, and I welcome that. But compatibility is a floor and not a ceiling, so I'd urge my right honourable friend to ensure that the definitions of support and assistance are applied with precision and proportionality, because the offences created here can, by their nature, reach into areas of ordinary civic life, journalism, academic research, and, of course, political advocacy. I also want to raise a particular Welsh dimension to this debate. As well as the security services who work day and night to keep us safe, so too do our armed forces and then, of course, our police officers. As this bill progresses through Parliament today, I want to place on record my continued support for capital city policing status for Cardiff, with the resources to match the unique security and civic responsibilities that come with being a capital city. And I'd urge my right honourable friend to engage seriously with that as this legislation progresses and comes into force. Madam Deputy Speaker, our constituents ask us to take tough decisions and to ensure we exercise our judgment responsibly to ensure our nation is protected. Taken together, I believe the measures in this bill will help keep my constituents safe, as it will make the operating environment for foreign intelligence services and their proxies much tougher. I support the bill because it addresses the threats that are real and demand a response, and I do so with clear expectations that designation powers are used, as has been said, on solid evidence and building on established legal frameworks, that enforcement is proportionate and that civil liberties are treated as central to the legitimacy of the law and not as an afterthought. So my constituents will be reassured to understand that this bill provides that designation decisions will be reviewed, it will be agreed by Parliament, that it will be annually reviewed for efficacy by the independent reviewer of state threats legislation, and that individuals will have clear rights of appeal and access to independent review. These are important and welcome safeguards. We can be strong against those who threaten us, but we can also be strong in defence of the democratic values that they are trying to undermine. This bill, properly applied, will do all those things, and it is for those reasons I will be supporting the bill today.
Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to make some brief comments around the legislation. I agree fully with what the government is trying to achieve. I just don't agree with the way they're doing it. I'm not going to repeat the arguments for why we need this legislation. I think we've heard them, and we've heard them from all sides of the House, and I agree fully with what has been said. This is an area, actually, that I benefited from when I was in government, and I'm sure that the new minister, and I welcome her to her place, will also benefit from, because there is consensus on all sides of the House when we need to get this kind of legislation through. But we need to have time to properly scrutinise. And I would say very gently to the Minister that maybe the business managers today could have set aside a second reading and then perhaps a general debate to follow, with then some time to be spent in committee scrutinising this properly, with time to look for amendments and to decide as to what might improve the bill. Because actually that would be better for everybody, to know this was right and to know that it had been properly tested and stress tested in the way that it should do. And I want to say to the Minister and to the Home Secretary, who's no longer in her place, that I really do want them to succeed. I genuinely do. I'm not somebody who wants to see ministers fail because we're from different parties. And again, as I say, I benefited from that when I sat on the Treasury bench and had similar support from the opposition. But I never, ever expected the opposition to just accept what I was saying was correct and accurate. I always expected there to be scrutiny, and I welcomed that scrutiny. And for it's been said already, the Jonathan Hall report was over 12 months ago, and therefore there is no need to do this in one day today. It could have been done many times over the last 14 months. And again, from my own experience, when I was the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, I frequently had to take legislation through in one day because we had no executive. And therefore, there was matters that were devolved, matters that should have been done in instalment that couldn't be done in instalment because there wasn't executive. And we did take legislation through in one day. But we spent a lot of time working with the opposition and interested stakeholders to ensure that they understood why we were taking that legislation through, what it meant, and to listen to where improvements could be made. And I regret enormously that my committee has only been offered a briefing on this after today. So the members of the committee could not be briefed on this by officials until after we've been through all stages in this House. That is very disappointing, and I will say to the Minister, it is a shame, first of all, that the Home Secretary is so far refusing to come in front of the committee for her regular session before the summer recess. I deeply regret that, and I will warn the Minister that the committee will look at this in detail because we need to make sure that scrutiny has happened. And I will just speak a gentle point to her. She will recall COVID. She will recall what it was like, and she'll recall the way that we didn't have time to scrutinise the legislation that government was taking through. And I certainly was very concerned as a member of the governing party. She was incredibly concerned as a member of the opposition of the lack of scrutiny. And it has to be said that the government didn't always get things right. So, I made those points, and I have a couple of questions for her around the substance of the bill. First of all, I'm not clear around how the various regimes are going to work together. Sanctions, designation, the FARAGE regime, prescription, which doesn't apply in many cases. It would be very, very helpful to understand how she envisages these issues fitting together. And I appreciate she's very new to her role, and maybe these are questions she's asking her officials as well. But it's really important that we test these new provisions against the reality, that we test it against what's been going on in the world and check that they will actually work, and that the CPS will be prepared to take cases, because it's only worth doing this legislation if actually law enforcement and others are prepared to use the legislation and legal action comes from it. And then my final point is around future-proofing. We've talked about evolving threats. The fact that we're doing this 3 years after the National Security Act, which my right honourable friend sitting in the middle row took through as the Security Minister, shows how threats evolve. I know that he wanted to do as much as was possible at that time and did what he could at that time, and things have evolved. So how confident is she that this is future-proofed? And how confident is she that the powers that we will give, and I'm sure that this House will end up giving today to the Secretary of State, will not be misused if in the future there is someone else sitting in the Home Office as the Home Secretary, somebody else who perhaps has a different agenda and doesn't agree with the consensus that there is in this place today and wants to use these powers for ill. Or is the Minister confident that these powers cannot be misused in the future? Thank you.
Luke Akehurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by paying tribute to the previous Security Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Barnsley North, for his tireless work to get us to this position, debating a much-needed bill to tackle the state threats we face. As our new Defence Secretary, he will continue to hear from me, perhaps even more than before, on the need to match the urgency with which we are dealing with hostile states in today's legislation with the largest possible uplift in defence spending. I also want to welcome the new Security Minister, who is a long-standing friend and ally of mine from our time together on the Labour Party National Executive Committee, as indeed is the Home Secretary, who's not in her place, but who gave an excellent speech to introduce this bill. And I welcome the Security Minister to her position and look forward to her bringing her wealth of experience to this debate. I've been campaigning for the government to take more action against the Iranian regime and its proxies and their activities in the UK for many years, and I refer to my entry in the Register of Interest that before being elected to this House, I campaigned on this issue in my then employment as Director of the organisation We Believe in Israel. I wrote to the Home Office last year calling on them to follow Australia's lead in designating organisations like the IRGC as state sponsors of terrorism. Today, whilst this bill clearly isn't intended to specify particular states, though free states have been mentioned, or particular organisations, it gives the government the powers to facilitate such a move, and it will have my wholehearted support both in terms of the bill itself and any sorry, we're not supposed to call it prescription measures, any measures that it takes to deal with organisations using this bill. I was elected on a Labour manifesto that recognised the key duty of government to keep its people and the country safe. That foundational pillar ought to motivate every member of the House to support the legislation we are debating today. This bill is a necessary response to the growing and evolving threat posed by hostile states to our freedom, our democracy and our way of life. According to the Director General of MI5 tracked more than 20 potentially lethal Iranian-backed plots in 2024. The IRGC is Tehran's prime weapon in exerting influence here in the UK and in many other countries. That influence has been targeted towards the British Jewish community to devastating effect. We've seen proxy groups carrying out a horrific spate of arson attacks designed to terrorise our Jewish communities and normalise anti-Semitic hate. These aren't just attacks on British Jews, they are attacks on the values we all hold dear as a nation. Jewish community leaders, including the Chief Rabbi, have demanded robust action to take on the threat that Iran's proxy campaign of terror poses to British Jews. Today, our Labour government is heeding these demands and continuing to stand with Britain's Jewish community. Today's bill empowers ministers to disrupt and deter the activities of state and state-linked entities, as well as those working with them to target and terrorise British civilians. Such a power was recommended by the independent reviewer of state threats legislation, Jonathan Hall KC, as the best way forward for the government to achieve its manifesto commitment of dealing with terrorism and adopting legislation to deal with state-based security threats. As Jonathan Hall KC made clear, traditional prescription is not the appropriate way to deal with state-linked entities due to the constraints of international law, which prevent the British state from banning the existence of a foreign state entity. As someone who has previously called for IRGC prescription to be considered, I am confident that this measure goes just as far as prescription to prevent hostile foreign actors from advancing their malign interests here in the UK. It gives ministers flexible powers to target these organisations without legal constraints which hold us back from taking the right action under existing frameworks. Of course, today's bill does not designate any organisations as state threats to national security. Instead, it will give the power to ministers to make any decisions based on the intelligence they have access to. Whilst I'm aware the government does not comment on individual prescription decisions, I wanted to take this opportunity to, hopefully for the final time, call on the government to use the designation against the IRGC to keep British Jews and Iranian refugees and dissidents resident in the UK safe and to clamp down on the brutal and oppressive machinery of the Iranian regime. And the legislation being laid down today isn't just bad news for Iran. Other hostile countries will be set back by the government's robust action, and the Secretary of State mentioned actions by Russia and China. It was less than a decade ago that Russian operatives carried out a Novichok attack here on British soil. More recently, just 2 years ago, the Wagner Group, already prescribed as a terrorist organisation, coordinated an arson attack on a warehouse providing critical aid to our gallant allies in Ukraine. And just this week, it was revealed that appalling arson attacks on the Prime Minister's home were linked to Russian actors. Whatever other disagreements we may have, I know the House will stand united on this matter with the Prime Minister and against what a former MI6 chief has described as attempts by Vladimir Putin to intimidate British people on British soil. Clearly, across the world, regimes with values diametrically opposed to our tolerant democratic society want to make the United Kingdom and its citizens suffer for our values and the role that we play supporting countries like Ukraine. Wherever that threat arises from, the government has a duty to defend against it, and today the government is stepping up to the plate and doing just that. Today's legislation is a welcome step forward in equipping the government to handle the dangerous threats that Britain in 2026 faces. By supporting this bill, we are supporting the safety of British citizens, particularly British Jews, and opposing a tyrannical regime hell-bent on disrupting our way of life. It gives us the tools to confront those who seek to terrorise, divide and harm our society, and I urge colleagues across the House to support it.
Go back. Sir Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I begin by saying I pretty much wholeheartedly endorse everything said by the Honourable Member for North Durham. And I should begin, Madam Speaker, by declaring my interests as set out in the Register of Members' Interests, including those relating to my role as Chairman of the UAE All-Party Parliamentary Group. I won't restate the arguments for this legislation in the first place, as they've been made eloquently by many other members. Suffice to say, we have seen in our lifetimes the nature of the threats facing the United Kingdom evolve from primarily being state-based through terrorist-based post 9/11 and 7/7, through to this hybrid or grey zone warfare that we are all familiar with, and that many of us, when we were in government, struggled with and sought to address, not least when I was Deputy Prime Minister, seeking to coordinate across national resilience and security and international relations, working closely with members of this House, including my right honourable and gallant friend, the former Security Minister. I instead, though, wish to use the limited time available to me, given this is a second reading debate, to make 3 points in relation to the application of the powers under this bill, or indeed the inability to use powers under this bill. The first relates to Iran and the IRGC. As members will know, for many years, this House has debated whether and how to deal with the IRGC. The essence of the problem has always been essentially that this is simply not just a conventional non-state terrorist organisation. It's part of the Iranian state, but it also operates through military structures, intelligence functions, cyber capabilities, proxy militia and criminal intermediaries. And as I read this bill, and as the government has strongly indicated, this is precisely the sort of body or network of bodies that this legislation appears designed to address. And this really does matter for the reasons set out by the member for North Durham. In Hertsmere, I have the privilege of representing one of the largest Jewish communities in the country. And for that community, this isn't just an abstract debate about legal architecture. It is real. It's about whether people feel safe at synagogue. It's about whether parents feel confident sending their children to Jewish schools. And it's about whether community centres, charities and places of worship can operate without fear. The Jewish community has long seen the malign role of Iran and its proxies. And after the terrible spate of recent attacks, they live in a different world, one where fear and intimidation have deepened and intensified, I have to say to the House, near to breaking point. I therefore hope that the government genuinely understands this fear and that it will use the powers granted by this legislation to act, and to act fast. The second area I wanted to touch on is in relation to the question of ideological movements that may intersect with state threat activity. And I would urge the government that it should not treat ideological extremism, particularly Islamist extremism, and state threat activity as entirely separate worlds. We know that the hatred unleashed on the streets of this country often finds its source in Islamist extremists. Extremists who have nothing but contempt for the values of this country, but are equally adept at using our openness and our institutions to undermine us. And in this way, it creates a mutual interest between this hateful ideology and hostile states. So you have foreign funding, ideological influence, proxy activity, and hostile state interest overlapping. And this bill rightly targets foreign states and agents, but we must look at this broader ecosystem. Groups like, I will give way to my right honourable friend.
Very grateful to my right honourable friend, and I think the points he's making are absolutely right. The Select Committee looked recently at new forms of radicalisation and extremism, and we were very struck by how there is a way of looking through things through an ideological lens or not, and that sometimes things fall through the cracks in the middle because it's not looked at in the whole. So would he agree with me that this bill could be an opportunity to look at this particular issue and find ways to address that?
I totally agree, and the sad thing for this country, the dangerous thing for this country, is there's this mutuality of interest between extremists who don't share our values and hostile states who are opposed to us, and this bill should seek to deal with this overlap, and take the example of the Muslim Brotherhood, who are in certain places backed by foreign states and have an equally subversive agenda here in the UK. While its relationship with violence in our streets is often more subtle and obscured, the threat to our social cohesion and democratic fabric is no less severe. And we have seen in recent months the United States government has designated various regional branches of the Muslim Brotherhood as terrorist organisations. In an excellent article by a member of the other house, the Lord Godson, he highlighted today how many European states are taking steps to address this. The West is waking up to this reality, and we cannot afford to lag behind in this country. I will give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm extremely grateful, my friend. This is worsened, of course, by the values which we seek to defend being used against us. So fair-minded British people want to believe that every side deserves a hearing. And so we afford to some groups that don't deserve it a kind of equivalence. On one hand, you have the West and Britain and America, and on the other hand, you have these other groups. That equivalence is entirely bogus, of course, because the difference is we're defending an open society and they are seeking to close it.
My right honourable friend is, of course, entirely correct, and it is the case that I don't refer to members opposite, who I think are very much, given their presence here, at the more hawkish and national security end of the left-wing spectrum. But there are elements of the liberal left who succumb to that equivalence argument, and it is profoundly dangerous. And if we go back to the 2015 review of the Muslim Brotherhood, this concluded that membership of or association with or influenced by the Muslim Brotherhood should be considered a possible indicator of extremism. I do think a decade later, in this far more dangerous geopolitical environment, we need to look again at this assessment. That's why I continue to believe the government should take up the opportunity to do so. Some of our closest allies have done so and indeed taken a much more robust approach. For example, the UAE has designated Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organisation. What we should do is ask ourselves why a country like the UAE have such concerns about the radicalisation of their own students in our mosques that they're restricting their study here.
Absolutely.
So the test under this bill is rightly a foreign powers threat test, and there may well be other avenues for addressing this. But nonetheless, I would make the point that where an ideological body or a body linked to an ideological movement is acting to the benefit of a hostile state, this regime, alongside others, should apply. Finally, you'll be relieved to hear, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to address the future-proofing of this legislation, which has been touched on by some honourable and right honourable members. Just as threat actors have evolved, so too have their methods. And foreign powers and their proxies no longer rely on the old-school methods exclusively of human surveillance, forged documents and so on. They can deploy bots that distort the democratic debate, as we've seen. They can deploy ransomware to cripple business, cyber attacks to disrupt public services, deep fakes to impersonate trusted public figures. The list goes on. What we know is that AI will accelerate all of this. And this was a point I made at the UN General Assembly ahead of the Bletchley Park Safety Summit. We need cross-government coordination to address this. The need for that is more urgent than ever. And in this country, we cannot just look at state threats purely in the physical silo, detached from the digital domain. Hostile states will use AI to automate reconnaissance, scale spear phishing, identify vulnerabilities, and so on. A criminal who once needed specialist skills may increasingly be able to purchase or access those capabilities through AI-enabled tools. And hostile states that once needed a sophisticated cyber unit may be able to outsource, automate, or accelerate parts of that work. And of course, many members will be familiar with the concerns around, and indeed the opportunities surrounding Mythos and its advanced cyber-capable AI models. That is a warning to us, but it's a warning of much more to come in this space. Yes, I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
The right Honourable Gentleman from Giving Way. He's making a very important point, which I think is that as AI develops, the threshold for non-state actors to conduct cyber, physical and attacks against our democracy is lowered further, and it's happening on an almost weekly basis. So I wonder if you'd agree with me the need for us to move quickly on this legislation and indeed on the regulation, effective regulation of artificial intelligence.
I totally agree with the Honourable Member, and that's indeed why on this side we're supporting this legislation. I think the thing about AI is we can all see these challenges coming. What we need to do is work, and indeed work on a cross-party basis, supporting the government in order to find ways of addressing this, because it is essentially the challenge of our age. And of course AI will be able to strengthen our defences, but we shouldn't be naive. The same tool that helps a defender patch faster will of course also enable an attacker to breach faster. And we have seen this with hostile states. Russia has already integrated cyber, sabotage, propaganda and deniable proxy activity into its campaign against the West. Likewise, North Korea, which hasn't been touched on much in this debate so far. Iran, I will give way to my right honourable and gallant friend.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way on this. It is interesting, isn't it, that in recent years we've noticed that, for example, the internet outage in Iran knocked out a large percentage, whether that percentage is 5 or 10, depends on who you believe, but a large percentage of Scottish separatist sites on social media. Do we genuinely believe that Iran is the only country that is seeking to weaponise social media, claiming to be, in one case, a nurse from Glasgow, for example, but yet fluent in Persian? Would it not be likely that many of the other sites that we were talking about, whether it be China, whether it be North Korea, whether it be Russia, are doing exactly the same thing?
Well, of course, my right honourable friend is absolutely right. Separatism makes a country weaker, and there's no doubt that our enemies will encourage it. And of course, the example that he cited, which I also saw, is very telling of exactly that. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the right honourable member for giving way. He's been very generous with his time. On the point of AI and the use of AI on social media to disrupt, is he also concerned about what happens on X with unidentifiable and unidentified, sometimes bots, sometimes dinosaurs, sometimes another avatar, seeking to stoke hatred on our streets against Jewish people, against Muslims, against others, against British values? It's something that I'm very concerned about, and I've been criticised by members of the Conservative Party on the internet for raising that concern. I wonder if he would share my concern.
Well, I thank him for his intervention. I have great respect for Elon Musk's ingenuity in trying to send a man to Mars and set up a colony there. I'm slightly more dubious about the activities in relation to X, but that platform, like all others, should be subject to equal legislation. So the question for this bill is whether the designation regime will be agile enough to deal not only with traditional organisations, but also with cyber units, hackers for hire, front companies, AI-enabled state threat networks, commercial entities that materially assist hostile state activity. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill will not solve the problem of state threats on its own, but it is an important and necessary addition, because the reality of today's threat is hybrid, with state power, ideology, cyber capability, organised crime and artificial intelligence increasingly overlapping. That is the challenge before us all, and the law must keep pace with this, and this is an important step along the line.
Strickland.
I strongly support the proposed change to the law today to better protect our nation and our fellow citizens from those working for foreign states who want to disrupt and attack our way of life. And while there's been debate in the Chamber today around the timeline for this, can I personally welcome the swift and decisive approach being taken to protect our national security. As we've heard from colleagues across the House, state-backed threats are evolving incredibly rapidly, so it's critical that legislation passed by this House adapts at the same speed to keep pace with the complex threat environment. Now, if in the words of the Right Honourable Member for Hotmere, that puts me at the hawkish end of the political spectrum, that's a badge I will wear with pride. So hopefully in our discussions today, Madam Deputy Speaker, the House can send the clearest possible message. If you support those backed by hostile states, if you glorify or promote their messages of hate, or if you're in the pay of foreign states that wish us ill, you can and should expect to face the full force of British law. And the Government and this House must always take firm action to defend our way of life and protect our citizens. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, why is this bill so important? Well, as we heard really eloquently from my honourable friend, the member for Warwick and Leamington, there's clear evidence that hostile states are actively trying to undermine our society by paying proxies to bring violence to the streets of Britain. We see this in the attacks on Iranian dissidents by criminal groups linked to Iran's security services. We've seen this in the attacks on Jewish volunteer ambulance services in London, for which an Islamist terror group with links to the Iranian regime has claimed public responsibility. And we've seen this in the attacks on Ukrainian-linked property and on the Prime Minister's private residence by proxies linked to the Russian state. Appalling, shocking, unacceptable. That's why I'm pleased that in addition to what we're discussing in the House today, the UK Government, along with 23 other countries, issued a joint statement on the 10th of June, which condemned these egregious actions which we've seen across Europe, North America and Australia by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and other organisations. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the statement said very powerfully, and I quote, "Attempts to kill, kidnap, harass, intimidate or otherwise attack people on our soil undermines national sovereignty and international norms. These actions must stop immediately." So what action must we take to tackle these serious and growing threats? Well, as members across the House have set out, the bill seeks to give our law enforcement agencies and security services greater powers and flexibility to address these very serious matters, including 3 new offences related to supporting, assisting or receiving benefits from activists or organisations threatening the UK. And of course, as colleagues have said, in doing so, it builds on existing legislation dealing with non-state terror groups following the recommendations of the Independent Reviewer of Terror Legislation. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've seen, in a small way myself, the growing challenges we face in the wider threat environment. As a member of the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme last year with the Royal Air Force, this year with the Royal Navy, I've had, along with colleagues from across this House, the privilege of meeting senior military and security personnel at home and abroad, and visiting operational bases here at home, but also being briefed by British and NATO force leaders in Europe. It's clear just how complex and rapidly evolving the range of threats are that we face in our country. Clear that conflicts on foreign shores are playing out on British soil. Clear that through physical attack, cyber attack, interference in democracy, the range and sophistication of the attacks we face has grown. Clear that the military, the security services, the police and other law enforcement bodies increasingly need to work in a really sophisticated way to deal with these hybrid threats. It's clear that these hostile activities from state and non-state actors are increasingly linked, and that our laws must evolve quickly to give those tasked with defending us the tools they need to operate in the modern age. Before I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to raise some issues with the Minister. I'd be very grateful if my right honourable friend could address in her closing remarks. The first, to pick up my honourable friend's point, that's been raised across the House, is the question of public knowledge. The tactics that we've been discussing are intentionally hybrid, intentionally hidden. They're designed to complicate, to obfuscate, and designed such that it takes, in some cases, many months for our security service to work out exactly what's going on and then give confident public statements. But as honourable and right honourable members have said across this House, it's critical that we can better explain to our citizens and our residents and our constituents the nature of this threat, so that the significant investment we're making in our military and our security services is understood, but also so that citizens can help defend themselves and this country, including from individual cyber attacks and other measures. The second issue, and I think this draws on a point made by the Right Honourable Lady for Staffordshire Moorlands, is the question about integration. So given the complexity of what we're facing, given the need for the police, the military, the security services and others, not just in our country, but across allied nations, to work together in a much more sophisticated way, are we confident those agencies have got the relevant resources? But is the Minister confident that those organisations have got the freedom to break down bureaucratic silos to work across organisational boundaries to really get this done? To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope we can be clear across this House today that state-backed aggression, attacks and disruption are not just attacks on people, property and organisations, as appalling as these are. They are an attack on our way of life, on our values, on democracy itself. And I hope across this House today we can unite to show that we will take action, we will take decisive action, and we will take action today.
Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think we can agree about the threat that we face and about its scale. And of course, we don't need to spend the 4 hours of this debate sharing in that agreement. I think the Honourable Member for Cardiff West made this point and he was right. Our job is to scrutinise the government's proposed response to that threat, and that's what I want to do with my time. And it's especially important to do that when the timescale for consideration of this legislation is compressed as it is today. I also want to say that I have huge sympathy with those who've spoken about the IRGC, but I would counsel against using this legislation in order to make the final decision about the prescription or designation of the IRGC. I don't want to steal the Minister's lines, but I suspect what she will say to us, and I think she'd be right, is that it's important that we don't set a precedent in this new system of designation, that designation comes in primary legislation and not subsequently by ministerial decision. And there is an important procedural point there, which it will be necessary to sustain if we want to defend exactly the flexibility that I think the government is seeking to obtain in this legislation. But I think it is right to reflect on the problem that the government is seeking to solve here. And the problem they're clearly seeking to solve is the gaps that they and I think many of us perceive in the prescription regime under the Terrorism Act. To be able to deal with damaging behaviour by entities, including state entities, that are not currently captured by the prescription regime under the Terrorism Act. That's the problem that Jonathan Hall identified in his report, and it's the problem the government is seeking to remedy with this legislation. And the government has made it clear that its objective here is to present a regime that is broadly equivalent, it is the word equivalent the government has used in its publications on this bill, equivalent to the prescription regime. And I want to explore that a little and understand exactly how this bill is going to deliver on its objectives. And I should start, as the bill does, with the grounds for designation in the first place. And the bill is clear that the Secretary of State, in order to designate a body under this legislation, must reasonably believe that a body is or has been involved in what is described as foreign power threat activity, and then to consider that designating that body is necessary to protect the safety or interests of the UK. So it's important to understand what foreign power threat activity is. And it's defined, of course, in the National Security Act of 2023 at section 33. And that section sets out that foreign power threat activity really relates to the commission preparation of or instigation of certain acts or threats. And those are then set out in subsection 3. It includes obtaining or disclosing protected information or trade secrets, or assisting a foreign intelligence service, entering a prohibited place, sabotage, general foreign interference, obtaining material benefits from a foreign intelligence service, and then goes on to specify also other acts which may involve serious violence against another person, endangering the life of another person, or creating a serious risk to the health or safety of the public. And the reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, I set that out in detail is it's important to understand, therefore, what a body needs to have done in order to be designated here. So, in order for designation to be attached to the relevant body, it must have been involved in that sort of serious, harmful activity. That's what would justify designation in the mind of the relevant Secretary of State. In other words, it must have been considered, this body, to be different to the activities of a normal state or other body engaged in its normal business. There are other examples given. So the government has set out some examples of the sorts of things that might result in designation in the explanatory notes. I'm looking at paragraph 21 of the explanatory notes. So, among other things, the government suggests this might be a foreign intelligence service obtaining protected information and inspecting sensitive defence or intelligence sites in the UK. It might be a mercenary group carrying out acts of serious violence on behalf of a foreign power. Or it might be a network preparing to carry out sabotage or threatening to commit acts that create a serious risk to the health and safety of the public. Now, I set, again, all of that out because the bill creates an offence, this bill we're considering, creates an offence of supporting a designated body. But in the construction of that offence, it's clear that the government does not believe that all acts of support or expressions of support for a designated body are sufficient for that criminal liability. And I want to understand, Madam Deputy Speaker, why not? So clause 2 of... Is my right on front?
My honourable friend is... I hesitate to interrupt my right honourable friend's flow, but the key point here is the point that he and I have discussed about legitimacy. And I think a state can be conducting legitimate activities by definition, whereas the bodies that have been prescribed previously are never legitimate implicitly. And this is a very difficult tightrope for governments to walk, and it's why historically they've tended not to defer to a place where they chose to prescribe state bodies, because the implication, of course, is for the state as a whole, and where you've got states that take a whole state approach, China being a good example, it's very hard to walk that tightrope.
Yes, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend and committee colleague, and he's right in what he says. And I want to come back to the question of how what's being proposed here can be distinguished from the prescription regime and why. But I want to just complete the point, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm making about this issue of what is required in order to prove at least one of the criminal offences that is set out in this bill. Clause 2 of the bill introduces a new offence under a new proposed section 7A of the National Security Act, which involves support for a designated body, but only if such support is given for, and I quote, a prohibited purpose, and that is section 17A(4). And the prohibited purpose is set out in that subclause as a purpose that the person knows, or having regard to other matters known to them, it might be expected to know, is prejudicial to the safety or interests of the United Kingdom. So an additional element is here that the prosecution must prove. Now that will undoubtedly make this offence more difficult to obtain convictions under. And there may be good reason for that, but I want to understand what that good reason is, if so. And I want to make two observations on the approach the government has chosen in relation to that specific proposed new offence. The first is that this is not, it seems to me, equivalent to prescription under the Terrorism Act of 2000. And again, I use that expression because that is the wording the government has used to set out its aspirations with this legislation. And that's because the government intends designation to be similar to prescription in many respects. I accept it won't be able to be so in all, but one of those that's worth highlighting is that prescription does not require an additional motive of someone who supports a prescribed organisation. Supporting the prescribed organisation and knowing that that's what you're doing is what's required, not an additional motive which would demonstrate some kind of animus against the welfare of the United Kingdom. And that's an important distinction. Now, the government may say that the reason for that difference is to protect those who are engaging with a legitimate entity in a way that, just as my right honourable friend says, a prescribed terrorist organisation can never be. But in that case, I'm struggling a little, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid, with the purpose and effect of designation itself. Surely the point of designation in this bill is to move an organisation from the acceptable column into the unacceptable column. Given the list of reasons why someone might be designated that I read out a little earlier on, surely what that is there to show us is that those organisations should not be, when they are doing those things, worthy of support of any kind. But that is not, I think, where this legislation leaves us. Give way.
I thank my right and honourable and learned friend for giving way. This is precisely the point that I set out in my opening. The government is saying it is not legitimate to engage with these bodies. Of course they want to have a carve-out, protect Crown servants, but that is explicitly put on the face of the bill. So what they are essentially then saying is creating a carve-out whereby people could say it is legitimate for them to engage with the RGC and that somehow it would not inherently be dangerous or unbeneficial in some way to engage with that organisation. So therefore we are creating a threshold that I do not believe the courts will be able to meet, and therefore we will not get the prosecutions this legislation is designed to create.
Yes, I'm grateful for my right honourable friend, and then I want to come exactly to the point she's making about the carve-outs, because what's evident, I think, from a close reading of this legislation is that the government is taking a different approach in relation to the first of the new offences it creates to the approach it takes with the next two. And again, I want to understand, this is my second observation about this, I want to understand from the Minister why that difference exists. Now, I should say at this point, it's a great pleasure to see the Right Honourable Lady in her place as the Security Minister, as a distinguished former member of the Intelligence and Security Committee. She knows this area, but I'm also conscious she's only just arrived, and therefore I hope I'm setting out for her these specific concerns so that she's got two chances to answer them, one at second reading and one when we get to committee stage. And frankly, if she's concerned about the lack of time between the two, she's got no one to blame but her own colleagues. But we will come back to that. But the second observation, as I say, is precisely about the point that my right honourable friend makes from the front bench, that there is a difference between the way in which the legislation sets out the first of these new offences and the way in which approaches the other. So, for example, 17B of the National Security Act, as it will become, is the offence of assisting a designated body, and new 17C will be obtaining material benefits from a designated body. Neither of those require the additional motive of acting with a prohibited purpose. Instead, both allow for defences to be raised by those accused to establish that they were acting for a proper purpose. Now, that would include, of course, not giving carte blanche to anyone who works for the British government to behave as they wish, but if that person is acting within the purposes of their public appointment, then it would offer them the chance to raise that defence. And also, of course, present opportunities to present a defence where someone is acting in compliance with a UK legal obligation. And I simply want to understand from the Minister why that approach was not the approach taken in relation to the offence of supporting a designated body, because it seems to me that that would have been an attractive way forward. Now, again, perhaps the government will say that the prohibited purpose requirement matches some of the offences in the National Security Act, where they are carried out for or on behalf of a foreign power. But I think the difference here is that foreign powers in the National Security Act definition could be any foreign power, benign or malign. This, of course, is different because a designated body has already been designated by the Secretary of State as a body that is, if I can use unparliamentary language, up to no good, and therefore, I think, needs to be in a different category. And perhaps we have already therefore established that it would be a high bar for any potential defendant to meet to demonstrate that they were acting innocently in support of it. And so I think it would be helpful to understand the Minister's view on that. Again, Madam Deputy Speaker, I finished where I started. I agree with the purpose of this legislation. I think we all do. And it's clearly important the government plugs an evident gap in our legislative armoury. But we must be clear that the way in which the government is approaching the plugging of that gap is the right way, that all these parts of the bill fit together, not least, as my right honourable friend who chairs the Home Affairs Select Committee said, fits with other parts of the sanctions and other regimes. And it's that process that I hope the Minister will be able to deal with either when she winds up this part of the debate or subsequently at committee stage.
Mark Sewards.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by commending the government for the speed with which it's brought this legislation forward. I understand the charges made by the opposition about the amount of time available to debate this bill. But you will recall, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the House will recall, that the Prime Minister, when speaking with Jewish communities following certain attacks this year, did make a promise to those communities that not only would the IRGC be prescribed, but this legislation would be brought forward and accelerated. And that was just prior to the April recess, the local elections, then the King's speech. So there hasn't been too much parliamentary time between then and now, and he has fulfilled that promise, at least one of the promises, and brought the legislation forward. And of course that will give way.
On that point, and obviously I've been very clear that we must stand by our Jewish communities, but I sat down with the Jewish Leadership Trust yesterday and the CST and representative others. They do not recognise any need to rush this through the House, and they want the scrutiny to close the gaps that we discussed in that meeting. So whilst I fully recognise I wish we could have acted sooner, I fully support this, I want to get it done, they themselves want to get it done right so that we do not have the sort of gaps that the learned gentleman for Kenilworth has just set out.
I thank her for her intervention. I appreciate what she's saying. I'm glad to hear that she's been meeting with those organisations too. I do think the Prime Minister made those two promises. I think this fulfills one of them. Prescribing the IRGC is the other, and I'll come on to that in a moment. So I do think that this bill does capture the sophistication of the entities with which it seeks to target. You know, those groups operating under alternative names, front organisations, targeting them to ensure that they are unable to exploit any potential loopholes, and creating this new power of designation, almost equivalent to prescription but not quite the same, as we've heard in this debate, is absolutely welcome. It also creates a serious criminal offence for supporting these designated bodies for a prohibited purpose, including arranging meetings, professing support for them, or materially assisting with their activities in the UK. Now, I am very grateful to the Home Secretary, the Foreign Secretary, the Prime Minister, the previous Security Minister, for enduring my endless questions about this, both in this House and in private. And I am very appreciative that the bill actually does what I've been asking for it to do and what many other members of this House have been asking for it to do. I'm also very pleased that offences will carry substantial penalties, sentences of up to 14 years. I think that's absolutely the right move. Now, I appreciate what the Honourable Member for Kenilworth and Southam was saying about this being primary legislation. The discussion today has to be about the content of the legislation, not the bodies that we seek to prescribe with it. Absolutely take that point, and I think he set out a very eloquent argument about what he sees are the problems with the legislation. However, given the impact of the IRGC on this country and on the communities that I speak with, I do want to take this opportunity to set out why not only should this legislation be passed today, pass it through its common stages today, but it should be used to prescribe the IRGC as soon as possible. And I do think that I won't have very many opportunities beyond this to do so, so I'm going to take this one. There is no clearer threat to the UK and to the British Jewish community than that posed by the IRGC. We know that the IRGC directs terror abroad. We know it funds Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas. We know that at home in Iran, it brutally crushes dissent and murdered more than 30,000 people in the January protests, and it continues to repress its people, as well as cut off internet access which makes us unable to update those figures and know what's truly going on in some parts of that country. And we know the IRGC is a clear and present danger to Britain's national security. It plans terror attacks here, it tries to radicalise people here, and it promotes extremism here. Now, I pay tribute to our security services for all the work they've done to protect us against the IRGC and others. As we know, the MI5 confirmed last October that they have identified up to and above 20 potentially lethal plots backed by Iran just in the previous year alone. And on that point, I do want to focus my remarks on the threat that the IRGC poses to the Jewish community in this country specifically. Now, as the Chief Rabbi said in April, our fellow citizens are facing a sustained campaign of violence and intimidation. We know that Jews have been stabbed on the streets of Golders Green. We know the Finchley Reformed Synagogue, the Kenton United Synagogue, Jewish organisations and charities have all been targeted. We know the ambulances belonging to Hatzola, an organisation that serves the entire community, were burned. Now, there are ongoing police investigations, and it would not be appropriate for me to comment on all the specific circumstances of each case, but we do know that paid proxies are operating here. And we do know that the US Department of Justice has identified paid proxies operating in our country directly linked to the IRGC. And we know that threat isn't contained to Britain either, with a number of attacks across Europe in recent months. So the threat is not disputable, Madam Deputy Speaker. Senior intelligence figures, such as the former head of MI6, Sir Richard Dearlove, clearly stated that the IRGC poses a threat to the British Jewish community. And that threat is long-standing. Over the past decade, we've seen growing evidence of Iranian efforts to radicalise young people here. Senior IRGC commanders have addressed student audiences and have urged them, and I'm quoting, to raise the flag of Islamic revolution, Islam and martyrdom, and calling on them to join an apocalyptic war. Of course.
The honourable member is making an extremely powerful speech, and I don't find a word that I disagree with, and I'm very grateful for him making it. If I may, this again, though, sets out why it would have been rather more useful to have just a little bit longer in this, because there is a small amendment that would have helped, which would have been to allow the use or the wearing of slogans or designated military insignia of these various different varieties of IRGC insignia or Hezbollah insignia in this case, but it could be different things in others. And it would have been useful to bring that in. Sadly, the way that this has been rushed through makes that almost impossible. I wonder whether he'd agree with that.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and I'm certain that we will get onto the points he raised at the committee stage, which is coming up very soon. I do think those items are worth discussing, and I do think the scrutiny will come at the next stage. I will just take this opportunity, though, to commend him, because a few years ago, I think it was 3 years ago, he warned that Iran were recruiting criminal gangs to spy on the Jewish community, and that was 3 years ago. The threat has only got worse still, and the reason I'm making the speech I am today is I want to underline the need to prescribe, or rather designate, the IRGC as soon as this bill receives royal assent. Of course.
Thank him for giving way and take the points that particularly the other side have made about the speed of which this is proceeding today. But does my honourable friend, who's giving an excellent speech, by the way, agree with me that I think we have something like 17 days, working days in this place before recess. So, you know, understanding the points that have been made earlier, that is why time is of the essence if we want to get this on the statute books and through both houses before the summer.
I thank him for his intervention, and I couldn't agree more. And not to repeat myself too much, but the Prime Minister made this promise to those communities involved. This is the perfect time to accelerate and get this legislation through Parliament before we get to the summer recess, so that we're not dealing with this in September, October, November. I think he makes an excellent point. So now, to deter and counter and thwart Iran's malign activities, we must take this firm action now, in line with my honourable friend's intervention, and this bill will enable us to do that. Now, the government, it was said in the opening statements, has rightly ramped up sanctions against Tehran, targeting both the IRGC's architects of repression at home and the pro-regime oligarchs overseas who who enjoy the very freedoms that they deny to the Iranian people at home. But sanctions alone cannot and have not curtailed the IRGC's nefarious activities in the UK. And crucially, while sanctions primarily target an organisation or an individual's financial activities, only designation, as described in this bill, allows us to criminalise those who are members, supporters or agents of a terrorist organisation.
Sorry, forgive me. Does the honourable gentleman agree with me that there is a real concern as well, particularly in what's going on in the Persian Gulf at the moment? When the Iranian government was last given access to vast amounts of cash, as it was about 10 years ago, they used that money to murder Syrians, Iraqis, Yemenis, and in fact, anybody else they could get their hands on, and they used it to boost their propaganda arms that did enormous harm, not just to the Jewish community, who's quite right to highlight, but actually to the whole of the UK, to the whole of Western civilization, including the French and the Germans and many others. Does he not agree with me that when we see the suggestion that billions of dollars may be handed over to the Iranian regime, that does raise concerns that they will be equipped for a new round?
I thank the honourable member for his powerful intervention. To be crystal clear, although we are talking about designation today, and that gets into issues that aren't covered by this legislation, I do have serious concerns about the position the IRGC will be in following any potential peace deal. Peace is always welcome. Of course it is. When people stop killing each other, that should always be welcomed. But the IRGC is the #1 sponsor of terrorism in the world. Them being in a position of power, I can never be comfortable with that. So as I was saying, sanctions alone cannot have the impact we want it to. Now, this bill allows us to designate those individuals that are operating in the UK. It also allows us to designate their supporters and anyone who chooses to support this terrorist organisation. And let us be in no doubt, the IRGC instigates and stokes terror. It funds terror. It directs terror. The IRGC is a terrorist organisation. It is the terror arm of the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. Only this legislation will allow us to protect the British people from its nefarious activities on our shores. I commend the government for bringing it forward. I commend the Prime Minister for keeping his promise, and I ask him to keep the second one and prescribe and designate the IRGC.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The annual threat assessment of the US intelligence community this year says the global security environment is becoming more complex, and that complexity is being fed by the increasing sophistication of our adversaries. My right honourable friend from Huntsmere talked about AI and the impact that it may have in adding to that complexity and deepening to that conclusion. The Director General of MI5, in the speech that was referred to in the honourable member who just contributed to the House, said, and I quote, "My team is routinely uncovering attempts by state actors to commission surveillance, sabotage, arson and physical violence right here in the UK." So these adversaries, far from being remote, are real and present on the streets of our constituencies. And that's why the government's attempts to improve the tools at the disposal of ministers are welcome. It's why all of the considerations made by governments of whatever hue that are sufficient to deal with that rapidly changing threat deserve the hearing that they're receiving. That's not an unqualified level of support, and I shall explain my qualifications in due course. But in essence, it's right that the government looks again at the legislative framework associated with keeping us safe. There's a weakness in democracies that is not shared by most of our enemies. And that weakness is that legislation passes through this House, is scrutinised, is debated, is considered, and takes time. Yet our adversaries can, at a will and at a whim, change the approach they take, and keeping pace with that change is difficult. in an open and free society. But the very openness and freedom is what, of course, we're here to promote and indeed to defend. The Director General of MI5 went on to speak about the various enemies that we face. For example, he spoke of Russia. He said that the police have disrupted a steady stream of surveillance plots with hostile intent from the Russian state. He went on to speak about Iran. He said Iran's autocratic regime is likewise frantically trying to silence its opponents around the world, including in the UK. The Honourable Gentleman spoke about the number of plots that have been tracked in a single year. He went on to say the UK was amongst the first to call this wave of transnational aggression out, but in fact the problem is worldwide. In respect of China, he said clandestine technology transfer, efforts to overtly influence UK public life, harassment and intimidation of opponents are all features of Chinese activity here. And because Chinese adopts a whole state approach, it is not possible to separate both the cause of that, namely China's determination to undermine us, and its effect in terms of the mechanisms they use to do just that. None of that is a surprise to those of us who sit on the Intelligence and Security Committee, because as members will know, we commissioned reports into first Russia before I was a member of the committee, and while I've had the privilege of serving on it, into China and Iran. Our China report says the fact that China's strategic threat is not new. China's state intelligence apparatus, almost certainly the largest in the world, with hundreds of thousands of civil intelligence officers, leaving aside their military capability, targets the UK and its interests prolifically and aggressively. The Chinese, of course, are particularly enthusiastic about their activities in high-tech industries, in academia, their ability to gain a head start in the economy is partly as a result of their infiltration of the knowledge sector, their theft of innovation, and the ability to persuade, frankly, I'm trying to choose my words carefully. I was going to say witless. I'll simply say naive. Naive individuals to be party to that kind of intellectual property theft. So China is active in its attempts to do harm across the world, in particular in Britain. Now, the government recognises that, and I think previous governments, and I note my right honourable friend sitting nearby me, who was Security Minister as I was, have long recognised that we needed to update legislation, as I said at the outset, to deal with that changing and increasingly complex threat. The attempt to gain technological dominance by China, the attempt to infiltrate institutions by Iran, the perpetual attempt, both in cyberspace and elsewhere, by Russia to undermine both Britain's interests and our industry is clear. And this legislation is part of that fitting response. But there are question marks about it that I want to address, some of which amplify the remarks of my right honourable friend who sits alongside me on the ISC. There is an important matter for the government to deal with about the relationship between the State Threats Bill and the Terrorism Act, and as my right honourable friend said, in particular, 17A of this proposed law. Essentially what the government's creating is a higher bar than applies in existing legislation. This was set out in the speech by my right honourable friend, and we do really need to understand why that higher bar exists in this proposed legislation and how it will be crossed, because the purpose of this legislation is clear, but its practice will only work if it can be supported in the courts, because it undoubtedly will be challenged. Designation will be challenged, and so this has to stand the test of legal scrutiny, and I have doubts about whether the double bar, as it were, that will be required in order to make designation practically possible can be straightforwardly met. So a little more commentary on that would be helpful. And I'd be interested then to know why a different approach has been taken for designation, and why there is no discretionary power in the bill for the Home Secretary to take action promptly, because prompt action will sometimes be necessary, as she can in respect to prescription. Prescription, as I saw when I was Security Minister, and the Minister of the Dispatch Box will know too, sometimes it's necessary to act quickly because circumstances demand it. This bill doesn't allow that level of discretion and flexibility, and I think the House has every reason to wonder why. In addition, the designation, the test for the designation, the new statutory test, appears to introduce this cumulative two-pronged approach. And we understand that proving that designation will protect and safeguard the interests of the UK is necessary. That's not necessary in the case of prescription in the same way, at least not in specific terms. And I wonder why the government has chosen to adopt a different approach in that respect too. So there are a series of quite technical challenges to the government about whether this well-intended legislation, which I think enjoys the broad support across the House of those who understand the scale of the threats that I briefly outlined, will work in practice. And I hope that during the course of our considerations this afternoon, the Minister will be able to address some of those matters, particularly in relation to Clause 17 and 17A specifically. The Chief of SAS said recently that we are now operating in a space between peace and war. She went on to say, this is not a temporary state or a gradual, inevitable evolution. Our world is being actively remade with profound implications for national and international security. She concluded by saying, it also means everyone in society really needs to understand the world we're in. A world where terrorists plot against us, where enemies fearmonger, bully and manipulate, and the front line is everywhere. Online, on our streets, in our supply chains, in the minds and on the screens of our citizens. We must stand together against this. It means, of course, defending our values at every opportunity in this House and beyond it. It means recognising there is no ethical or moral equivalence between those who seek to do us harm and those who seek to defend us, whatever some of the either naive or malevolent might tell us. And it means being responsive in the way this legislation hopes to be to that threat by having adequate resources for our security intelligence services and the right powers too. And this bill is an attempt to get those powers in place to protect us all. I wish it well, but I also press the government to ensure this is effective as it needs to be.
Kemi Badenoch.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Everybody in this House knows full well that protecting our national security is always the first duty of any government. and we have heard consensus, I believe, today. And the reality today also is that the threat from hostile foreign powers and the proxies on which they rely has grown significantly in both scale and complexity. We cannot make the mistake of thinking this threat is theoretical. It is real, it is evolving, and it is happening right here in our very own country. We have heard today many examples of that. And a lot of the focus has rightly been on the IRGC, because for time and time again, where we've been able to say that organisations prescribed, can't touch the IRGC, I'm afraid, and we've struggled with that, and I'm very, very pleased that our government today is holding on to the Prime Minister's promise that we will make good our defence of our country from organisations like the IRGC. Because as my honourable friend, the member for Leeds South West and Morley, has so eloquently set out, the IRGC is the prime example at the moment, and that could change in future, but at the moment, the prime example of a state-backed organisation initially set up to defend the Islamic Republic of Iran. Well, what kind of defence is that? Because Iran is hardly a friendly power to us. It has an extreme ideology, and it is not just to defend it in its own country, but to export it across the world, including within our own shores. And it has done that time and time again. And this legislation seeks to end that. Yes, we've had debates about, well, is it the equivalent prescription? What does the test of knowledge mean? These are right, and I'm sure that the Minister will respond to that either in this second reading or later in today's proceedings. But what I want to get across is how real this threat is. I think everybody in this chamber gets it. I hope we do. But my big worry is that our fellow citizens in the wider United Kingdom haven't necessarily got it just yet. Because this is how it begins. It begins with, well, that doesn't, I've read something online, that doesn't seem right. And you're taken down a pathway. And behind that pathway are those hostile threats, the IRGC and others. And so we as legislators have to use the tools that we have in law to try and catch up with that. But I think we have another job too, as we are not just legislators in this House. We are representatives, we are communicators. And however this law turns out today, and I really do hope it passes, we, I think, have an obligation to say to our fellow citizens, be vigilant, be resilient. Because organisations, call them what you like, IRGC, they won't present themselves for what they really are. They will hide behind the proxies we've heard about today. And they will do all they can to take people with them in this country and use them, either knowingly or as dupes, for their nefarious ends. And those nefarious ends are what? Whatever the country may be, and if we take Iran in this case, those ends are because they don't believe in our values. We've already heard about different views of opinion, but they are not moral equivalents. I totally agree. But we in this country, we rightly struggle to make sure that other voices are heard, but we make sure at the same time that everyone is protected. And that is certainly not the case in countries like Iran, Russia, or China. So let us today pass this bill, but let it not stop there. I know and I welcome the other legislation. I'm very happy to give way to them.
Building up to a crescendo, so I wanted to intervene just before he did so, and I'm grateful for him giving way. The vigilance he called for, echoing what I hope it echoes what I said about us coming together to make a strong case for our values and defend those values against those who assail us. His gains become more difficult because of AI. My right of refrain made a telling contribution in that respect. It is really important that we're not so fascinated by the novelty of innovation that we wait too long to regulate AI. It took us 25 years in this House to work out the internet might have malign effects. Finally, the last government introduced the Online Harm Bill. This government's now taking that further, quite rightly. So for heaven's sake, let's understand the risk this poses in weakening the very resilience that the honourable gentleman has properly called for.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention, and he makes such a powerful point on AI, and I was about to set out that we are already engaged in new legislative tools, the Representation of the People Bill, the Cyber Bill that passed through this place yesterday. But we cannot just say, right, job done, we've given as much flexibility as we can to the government, let them get on with it. Because it will hit a wall, and AI, let us be frank about this, we do not know, as of today, just how powerful AI in its widest forms can be. And I've thought a bit about AI, and I've thought about how do we, in this place, we're always catching up in many ways. Occasionally we make laws here that push society forward. Some great social reforms that come through legislation sometimes, and that's great. But often, too often, we are reacting to a problem that's grown out of control. And I think with things like AI, I do think sometimes our procedures in this place are not necessarily the ones that will work for that in the future. But it's not for a debate for today. But I take the honourable gentleman's point strongly in mind, and I do say that while I support today's bill, I'm making the point that this is part of a much broader governmental, parliamentary, and I hope a whole society approach. So when we think about the tools that the government needs, from what I've seen today of the bill, it does give some very broad-ranging powers to the government of the day on this. But I hope and I pray, whether it's this government or every future government, knows full well that it's going to have to move quickly, far quicker than we have in this place before, and come back here, do what it needs to do, and we must be, those of us who are here as legislators, must be willing to support that government in doing the job it needs to have in hand. So I support today's bill, and I hope that as a result, we make our country safer for all our communities.
I call Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman from Stevenage, who made a thoughtful speech, indeed, on the threats that we all face. And indeed, I listened to the Home Secretary very carefully in her speech and the other speeches that colleagues across the chamber have made. I noticed that the Home Secretary was very careful not to name any organisations that will be caught by this proposed legislation, and quite right too, because as my honourable friend made clear, the Home Secretary will need to make decisions after this legislation has actually been enacted. But it is also clear that we have a number of issues of concern that have been raised during this debate, and I want to raise some others that have not been do not appear to be caught by this legislation. I am concerned that we've had no pre-legislative scrutiny of this legislation, and indeed we are going to get a small amount of time at committee stage, relatively speaking, to consider a large number of amendments that my honourable friend has put forward for the House's consideration. I'm assured to a certain extent by the fact that the Home Secretary has made clear that this is one part of legislation and further legislation may well follow. And so that gives us an assurance that some of the gaps that there are potentially in this legislation can be picked up at a later date, and indeed may be picked up in the other place as they consider the legislation. Now, I do not know, I have to say, I don't know any state-sponsored organisations that exist in Russia or China that would be caught by this proposed legislation, but I do know that the IRGC will definitely be caught by this legislation. In doing a bit of research prior to this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, I noted that I first raised the threat from Iran back in June 2010, a month after I'd been elected to this place. And indeed, the threat that they pose to the Middle East, that has gone on beyond for many years, is not reduced. It's increased. I first called in March 2011 for the UK to put pressure on the Iranians to stop it arming Hezbollah. Here we are 15 years later reaping the rewards in the war between Israel and Lebanon. And since I've been a Member of Parliament, I'm told I've raised, during debates or questions, the subject of Iran 56 times. I declare my interest in the Register of Members' Interests as co-chairman of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Israel and indeed chairman of the Committee for Iranian Freedom, the opposition to the theocratic regime that exists in Iran at the moment. The honourable gentleman from Stevenage raised the issue of the IRGC's founding. It was, of course, founded back in 1979. I remember I was at university when the Islamic Revolution came to Iran, and indeed the IRGC was set up to actually make sure that the revolution continued, and have they brutally made sure that's been the case through many, many activities ever since. But it's not just a military force, and that's what we need to understand. It's a method of repression across the globe, and in particular in the UK. They use the opportunity in Iran to have political prisoners, they imprison activists, and indeed any movement of opposition to the regime faces persecution, prosecution and death sentences. And when we sit here today, there are members of the Iranian opposition on death row in Iran for the simple reason they object to the regime. And that is one of the reasons why we have to look at this organisation in the way that they are acting. More than 2,000 executions have taken place since President Pezeshkian took office. That's a short period of time. Now, I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not necessarily the subject of this debate, but we have to emphasise the threat that this organisation makes to this country. And, of course, it extends beyond Iran into other national borders. And before anyone thinks about this and, well, what have they done? One of the concerns that is the gap in this legislation is what we do about diplomats. Now, back in 2018, I was going to a conference in Paris for the Iranian opposition. An Iranian diplomat in Belgium used diplomatic bag to transfer a bomb to Brussels for it to be put in the hands of terrorists, for the terrorists to then take that to the conference I was due to attend. Eventually, that diplomat was, of course, tried through the Belgian courts, found guilty and imprisoned. Now, if the same thing happened here, under this legislation, presumably that diplomat would get off scot-free because that is not mentioned in this legislation. Eventually, of course, he was freed on a prisoner exchange with Iran and returned as a hero to Iran. That's one of the gaps that exists within this legislation. So, obviously, we understand this is a direct threat to our country and indeed to the dissidents and resistance movement that exists in this country. They have suffered their headquarters being firebombed. The very brave individuals who call out through journalism have been forced to leave this country because we could no longer defend them. And indeed, opposition figures have been threatened by the IRGC. We can't just recognise this, we have to do something about it. And I have called, obviously, I led the debate in this place on prescribing the IRGC more than 10 years ago. I heard the excuses then. I heard the excuses, we can't do anything because they're a state actor. I heard the excuses of the Americans want us to continue to cooperate with Tehran so there is continuous dialogue between the two countries. I heard all the excuses and I couldn't convince my government that we should do the right thing. When the government were in opposition, they promised to do it, and this is a step in the right direction, which I applaud. However, we do know that the IRGC is the head of the snake that controls terrorism across the world. We have rightly proscribed Hamas, Hezbollah and other terrorist organisations, but the IRGC continues to exist. And I recall the fact of there was a meeting on or around the 2nd of October 2023 when the IRGC either gave permission or ordered Hamas to attack Israel, and we saw the devastation that took place in Israel and what has happened since with the wars. I had the opportunity last Thursday to go and visit the Nova exhibition, and could I recommend to all colleagues to go and visit that. It is very personal for the individuals. I had the opportunity to listen to a survivor and speak to him. Those terrorist operations were inspired and ordered by the IRGC and directly communicated from Iran. That is the threat that is posed not only to Israel, but to UK citizens and people from across the world who went to that festival just to hear music, to dance, and to have good company. That's the threat that can come to this country unless we take action. We should be clear, and I hope the Minister will be clear, that in any decision to prescribe or to take action against an organisation, we are not taking action against the Iranian people. We're taking action against the regime that operates and indeed the IRGC in the way they've consistently operated. Now, we know that protest movements across this country and across Europe have been threatened by the IRGC in all sorts of guises. And we are behind the curve because the reality is the United States, the European Union, and many other countries, Canada and so on, have prescribed the IRGC in its entirety. We have the position in this country where individual members of the theocratic regime that runs Iran own properties in London worth multi-million pounds, yet they do not even occupy them, but they keep them as assets to be used and possibly used further. We know that Iranian diplomats have operated in this country to stir up trouble, threaten people of the Jewish religion, and indeed cause all sorts of concerns for other colleagues. I give way to my honourable friend.
My honourable is right to draw attention to Iranian activity in Britain. In the report that our committee produced on it, we said the following. The Iranian intelligence services have shown they are willing and able, often through third-party agents, to attempt assassinations from the UK and kidnap from the UK. There have been at least 15 attempts of murder or kidnap against British nationals or UK-based individuals since the beginning of 2022.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. And I think the other issue, which goes further, which the committee also referred to, was, of course, the charities that exist in this country that are linked or directed and funded by Tehran. There are at least 13 charities that are under investigation by the Charity Commission. I have asked continuously for action from the government and from the Charity Commission to close these charities down and prevent them from acting against the interests of this country. At the moment, there's a lack of action and lack of coordination. It is not clear to me that this legislation will actually catch those charities. It doesn't, or whether there is sufficient legislation to do so. And I would appreciate the Minister answering that particular issue. I will give way to him.
I thank the honourable gentleman giving way on that point. And actually, one of the powers the government could look to do outside of this bill, because it's not within the scope of it, would be to give the Charity Commission the powers to wind up a charity. They currently do not have that power, and we can be absolutely certain that states are infiltrating and creating brand new charities across our country specifically to infiltrate them. So that may be the honourable gentleman's best course to try and get that done, for which I'm sure he would have the full support of most of the House.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. It is clear that this is one part of a series of actions that need to be taken. And I think this is the key point, which is one of the reasons why, if we'd had the opportunity potentially to pre-legislative scrutinise this bill, then suggestions could have been made to actually increase the scope of the bill so that we deal with these issues once and for all. So it's pretty clear to me that action needs to be taken to defend our people and indeed the people who come here literally fleeing the Iranian Republic. So, first off, obviously, following this legislation, we look forward to the prescription of the IRGC or whatever sanction was going to take, specific sanctions against the commanders, and the assets for the IRGC and its various different bodies should be frozen and subject to enhanced security. We look forward to the protections for Iranian dissidents and the opposition figures living in Britain. So, in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, let us make sure we send a clear message. I think on all sides here, we've agreed this legislation is necessary, but further legislation is also necessary. This legislation could be improved, provided the government were willing to listen to the proposals that my honourable friend has put forward. And I hope when the committee stage takes place, we can actually hear those arguments and indeed ensure that the government take note of this, and if not acting today, will agree to act in the future on the sensible proposals that my honourable friend has made. So this is a moral and a national security necessity. We know that operatives are from Iran, whether it's the IRGC or other state-based organisations, are taking action right now on our university campuses to stir up trouble and anti-Semitism, direct action against, as has been said, against Jewish businesses, synagogues, and indeed even now, places where Jewish people live. This is absolutely unacceptable. The people responsible obviously have to be brought to justice, but the organisations that they are part of must also be brought to justice and prevented from operating. All we can do, obviously, is pass this legislation and hope that the Home Secretary can take the necessary decisions that need to be taken. But I would just draw attention to one final issue, which is the operation of the communications takes place. The Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting. It's a propaganda arm of the regime. It's tied directly to the IRGC. It is not clear to me that this will get caught. It has a hub in Acton in West London and actively airs threats against Iranian dissidents and against the Jewish community. That operation should be closed down now, straight away, and I hope the Home Secretary will take the necessary action. I look forward to the responses from the Minister. I know she's new in the job, but I know she's got the best interests of the security of this country at heart, and I wish her well in carrying out those duties.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to be called, and may I first of all start off by welcoming the Right Honourable Lady to her place. It's a great job. I enjoyed it. I'm no doubt that she will, and though she may have shorter fingernails at the end of a day than she started with, it is worth it for the opportunity to serve with some of the finest people in our government. The intelligence services, the police that she will be working with are truly exceptional, and it's worth putting on record, I think, the gratitude of the whole House for what they do. May I also use this moment, because yesterday was the 10th anniversary of the death of my friend Jo Cox, and many of us have been wearing white roses in memory of her. When we last met, Jo and I were in one of the committee rooms and we were working on a report together entitled The Cost of Doing Nothing. Now, what we were actually talking about in that report was the action in Syria and the way in which the extremism in that country had torn it apart and how we hadn't acted in ways that we felt we should have done. But actually what the government is doing today I welcome very much, because they're demonstrating another response, which is they are not willing to stand aside and watch as the country gets torn apart in different ways. Now, I will bring criticisms in a moment, but I'd just like to place on record that I'm very grateful for the way in which the government has approached this legislation. I agree with the broad sweep of it. I just wish they'd given it a little bit more time. And I understand that she will almost certainly agree with me. Can I also unusually start by praising an absolutely outstanding speech by the Honourable Member for Leeds South West, who spoke, I thought, brilliantly, not just for this whole House, but for the country, on the threat to a particular community in our country, but actually to a threat to all of us, because it is absolutely true that in too many ways the Jewish community are the canary in the coal mine of any society. When you see Jews under threat, when you see Jewish homes frightened when you see Jewish sites vandalised, and sadly we're seeing too much. You know what's coming, and what's coming isn't pretty. But let's get back to this bill, because this bill, while it is welcome, it makes that tragic error that we often make in this place, and I know we've done it in our time as well, which is to seek the rapid answer rather than the complete one. And in doing so, what it misses very slightly is it misses that challenge that is bound to come. Because I'm afraid we do know what's going to come. We know that when an organisation is designated, and by the way, I will no doubt be supporting her when she decides to use the powers, because she will be very well advised by the teams we both know so well. They will then lawyer up, they will go to court, they will challenge her, and we will find ourselves going round the houses. And this is where I'm going to confess a failure of my own. One of the organisations that I sought to work on was the Islamic Centre of England. Now, this is an organisation that has the same connection to Islam in a true sense as most Christian organisations that claim the sort of Crusader cross and sort of that sort of far-right baggage do to the Church of Christ. It is a vile political organisation dressing itself up as a religious movement. Let's be absolutely clear what it is. There's nothing religious about it at all. And yet this organisation enjoys charitable status, as my honourable friend, the member for Harrow East, identified. And despite irregularities in their business, despite irregularities in the way they operated, sadly, they were still able to operate. Now, let me just list a couple more. There is Dar al-Hikmah, which has praised Qasem Soleimani, the former head of the late head of the IRGC, whose death is certainly not mourned here. They praised October the 7th. They praised the IRGC. What about Abra Islamic Foundation, who praise Hezbollah and Hamas, and who have run anti-Semitic and homophobic events? And what about Ahl al-Bayt Society Scotland? Sadly, this reaches across the whole of the United Kingdom, and indeed Ahl al-Bayt Islamic Mission, as well as Al-Ikhlas. Now, they've all run in various different ways, praising sessions of the IRGC, supportive of Qasem Soleimani, entirely against not just, let's be clear, not just the interests of the United Kingdom, but very particularly the interests of the Muslim community in the United Kingdom. Because let's be absolutely clear what the natural consequence of this will be. It will be to stir up sectarian and religious hatred. So we're seeing it first, as the Honourable Member mentioned, we're seeing it first with the Jewish community. Of course we are. But we all know where this is going to lead. And so for those of us, as I know my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary does, for those of us who value the place of all communities in our society and want to see Islam treated exactly the same as any other religion, I think we as Catholics are the only ones who are still lawfully discriminated against, but given that that only means we can't be the monarch, well, there you go. It excludes us from the monarchy, but apart from that, I think we can be pretty comfortable with our position.
I'm sure you're ambitious.
But those of us who want to see all religions treated equally do know that you simply cannot have the poison being poured into a few ears and pretending that it doesn't exist. And that's why when I mentioned this morning about Press TV, when I mentioned about the vile rumours being spread about the Prime Minister and indeed about others by organisations like Russia Today or others, we need to be absolutely conscious as to what we're dealing with. This is not, let's be quite clear, this is not a freedom of speech issue. This is no more a freedom of speech issue than the invasion of a hostile army is a right to roam issue. This is fundamentally about the deliberate actions of a state organisation, either the Russian state, the Chinese state, or indeed the Iranian state, to undermine and tear us apart. Now, I will give way, of course I will. I'm
extremely grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Many people say he was the second best security minister under Conservative rule. And I tend to agree with that. I do tend to agree with that. Might he continue to build the bridges which have already been formed across the House during the course of this debate? Invite the Minister when she winds up as a parallel exercise to the consideration of this legislation, to re-examine the charitable status of a whole range of organisations who have intimate connections with the Chinese state, the Iranian state, or the Russian state. That would seem to me to be a sensible move that we could agree today.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, in demonstrating his leadership in the stature of security ministers past and present, my right honourable friend preempted me as I was going to get on to. I was going to get on to China because, and here I declare various interests. In fact, I should declare I'm a patron of United Against a Nuclear Iran, which is an organisation which, as the government does, as everybody does, campaigns against Iran having nuclear weapons. I'm not sure that it's a particularly contentious organisation to be a member of. I hope it's one that's universally supported. I'm also, of course, sanctioned by the Chinese state, the Russian state, and the Iranian state. And in that, I just want to highlight some of the issues that we're dealing with here that have not quite come through yet. Because the truth is we're dealing with the IRG. I mean, let's be honest, this bill is shaped around the IRGC. It's shaped around a state organisation, a part of the Iranian constitutional structure that is behaving like a terrorist group because it is the sponsor of terrorism around the world. But of course it's not alone. Now, we know that, for example, the so-called Little Green Men who operated in Crimea were actually parts of the Russian armed forces, and there are Russian groups like Wagner, which again acts as a state-sponsored terrorist organisation in countries like Mali, and would I hope, I'm looking over at the Home Secretary, but would I hope be encapsulated in this bill as well. It certainly reads to me like it would cover that. But let's look a little bit more directly at one particular question, because there is an organisation that should be captured in this bill, but I suspect won't be, and that's TikTok. Now, the Right Honourable Lady may wonder why I include TikTok, but let me be quite clear. There are, of course, many different social media platforms around the world, and I'm not going to pretend that many of them are anything better than a cesspit. The truth is they do tend to encourage various forms of hatred, which, just as an aside, when you meet people who've posted on them and you meet them in the flesh at a constituency event, it turns out they're absolutely charming people who would never be quite so rude to your face, but are utterly vile online, which is quite remarkable, but there we go. But let me just be clear why I mentioned TikTok, because while the others respond to the triggers involved with advertising, they respond to the interests of their shareholders, effectively, and you may like or you may not like the product, but you know what they're doing. The difference with TikTok is, unlike the others, which are edited for profit, it's edited for effect. So if you look at, for example, the TikTok effect after October the 7th, it didn't particularly push a particular ideology. It wasn't trying to tell you that, you know, as the Soviets did in the 1920s, that more tractors were being produced in Minsk than in Manchester or whatever it happens to be. They're not seeking to tell you they're better. They're seeking to tell you there's nothing, it's all hatred, it's all division. It's seeking to promote that horrific outcome that some people want, which is effectively a destroyed state, a torn apart state, a state hostile with itself. And that, I'm afraid, is specifically what TikTok is doing, not by accident. Its algorithm is controlled by the Ministry of State Security through the Chinese Communist Party in Shenzhen. It's not based anywhere else, and that algorithm effectively acts as the editor, just as a newspaper editor would, in promoting quite deliberately not one side but both sides. If you promote one side, you may get persuasion, but you still get unity. If you promote both sides, you get division, you get anger, you get hostility, and you get rage. And so, while I don't think this bill does touch on that, I would urge her to have a look in months to come, because the truth is, there was a time, and there was a time 20, 30 years ago when we would have said a state-sponsored organisation was fundamentally human. We'd have said a state-sponsored organisation fundamentally needed people, it needed agents, it needed somebody to hire the car or rent the room or whatever it happened to be. That isn't true today. You don't need to cross the border. You can write the code, you can program the algorithm, and you can shape and watch the fire start. Now, very sadly, in her own community, we have seen this division inspired between Indian and Pakistani origin communities, where we've seen this same fire being lit, not because China particularly sides with one side or the other. It doesn't. It just wants hostility in the UK, and it's a dividing line. And so when we're looking at what we're talking about here, which is the designation of organisations, sometimes those organisations might include businesses. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do support this bill. I'm very grateful that the Honourable and the Right Honourable Lady have brought it, and I very much envy her place. I'm sure she will enjoy her role.
Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the leave of the House, I would welcome the Minister to her place for the first time, and I wish her every success in what is such a vital role in our country and within the government. But let me end where I began. We support this bill. We will not push second reading to a vote because the principle is sound. The power is overdue and the government is right to seek it. But let the House be in no doubt what is being asked of us today: to take a bill laid only last week and progress it through all stages of the House in just one day. We are asked to do what the House would normally do over months. But the threat is permanent, and haste is temporary, but the harm can be enduring. That asymmetry is one our enemies will both study and exploit, because bad laws made quickly are not easily redeemed, and the effect may be felt for years. In courtrooms, in cases that collapse, and the quiet calculations of the very people we are trying to deter. So let me be clear about what is and what is not in question. I do not doubt the government's good faith. I do not doubt for one moment that the ministers want to make our country safe, but good faith is not a working law, and good intentions do not disrupt plots. A bill that reaches the statute book but fails in the courtroom is worse than no bill at all, because it lets us tell ourselves that we have acted while the threat goes on untouched. And the people hunted by proxy states, by proxies on our streets and hostile states, are owed more than sincerity. They are owed a law that holds in the police station, the courtroom and at the border on the day it is tested. And I know what the answer may be, that these gaps can be dealt with another day in some future bill. But this House has heard another day before, and we've learnt what it means. I never took my own government's word when they said that to me, as anyone who was in this House and watched me chair the Foreign Affairs Committee damn well refused to take it. And therefore I will not do it today, because another day is where good intentions are sent to be forgotten. And the country does not get to tell the assassin at the journalist's door that the relevant clause is penciled for the next session. We have the bill before us today. We have amendments before us today. The only thing we're being asked to leave for later is the part that makes this bill effective. I want to touch on the speeches given just now at second reading, starting with a member for Cardiff who spoke about civil liberties and the importance of it. And he is absolutely right. The amendments we've laid, however, would give clarity to some of those things, particularly around the flying of flags and the wearing of uniforms. The chair of the Home Affairs Committee was absolutely right that the level of scrutiny given so far has not been sufficient. I am surprised that her committee was only offered a briefing once this bill has completed its House. I was offered a briefing only once 3 days after the deadline for amendments had passed. However, we were able to rectify that. And she is also right to raise questions about future misuse, which is something I myself didn't have the time to go into, so I'm very grateful for her touching on that. To the member for North Durham, who I'm sure will return in due course, he touched on the Australian model. One of the amendments we have laid is to require the assisting of a designated body or the accepting of money from them or any sort of benefit to carry a sentence of up to 25 years. We believe that the sentence for supporting, which is currently 14 years or a fine, should be increased if you are actively assisting or receiving material benefit. To the member for Hertsmere, my good friend, he is absolutely right when he sets out the experience of our Jewish communities. They are terrified, they are suffering, and this bill will go some way to help them. He also touches on the Muslim Brotherhood, which he was absolutely right to bring to this debate. Now, the Muslim Brotherhood is difficult because it is not an organisation, although some people like to talk about it as if it is. It is the same as if we need to tackle an ideology such as Nazism. We must find a way, however, to do so, because there are funds being used to undermine this country by those who assign to that ideology. I also welcome the discussion around AI that he managed to bring to this chamber around that discussion. And I also thank the member for Leeds South West for the discussion he brought about our Jewish communities and the way in which they need us to stand by them. Turning to my learned friend from Kenilworth, he was absolutely right where he discussed concerns around the need for a prohibited purpose to engage with the IRGC or similar bodies. There is no good reason for this threshold at this point, and I think he's absolutely right to set up there is a very clear distinction within the legislation between supporting versus assisting a material benefit, and the government does need to explain why they are treating those separately. Turning to the member for Harrow East, it was a pleasure to hear his speech. He has been very clear-eyed for a very long time about the threat from the IRGC and the Iranians, and he is particularly right to raise concerns about charities and the way in which they are exploited. The openness of our society is a strength, but of course it also provides more points of entry for those seeking to harm us. But he is also right to touch on the impact for our Jewish communities, as so many on both sides of the House did, and that is why our amendment requiring prosecuting the flying of flags or wearing uniforms in support of these organisations must be considered, because even in the last weekend we saw people marching through Jewish communities flying these flags, flying the flags of proscribed organisations to intimidate and scare our Jewish communities. Turning to my gallant friend for Tunbridge, I thank him for sharing once more the work he did with Jo Cox. I know they were very good friends. I think all of us remember where we were when we heard of her brutal murder. And this house is has less heart as a result of her loss. He touched on the Islamic Centre of England. He is absolutely right. We must give the Charity Commission the powers to be able to shut down organisations like this. And he is also right, and few have as much expertise as he does, when he touches on TikTok. It is a weaponised platform. China does not allow its own children to have access to it. Countries like India have taken action to say that they will not have it in their country. We must protect our country. So turning to the difficulty the government can no longer escape. The gaps in this bill have been named, and we will discuss them in more detail shortly in committee stage, but they sit on the order paper. So if they are waved away tonight, not in ignorance, but in full knowledge, then no one will be able to call it haste any longer. It will have become a decision to put in place weaker powers against hostile states than we already hold against the terrorists that state funds. A decision to leave the plot that is merely planned beyond the reach of the law, and a decision to let the inspired attacker fall through a gap that our terrorism law rightly closed 2 decades ago. This decision, I fear, was to suit a timetable that has everything to do with internal party politics and not to do with the threat. And that decision will not just be the Prime Minister's alone. It will belong to every member who walks through the lobby to oppose the amendments tonight. So let me say this directly to members opposite and to all those who've spoken so powerfully, and I thank every member for being so clear-eyed about the threats that the IRGC, the Chinese, the Russians and the North Koreans pose to our country. You did not campaign for a bill for these powers for so long for them to fall at the first legal hurdle. You did not demand action against this regime to hand it a gentler regime than what we use for terrorists. The amendments before you are not opposition traps. These are the protections we need, and I think many of you will feel in your gut are needed. I came to this place because national security was my career before I came to this place, tackling terrorist groups like Daesh, tackling the Russian government. I stand by the offer I made to the government. In the spirit I always make it. I'm not here to frustrate this bill. I'm here to complete it. Take the amendments, lay them as government amendments, or lay them in the Lords. We do not want to make this party political. We just want to get those holes closed. But accepting an amendment, to accept an amendment that ends the absurdity of a higher bar for the sponsor than the terrorist is the right thing to do. At committee, I will take the House through all 13 amendments, clause by clause, but what stands between this bill and what it should be. Because what stands is not ideology, not a desire to delay, and not politics, but time that was not given. Strip away the procedure, and 2 years from now there will be a prosecution, and we need to make sure that what happens allows the defendant not to be freed by words written in haste. In the end, it's not about us, nor is it about the timetable, nor whose name sits at the top of the amendment paper. It's about protecting our people, giving our police what they need. And so I support this bill, and it's precisely because I support it that I have spent hours and hours over the last week trying to get it right. And so I urge the government to work cross-party, accept our amendments, be it here or in the other place, and make sure that we give our police and our prosecution the power that we all know that they will not fully have without those amendments.
I call Minister Dame Angela Eagle.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank all honourable and right honourable members who've spoken in the debate. I think we've had a very powerful and very relevant debate. Also, I have to say, with a great deal of expertise in the chamber on both sides of the House. So I'd certainly like to thank honourable and right honourable members who've participated in this second reading debate. I think state threats are overt or covert actions by foreign governments that fall below armed conflict but go beyond legitimate diplomacy to harm UK interests. They present a persistent and evolving risk to the UK and our allies, and I think that evolution and the hybrid nature of the threats that we face today has come across in all of the many excellent contributions that we've had from both sides of the House. I think there's cross-party recognition that we are dealing with an increasingly complex and rapidly changing and evolving level of threats. They manifest across a wide spectrum of activity, including interference in democratic processes, acquisition of sensitive information, threats to public safety, and disruption of economic security. And we all know, because it's again been mentioned by many honourable and right honourable members, that certain states have both the intent and the capability to conduct such activity to advance their objectives. We've talked about Iran, we've talked about Russia, we've talked about China. This activity is often opportunistic, it's adaptive, it's increasingly integrated across multiple domains, combining physical, cyber, economic and international tools, and increasingly, as again has been pointed out, involving new and emerging tools such as AI too, as well as TikTok, cyber, AI and a range of other things. In December 2024, the former Home Secretary commissioned the independent reviewer of state threats legislation, Jonathan Hall QC, to conduct a review into the tools available in terrorism legislation to see how they might be applied to the problem of state threats. And he proposed that there should be legislation to create a state threats power equivalent to that of prescription under the Terrorism Act 2000. Now, this bill delivers that proposal. It does not deliver the recommendations of the entire Jonathan Hall report. It delivers that proposal. And to that extent, it's a narrow and not a comprehensive bill. And I think it's important that members across all sides of the House understand that that is what this bill is doing. So rather than try to shoehorn everything else into this bill, I think it's quite important that we understand what the nature of the bill before us today actually does. It strengthens the government's ability to disrupt hostile intelligence services and their proxies by adapting counter-terrorism tools to tackle state-based security threats to the UK. It seeks to close that loophole. It creates a new power for the Secretary of State to designate organisations involved in foreign power threat activity modelled on the Terrorism Act. It introduces a new criminal offence, 3 new criminal offences actually, of supporting, assisting or obtaining benefits from designated bodies. The bill will enable proxy organisations to be treated in practice like foreign intelligence services, making it easier to prosecute those acting on their behalf. It strengthens the overall national security framework so that the UK becomes a more difficult operating environment for foreign intelligence services and their state-linked proxies. Individuals acting for a designated body will feel the full force of our national security legislation and the potential accompanying prison sentences of up to 14 years. Designation will send a clear public signal to bodies and those prepared to assist them that their malign behaviour will not be tolerated in the UK. In our manifesto, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government committed to take that approach and take the approach used for dealing with terrorism and adapt it to deal with state-based security threats. And this is precisely what the bill does. Now, the Honourable Lady, the member for Rutland and Stamford, is a very passionate responder at the dispatch box, and her interest in this and her commitment to get it right is absolutely clear. The government's been working on this legislation since Jonathan Hall made his recommendation. The Prime Minister, in the light of the arson incidents that we saw in North London earlier this year, gave a firm commitment to legislate in a matter of weeks, and we're doing just that to close this loophole on state or proxy-based threat. So I want to be clear, this legislation is no less robust than the Terrorism Act. As my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary said, Jonathan Hall said that using terror legislation is shopping in the wrong department. We are attempting with this bill, and this bill actually will make sure that we're shopping in the right department. I'm happy to give way to my right honourable friend.
What Jonathan Hall said, but what he didn't say was you needed to create a higher statutory bar in order to achieve a prosecution. The worry that some of us have, including my right honourable friend and I, is that the addition of that will make it quite hard to achieve a prosecution under this proposed law, not least because the new bill suggests that you have to, there has to be a purpose, an illicit purpose associated with the association with a designated body. I wonder if the Honourable Lady will address that specific point.
Well, I think that there are some necessary differences between a terrorist organisation and a state-influenced or state proxy organisation, which the differences in this legislation seek to bring out. So when compared to the terrorist legislation, or indeed the National Security Act, which deals with terrorism, Jonathan Hall said that, and I'm quoting him, this bill does the job in closing that loophole. And he also sort of, he in his own speech to the House said that he thought that it would be harder to achieve prosecutions, the prosecutions for designated organisations than terrorist organisations. But the bill builds on a tried and tested series of legislation in the National Security Act, and we've developed it closely with operational partners. It does do the job. We don't believe that it's tougher to get appropriate prosecutions up and running in, I will in a minute, in this context, but I'm happy to give way to the right honourable gentleman.
Nobody respects Jonathan Hall, I think, more than we do. I mean, he's done an exceptional job for this country in many different ways. He's a man of the highest integrity and the greatest intellect, and we're very lucky to have him. May I suggest that, given that it seems unlikely that the Right Honourable Lady or the Honourable Lady are going to accept amendments today, that's what it appears to be, which I have to say I'm sorry about, but I've heard their position. Would she engage in a conversation between now and the passage through the Lords? Because there is a moment there where we could introduce amendments that we feel would be of assistance to the government and actually would make us all stronger.
Of course, I'm more than happy to create a circumstance where we can do that out of the Lord's procedures on the bill. I think there are some misunderstandings about what protections are offered in the bill, and some of the amendments seek to address gaps that aren't actually there. But I'm more than happy to deal with that, and I'll be in touch with him to organise it prior to the Lord's passage of the bill through the Lords. So the Honourable Lady, the member for Rutland and Stanford, said that the bill doesn't take into account activity taken outside of the UK, but she's wrong to say that it isn't covered. The offences capture activity outside the UK where it's contrary to the safety or interests of the UK, and case law has made it clear that the definition of safety and interests of the UK is wide. We've worked closely with operational partners to shape the bill, and we're confident that it will give them the powers they need. And there have been successful prosecutions under the National Security Act 2023, which demonstrate that these kinds of powers actually do work. I'm happy to.
Thank you for giving way on that point. Yes, the law specifically covers UK citizens who then travel abroad to commit a crime in support of these prescribed routes. However, it explicitly states that those crimes, if they are planning them here in the UK and they happen abroad, unless it is prejudicial to the safety of the UK, which I'm sorry, but it would be very straightforward for a lawyer to argue that something that takes place in Iraq is not prejudicial to the safety of the UK. That explicitly, and when I met with Foreign Office lawyers and Home Office lawyers last night, they said it was likely it would be captured. And when I said, well, I recognise that likely is hopeful, that is not absolute. They will be able to answer in a moment. I'm formally repeating the conversation I had that was requested that I had, where they said it was likely. That is very different to we will be able to prosecute and we must be able to do so. Clarifying amendments to put additional protections into law, exactly what we should be wanting to do, so it is watertight to make sure that anyone in Manchester planning something abroad is absolutely captured.
Well, I suspect that lawyers often use words like likely when you talk to them, because they're very rarely ready to commit to absolutely. But I think perhaps we need to deal with some of this in more detail in the committee stage. But we are assured that overseas activity is is going to be covered in the way in which this bill interacts, and case law makes it likely. Madam Deputy Speaker, what I'm loath to do really is go through in detail a lot of the committee stage style points that were made during the debate. Merely what I probably want to say is that designation is the closest we can get with state inspired and connected proxies or organisations so that we can prevent them from behaving in the way that they're behaving on our streets day in, day out. A designation will allow us to ensure that we capture the malign activity and prosecute the malign activity that such hybrid and state actors involve themselves into. This is why this bill creates and closes the gap that Jonathan Hall discovered in the National Security Act. We wish to get it on the statute book so we can deal with the level of rising threats on our streets that many members on both sides of the House featured in their second reading speeches on this bill. I'm extremely grateful that all sides of the House and all front benches support the bill and will not be voting against it at second reading. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I look forward to dealing in much greater detail with some of the amendments as we come to the committee stage. So I move that this House gives this bill a second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Under the allocation of time order of today, we now move to Committee of the Whole House. Order.
National Security State Threats Bill.
I remind members that in committee, members should not address the Chair as Deputy Speaker. Please use our names when addressing the Chair. Madam Chair, Chair and Madam Chairman are also acceptable. We begin with the question that Amendment 16 be made, with which it will be convenient to consider all amendments, new clauses, clauses stand part and schedules stand part, as on the selection and grouping paper. And I call Alicia Cairns to move Amendment 16.
Thank you, Chair. We have tabled 13 amendments, not to frustrate the bill, but to give it the teeth that it needs. This is a bill that is soft where it should be hard, silent where it should speak, and blind where it should see. Soft because, as drafted, it sets a higher bar to prosecute a person who supports the IRGC than a person who supports the terrorists the IRGC funds and commands. Silent because whole categories of hostile conduct that our terrorism law has criminalised for 20 years are simply missing. And blind because it has been written for one organisation on one timetable with almost no provision for future designations. Goodwill is not enough, and we must close the holes our enemies will exploit. The government has lifted much of this legislation from Section 12 of the Terrorism Act 2000, yet it has added something that does not appear in the terrorism offence: a requirement that the support be given for a prohibited purpose, a purpose prejudicial to the safety or interest of the United Kingdom. So let me ask the Minister the simple question this bill invites. What level of support for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps does this government consider beneficial to the United Kingdom? Because the IRGC is the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, and if the Right Honourable Lady agrees that there is none, then we can simply remove the prohibited purpose, as she has just said from the front bench that she agrees that there is absolutely none. Then let's act and change it. Because as drafted, to convict someone who supports the IRGC, the prosecution must also prove an additional threshold that that support was prejudicial to the safety or the interests of the UK. That does not exist in terrorism law. So to convict someone who supports Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis, the proxies the IRGC arms and funds, there is no such hurdle. So the body that inspires, organises, arms, funds the terrorists is handed a protection in law that the terrorist himself is denied. And this is the difference between a prosecution that succeeds and one that never gets off the ground. And I know something about prosecutions failed at the last moment. Our Amendment 3 simply removes the extra defence and brings this offence into line with the terrorism law that it's drawn from. Now, I recognise the government may seek to argue that the state entities enjoy protections in international law that terrorists do not, that we must set a higher bar than equivalent terrorism legislation, and acting prejudicially to the UK's interest is a reasonable test. But state immunity protects the Iranian state from being sued or prosecuted in our courts, and it has nothing to do with the British resident who chooses to fund or promote the IRGC. We are not prosecuting Tehran. We are prosecuting the person here who does their work, and the proposition the Minister is left defending is that the support, the world's biggest sponsor of terrorism, should be harder to prosecute than the supporting groups it sponsors. That is not a higher bar. It is international lawyers tying the hands of ministers meant to be keeping us safe. Turning now to Amendments 11 and 12, the same instinct to protect where we should prosecute runs through subsection 7, which makes reasonable excuse a defence for accepting and keeping a material benefit from a designated body. But it's not necessary, because we already have protections in the bill if you are, for example, a lawyer or somebody who had no ability to know that there may be funds you are taking. It is in the National Security Act, I recognise that, but it is not a reason to repeat a weakness. We have an opportunity to fix it. And there is no excuse for keeping a hostile state's money, not in this bill and not in the Act it leans on. Then there is the sentencing, which gets the gravity backwards. As drafted, supporting a designated body and actively assisting one carries the same maximum sentence, 14 years or a fine. Very happily give way to the right.
Before she moves on to fines, this issue, the one she has just raised and I raised earlier, seems to be crucial. It is true that Jonathan Hall, as the Minister said when we were in the second reading debate, Madam Chairman, recognised the approach to a terrorist organisation was different to the approach to a state. Nevertheless, by creating this higher bar, whereby to secure a successful prosecution, the individual concerned must be established that the individual concerned was acting on behalf of the designated body for a prohibited purpose. So the connection between the body is not sufficient. Seems to me to make prosecution less likely rather than more likely. Now, if it's international law that's the heart of that, and they fear appeals and so on and so forth, we need to hear that from the Minister, and it needs to be a highly persuasive case. Because to me, it seems to me the government are making their lives more difficult rather than easier.
I thank my right honourable friend, and that is exactly the crux of the point that I made in my earlier speech in the earlier readings. We cannot set a higher threshold because we will see convictions collapse, or prosecutions, collapse for exactly that reason. We need to be arming prosecutors to go and get the justice that our country needs to better protect us. Precisely. Turning back to the maximum sentence of 14 years, actively doing a hostile state organ's work, whether it's moving its money, carrying its information, committing violence on its behalf, is graver than just supporting it. It is a kind of treason, and I suspect most British people will call it that as well. So we urge the government to consider making actively working with or receiving material benefit from a higher potential sentence. So Amendment 7 therefore raises that maximum sentence from 14 years to 25, and it's not plucked from the air. It matches the Australian regime under which the IRGC was listed last November. Now, as I said, the government may argue that the 14-year maximum sentence is taken from the NSA 2023. I say let's raise the maximum sentence in both. This is treason, after all, that we are talking about. I turn from where the bill is too soft to where it says nothing at all. Amendment 10, this is one of the first gaps on which the government has offered no answer, and I have looked hard for one. Section 5 of the Terrorism Act 2006 makes preparing an act of terrorism an offence. This bill contains no equivalent. As drafted, a person can plan to assist a designated organ, let's talk about the RGC to be straightforward, and unless and until they commit the act, they have committed no offence under this bill at all. But the entire purpose of national security work is to prevent and disrupt before harm is done, not to see the plot and clear it up afterwards. We would not tolerate that vulnerability in terrorism law, and we should not invent it here. So Amendment 10 closes that gap and lets police and prosecutors act while a plot is still on the drawing board. But if the Minister believes preparation is already caught elsewhere, I would welcome her showing me where, but I have yet to be shown that in the briefings I've had. Amendment 13, Chair, recognises the gap left by preparation is widened by a second omission, self-directed and inspired actors. The bill misses entirely the person who is never directly commissioned or directed, but who absorbs a hostile state's propaganda and acts on it alone. 20 years of counter-terrorism has taught us this lesson at a terrible cost. The gravest or most likely threat is no longer the directed plot, but the individual radicalised online who acts on their own. Now, hostile states bring the resources, reach and sophistication of states to that propaganda, arguably with a greater inspiring power than any terrorist group can muster. We saw it in the bots that screamed for independence in Scotland and fell silent the moment Iran's internet went down, just as the honourable and gallant member for Tunbridge raised in his speech earlier. And that is just a small insight in the ways that they are invested in turning us against each other. A bill that catches only the commissioned and the directed is fighting the last war and leaving us dangerously exposed to the next. So Amendment 13 captures those inspired to act by a designated body, but not the directly directed by them. I turn now to the most dangerous omission of all, which we've just touched on at the wind-ups, the second reading, which is the omission that would worry our allies and partners, which Amendment 8 seeks to address. As drafted, the bill captures activity in the UK and activity abroad that is prejudicial to the UK. It does not catch activity planned here on British soil to be perpetrated abroad where there is no ability to prove that it is prejudicial to the interests of the UK or may harm the UK. So where there is no harm to the UK. So activity by the RGC in France, Iran, Bosnia, or by the Chinese in Hong Kong may not be directly prejudicial to the interests of the UK. So again, we are adding an unnecessary threshold. But if it is perpetrated here, be it in Manchester or London or anywhere else, we must be able to prosecute those responsible. In plain terms, this gap was turning the UK into a base for state terrorism. A cell here in Britain planning a campaign of intimidation against a journalist in Dublin on behalf of the IRGC, or a network running sabotage operations in Germany, arrested and charged their defence rights itself. The act was not to take place here in the UK, and you cannot argue it was prejudicial to the UK's safety. The law does not like ambiguity. We should not leave prosecutors to have to argue that an attack on Dublin or Berlin was also somehow an attack on London. So Amendment 8 closes that gap directly so that planning hostile activity from British soil is caught wherever that activity is aimed. If the government is confident the scope is already reached, it loses nothing by putting it beyond doubt. Far better to write the law clearly today than to watch a case fall apart on this very point. The next omission is propaganda itself. Since 2006, it's been an offence to disseminate publications that promote terrorism. The bill extends no equivalent protection against the propaganda of designated states. But we've heard colleagues today talk about publications like Press TV that shamefully former members of this House still appear on and are paid to have shows on. Two of the principal weapons of hostile states are the propaganda that recruits and the disinformation that divides. The Chinese Communist Party pushes propaganda and disinformation through the United Front Work Department, and I hope these powers will reach them one day. But Amendment 14 brings designated bodies within the same standard applied to terrorist publications for 20 years, because I do not think in any way that this government thinks that IRGC propaganda should have more latitude than that of the prescribed terrorist group. Next, an omission for many living in our country, especially our Jewish communities, will find most difficult. Under Section 13 of the Terrorism Act 2000, it is an offence to display in public the insignia of a prescribed organisation. It is the power that we rely on to take Hamas flags, Hezbollah banners, the symbols of Hizb ut-Tahrir off our streets. This bill as drafted contains no equivalent provision whatsoever. So if this amendment is not accepted by the government either now or in the other place, the flag of the IRGC may fly lawfully on a British street, glorifying every stabbing, every attack on our Jewish communities, every kidnap plot, every assassination attempt that the regime has directed here. How do we look the people who are being hunted in the eye and tell them that the banner of the hunter is welcome on our streets? The government may say that criminalising the display of state symbols brings lawful state activity under UK criminal law, contrary to diplomatic convention, and that by reciprocity, hostile states could criminalise the Union Jack and UK uniforms abroad. I have taken the time to consider this, exposing our personnel and dual nationals. I say yes, state immunity protects foreign states in our courts, but it should not and does not dictate what a resident of this country may do on British pavements. This amendment does not touch the Iranian state, nor its embassy or any accredited diplomat protected by the Vienna Convention. It touches the person waving the flag or wearing the uniform. And the reciprocity argument does not survive 5 seconds contact with reality, because Iran already jails its own citizens for waving the Union Jack. We do not keep our flag safe in Tehran by keeping their flag flying in London. I move from the offences the bill omits to the power it withholds from our police and the officer standing at the border. New Clause 5 closes one of the starkest gaps between this bill and the terrorism law that the Secretary of State has said very clearly she seeks to mirror, the same as was the language she used. If an officer has reasonable grounds to suspect at the border that someone is leaving the United Kingdom to assist a designated terrorist group, which would now be a designated hostile state body, they should be able to seize the passport of the person seeking to travel and stop them. We grant that exact power in terrorism cases. Parliament created it in 2015 so that an officer at the border does not have to watch a suspect board a plane and vanish. On the 29th of March 2024, 2 men stabbed Pouria Zarati, a journalist with Iran International, incredibly brave men who continue to do everything they can to put a light on what is taking place in Iran, outside his home in Wimbledon. The Crown told the court they'd acted as proxies for the Iranian state, and within hours they were at Heathrow and gone. We can close that loophole by accepting this amendment. And Jonathan Hall, KC, the independent review of whom we've spoken much, recommended this power last year. He said it was an immediate recommendation and the government rightly accepted it, and I welcome them having done so. But then they've left it out of the bill. The terrorism equivalent has worked for 10 years. It's been used 75 times. If the threat is visible at the border, we must not tie the hands of the officer standing in front of it. The second power this bill withholds is the Serious Crime Prevention Order. Again, terrorism law already allows it. This bill does not, and that's why I've laid New Clause 6. A serious crime prevention order lets a court manage risk beyond the conviction, limiting travel, restricting internet access, controlling communications, compelling disclosure that aids an investigation. Every one of those tools would help us tackle hostile state networks. We grant them against organised crimes. We grant them against terrorists. But this bill grants them neither against the IRGC or any future designated body. The Minister must therefore explain why an SCPO is right for county lines gangs and for terrorist cells, but not a hostile state. I suspect the real answer that it may have been an omission, or again there may be plans for a future bill, but I say we have this bill now. Let's give them the powers necessary. And that brings me to the blind spot at the centre of this bill. The consequence of writing it for one organisation and forgetting there'll be more state bodies that behave as terrorists. The bill does not mention sanctions once. For legislation whose entire purpose is to act against hostile state bodies, there is a remarkable and revealing silence, because it tells you who it was drafted for. The IRGC is already sanctioned, so the government didn't trouble to build a bridge to the sanctions regime. But the next body we might designate will not be sanctioned or may not be sanctioned at all. And I can assure the House there will be a need for future designations. I've touched on one, the United Front Work Department of the Chinese Communist Party. New Clause 7 enshrines designation as a ground for sanction. Now, it does not impose anything automatic, and it does not ask for a running commentary on sanctions so government lawyers can rest easy, but what it does is give the bill built for a second designation or a third, not just the first. Amendment 15 builds directly on that bridge. Where New Clause 7 makes the link possible, 15 makes the government turn its mind to it. It would require the Secretary of State within 6 months of designating any body to consider whether that body should also be sanctioned and to lay the reasons for that decision before this House. This is not a demand that the government sanction anyone, and its demand aside, it is deliberately allows to make sure that designations and sanctions do not drift apart due to inattention. If the government is serious that this power will be used agnostically against bodies not yet sanctioned, they would welcome a discipline that forces it to look every time. I come finally to the threat this bill will not even bring itself to name. Hostile states and the bodies who serve them will use any tool they can to silence dissent, to subvert democracy and to advance their interest, particularly those who sought safety in our country, Tibetans, Hong Kongers, Ukrainians, and also British nationals who've dared to stand up to autocrats and terrorist technocrats who are under now attack on our soil. Amendment 16 names 3 of the most common and most sinister forms of attack by hostile states: transnational repression, abuse of lawfare, and sanctions evasion. It would be the first time that transnational repression was put into British law. That may seem an amazing, glaring omission for many members of this House. I myself was not aware until I started asking the Bill Office when I gave them my amendment to provide for me the legal definition of transnational repression. And they said there isn't one because it's not in law. We can correct that through this bill. It would send a single, unambiguous warning. A foreign power that reaches onto our streets to do these things will be designated for it. We've heard about the threats from Iran to our country. We know how the Chinese Communist Party has put the bounties on the heads of pro-democracy Hong Kongers, cash for the abduction of people as young as 19, kidnap notes put through the doors of neighbours saying, bring this person to the Chinese embassy so we can deal with them. And we've talked about Russia murdering people on our soil. And behind all the names we know, Litvinenko, Berezovsky, all the others, there are hundreds and thousands that we do not, who are still being attacked. Section 33 of the NSA already names some hostile acts: sabotage, the theft of trade secrets, entering prohibited premises. If the Act can name these examples, it can find the room to name transnational repression. And this is the chance to improve the National Security Act and to protect the vulnerables and put autocracies on notice. To conclude, Chair, let me draw these threads together. 13 amendments, every one of them drawn not from theory, but from the body of counter-terrorism law that this country has built, tested and relied upon from 2 decades. Apart from the transnational repression suggestion, everything else is taking actually from terrorism legislation and make sure we don't have omissions or gaps within this bill. It also comes from my experience directly working to counter hostile states before I came to this place and terrorist groups. On even the basics, a propaganda offence, the flags and uniforms, the power to seize a passport at the border, orders we already have, these are the bare minimum the government should be looking to accept. But if these amendments are voted down or not accepted, then it ceases to become an issue of haste and more one of choice. A choice to give the IRGC a gentler regime than the terrorist groups that it funds. We support this bill. We are not trying to stop it. I hope I have made the case clearly that we just want to plug the gaps, and I do not think it is fair for the government to suggest that we are trying to use this like a Christmas tree and hang lots of additional items on it. I'm trying to seek to close existing gaps. The only one that would be new would be transnational repression. I commend these amendments to the committee, and I hope they will be considered.
Minister. Thank you very much, Mrs. Cummings. I think that I have to commend the Honourable Lady for doing her homework, and I also wish to explain why at the moment we think these amendments are not needed. There are a couple of things I want to say that, that really run as themes throughout my response to her amendments. The first is that it's not possible to treat a state body the same way as a terrorist organisation, because one can't abolish a state body, and one has to think about the differences between the two, which is why we've called closing the loophole in this bill designation rather than prescription. It's also the case that clearly we have other international obligations, both under international law for the sovereignty of individual states and also under diplomatic law with the Vienna Convention, so that we can enable diplomatic relations or some kinds of arrangements with states that we might not approve of particularly. And I think within that difference lies some of the different approaches that in this bill to some of the Honourable Lady's amendments. And I think that the other common theme, which perhaps divides us in our approach to this bill, but explains the differences and why we won't be accepting her amendments, are that we're not trying to put the whole of Jonathan Hall's recommendations onto the statute book in this bill. What we have said, and what the Home Secretary, my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, said in her opening remarks, was that there will be, we have accepted all the recommendations in Jonathan Hall's report, and we will be legislating for them subsequently. But what we wish to do with this quite narrow bill is actually to close that loophole with state-sponsored or proxy organisations as quickly as possible, so we can deal with some of the rising threats that are going on our streets as we speak. So I think bearing those two things in mind may assist in explaining some of my comments, which will be to come about the amendments that she's just moved. So Amendment 3 to 6, where the Honourable Lady seeks to amend or actually sort of delete the prohibited purpose test. The prohibited purpose test is there precisely to talk about the difference in treatment between terrorist organisations and states with whom we can't prescribe and with whom we may have to have some kind of arrangements. The bill is modelled on the provisions in the Terrorism Act, but it has to reflect the realities of dealing with state entities, and that is what the prohibited purpose test is about. There may be some cases where UK persons need to have legitimate dealings with a state entity. It might be a British diplomat, it might be an NGO delivering humanitarian aid. And so the prohibited purpose test is necessary to protect legitimate conduct without creating loopholes that can be exploited by hostile actors. I'm happy to give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm glad that the Minister has addressed that point, because it's the point that was raised by my honourable friend and I in the second reading debate. But surely the counter-argument is that that will be a sure defence when prosecutions are brought. That it'll be much harder to secure a conviction because the necessity to prove a purpose will be tested beyond measure. And the association with, for example, a state-sponsored organisation, the RGC, ipso facto is a proof, surely, of guilt.
I would say that action which is prejudicial to the safety or interests of the UK is the test that we're talking about. I would say that if one was delivering humanitarian aid and had to deal with part of a state that we didn't particularly approve of, that would not be prejudicial to the safety or interests of the UK. It would be in line with what the UK wished to do. But if it was prejudicial because it was hostile activity, then the test would be passed. And I'm happy.
I thank the right honourable lady for allowing me to come in on there. the example she gives there is a diplomat, and she's absolutely right. Our diplomats in Tehran will need to engage the IRGC. It is a nonsense to suggest that they will not be able to. But that is why you have a specific opt-out within the bill, on the face of the bill, that says acts for, on behalf of, or holds office under the Crown or is in Crown employment, whether or not they engage in the conduct in that capacity. Now, as I've already mentioned, I'm already concerned that means that anyone who actually is a traitor and works for civil service would have protections under any circumstances. But actually, therefore, we don't need that additional threshold because diplomats are already specifically protected on the face of the bill in another point.
It's not only diplomats, it may well be NGOs who are delivering humanitarian aid, people who have to come across states or their designated proxies in particular cases. Happy to.
Most of forgiving way. I think we need to be clear about which provisions relate to which offences. So the offence that I think she's heard concern expressed about, and which Amendment 3 relates to, is the 17A offence, in other words, supporting a designated organisation. The provisions that relate to protections for those who are acting on behalf of the UK state apply to the other two offences, do they not? Not to the 17A offence. The point I wanted to make to the Minister, though, is she's of course right that there is a difference between the way in which the UK state needs to interact with another state entity and the way in which it needs to interact with a terrorist entity. But of course these offences relate to individuals, not to states or indeed to the designated body. We're talking about offences that might be charged against individuals who are themselves accused of supporting that designated body. So isn't the point here that, just as has been made, the point made several times, we are setting up an additional hurdle in order to prosecute successfully for an offence of supporting a designated body. As she heard me say at second reading, what I'm concerned to understand is why that isn't duplication, in effect, of the designation process itself, which distinguishes an innocent, perfectly rational state body from one that's up to no good for all the ways that's described in the designation process. Why do we need the prohibited purposes test in addition to the designation process?
Thank you. I think it's to cover all potential actions that individuals may undertake in circumstances that mean that they will be able to assure themselves that it's okay to do the particular activity, even if it involves a designated state, because it's not prejudicial to the safety or interests of the UK. And so it's a way of and there are many humanitarian organisations that are worried about being inadvertently caught in the designation process. And so I think that the prohibited purpose test, the prohibited purpose test is there to give assurance in those contexts.
I'm grateful to the Minister. And I, with other members of the Foreign Affairs Committee, met earlier today with the head of the regional delegation to the UK for the for the ICRC, the International Committee of the Red Cross. And the point that the ICRC makes is that they're not an NGO. They need access to state actors, to both sides of a conflict. I'm curious to know from the Minister, on this prohibited purpose test, is that specifically for the sake of looking to protect NGOs and international government organisations like the ICRC, or is it also to do with compliance with international law, such as the European Court of Human Rights?
Well, the bill does accord with the European Court of Human Rights and international law and all our obligations. But I think the prohibited purpose test is precisely there to give assurance to bodies such as the one that he mentions in his comment, so that there won't be any dubiety about whether they can engage with the organisations that they have to engage with as part of the core job that they do.
Can I thank the Minister for giving way, and can I put on record my thanks to the Home Secretary and the team for the speed with which they've addressed the major issues in this bill, but also thank the Home Secretary for earlier on in second reading making clear that this bill will not apply to humanitarian organisations.
Yes, and it's this test which delivers that assurance. Yeah.
Extremely grateful to her, and I hope she will accept. I am genuinely trying to make sure I've understood correctly how this is supposed to work. The other point that I raised, and which I'd be grateful if she could address, is I understand her argument that the intention here is to make sure that those, for example, at NGO level, who might engage with a designated body are not held criminally accountable for doing so. But I know she will recognise that the way in which the bill approaches the offences of assisting a designated body or obtaining a material benefit from a designated body are dealt with differently. So in those cases, there is provision for the kind of defence that I think she outlines. But that is not the approach taken in relation to supporting a designated body. Can she explain why the difference?
Dame Angela Eagle.
I think that the way that this bill was drafted is also to try to mirror, albeit in a slightly different context, the Terrorism Act provisions, but also fit into the National Security Act provisions too, so that we don't get a very complicated range of different tests. And so it's about consistency as well, I think. I wanted to talk about, raise Amendment 7, which the Honourable Lady moved, which is about defences and sentencing, and essentially her wishing to increase the prison sentence for actively assisting. And again, she wishes 25 years imprisonment rather than the current 14. The idea of the current 14 is that it fits in very much with the National Security Act sentencing, so that we don't, again, get a very complex range of different sentences for quite similar offences. So the issue, one could increase both if we were minded to do so, but the point about this, the introduction of designation in this bill, is that it's trying to fit into the existing National Security Act 2023, which has been working quite well, rather than have a whole range of different sentences for very similar offences. Happy to give way.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady and welcome the Chair to the committee stage. I recognise fully her point that she's trying to fall in line with the National Security Act, but as per my argument earlier, let's improve the National Security Act while it's at it. The Honourable Lady says it's whether she's minded to or not. I say be minded to. You know, if you are actively assisting or taking material benefit from a hostile state and committing treason, it is absolutely right. It should be a tougher sentence than just flying a flag or supporting them, which is still heinous, but a far worse crime has been committed. So I'd ask her to consider being minded by the time it gets to the Lords. Thank you.
I note the point she makes. Amendment 10, which the Honourable Lady mentioned, would create an offence of engaging in conduct in preparation for committing or assisting another to commit an offence relating to a designated body. This amendment isn't necessary because a person engaging in conduct of any kind, including preparatory conduct, intending to assist a designated body in carrying out UK-related activities would be caught. She talked about a loophole, as she called it, saying that the bill does not include attacks which are inspired, that's her Amendment 13, which would create a new offence for self-directed acts inspired by a designated body. We don't, Madam Chair, believe that this amendment is necessary. The test for assisting the assisting offence at new section 17B is whether conduct is intended to assist a designated organisation or whether the person ought to know their conduct is likely to assist the organisation. The person doesn't need to be tasked or directed by that organisation to commit the offence, and therefore those that are inspired to do things rather than being asked or told to do things by the designated body are caught. She, in her Amendment 8, she seeks to capture conduct that occurs outside of the UK but is planned within the UK. Again, we believe this amendment is unnecessary. In relation to the offence of assisting a designated body at new section 17B, planning is already caught in the bill if it takes place in the UK. That offence refers to conduct of any kind, and it will be an offence to plan something in the UK that takes place outside of the UK, where it materially assists a designated body in carrying out activities which are prejudicial to the safety or interests of the UK. That's the prohibited purpose test. That could include someone in the UK who assists a designated body in their work overseas to target an ally of the UK. So Amendment 8 is unnecessary. Amendment 14 would create an offence relating to the dissemination of publications encouraging support for a designated body. The conduct this amendment seeks to address is already covered by the new support offence. She asked whether people would be criminalised for wearing clothing, well, wanted people to be criminalised, I think, for displaying flags or similar symbols linked to a designated body. The bill doesn't ban the wearing or carrying of an image because we can't ban what might be worn by a foreign diplomat. But where somebody is supporting or promoting the hostile activities or a prescribed body in any way, they will be caught by the new support offence. So hopefully that will give her some assurance that that issue is covered. Her new clause 5 and new clause 6 give effect to other Jonathan Hall recommendations. These amendments create new powers to seize travel documents and allow police to apply for serious crime prevention orders in relation to offences committed under the Act. We are committed to legislating for these, and we will do so, as my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, announced at second reading, as soon as parliamentary time allows.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to begin by restating that Liberal Democrats support this bill. We've long called for action to tackle the threat posed by the IRGC, and we've repeatedly been disappointed by slow progress. This bill represents a positive step and a rare moment of agreement of principle across this House. When it comes to important matters of national security, this is a desirable outcome. The UK, Madam Chair, is increasingly targeted by hostile state-backed groups, and the IRGC has been involved in such activity, as we know. Attacks on Britain's Jewish community in recent months have laid bare the clear and ongoing threat to that community and also to UK national security. Now, the uptick in anti-Semitism and the threats against our national security continue regardless of the politics in this House, and we must bear that in mind when we act urgently to protect Jewish communities. That is why I urge members across this House to support new Clause 3 on the designation of the IRGC. This amendment will provide, after long delays, much-needed certainty for the Jewish community and others that the government will act at pace by bringing forward regulations within a month of this Act passing. Of course.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He will know that I have called for the prescription of the IRGC numerous times in this House. It is something I absolutely want to see. But does he not accept that we have to pass this legislation first, set the framework up, allow the Home Secretary to make an evidence-based decision before prescription is then brought into effect? Is it not the case that he should withdraw this amendment today and allow due process to take course?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. The amendment won't be withdrawn, and the sentiment is shared between us, and I think we should appreciate that. This amendment reflects the government's own stated intention to move by the summer recess and ensures that the commitment will be honoured in practice, giving much reassurance to those watching on from outside this House. Importantly, this amendment does not force the Home Secretary to designate the IRGC prematurely, only in line with the rest of the bill that we're discussing today. It does not override due process, nor does it lower the evidential threshold required under the Act. It ensures that the intelligence gathering and preparatory work necessary for designation are treated as an urgent priority, rather than something that can be continually delayed. This urgency is now long overdue. Liberal Democrats will also support new Clause 4, which provides for an independent post-legislative review within 12 months of the Act passing. This is a crucial safeguard. The bill introduces significant new powers, and it is essential that their effectiveness and proportionality are independently assessed.
Does the Honourable Gentleman give way on that point?
I thank the gentleman for giving way. He's absolutely right to want this. However, there is already a requirement under law for Jonathan Hall, the Independent Review of Terrorism, to review all terrorism legislation and all related legislation which this would fall under, including the National Security Act, every single year and to report back to Parliament. So I think hopefully he'll be reassured that that's actually already covered in law and there is a specific requirement.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention. She knows much more about this than I do, and I will bow to her greater knowledge. The House, the Home Secretary gave reassurance at second reading that humanitarian organisations will not find their work being criminalised, and the Security Minister has just touched on that point as well. We welcome further reassurance on the official record, but I have no doubt that this will be further explored elsewhere when the bill moves on. I'm sure that members across the House will agree that the accelerated passage of this bill through Parliament, which will limit the volume of scrutiny that it will receive, heightens the imperative that independent post-legislative scrutiny may be useful to the government. Similarly, we will support Amendment 2, which ensures that any decision to remove a designation is subject to the draft affirmative procedure. Again, speed is a factor in this bill's passage, which the official opposition has mentioned a number of times today, and it is likely that this will not be needed in the short to medium term. But parliamentary oversight should apply not just at the point of designation, but also at the point of removal. It is vital that there is adequate parliamentary scrutiny if a future Home Secretary should seek to remove a designation, and this amendment will enshrine that mechanism. We also support Amendment 1, tabled by my friend, the member for North Norfolk. This amendment closes a critical loophole by making it an offence to use corporate structures to conceal assets belonging to designated individuals or to organisations. This amendment strengthens enforcement against the murky structures which many members of this House have long opposed. I would urge ministers to consider the merits of this amendment, even if it does not reach a division today. Liberal Democrats will also be supporting Amendment 8. This bill refers to UK-related activities, but it fails to account for activities which are conducted overseas but are planned from within the UK. It cannot be right that groups planning attacks on our allies and neighbours are sheltered from the law by this oversight. These actors do not respect traditional borders, and so our laws must adequately adapt to meet the challenge. This amendment closes that loophole and, in doing so, strengthens the Act. This bill can be further strengthened, Madam Chair, to bring the activity of copycat and lone wolf actors into scope, as set out in Amendment 13. Experts are warning that access to violent content online is a contributing factor to violent acts being carried out by those who feel they are acting on behalf of a group, even if they hold no direct link or contact. The laissez-faire attitude of social media platforms to content moderation means that attacks of this kind are more likely. Amendment 13 would bring lone wolf and copycat actors into scope by creating a new offence of undertaking conduct harmful or prejudicial to UK interests that is inspired by a designated body, rather than actively commissioned on behalf of a designated body. Finally, Madam Chair, while there is merit in many of the amendments thoughtfully and helpfully proposed by the official opposition, we will not be supporting Amendment 3. This amendment would remove the additional defence of supporting a designated body for a non-prohibited purpose. This is an important protection in the bill to ensure the performance of the functions of the diplomatic mission in accordance with the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, or to allow humanitarian assistance or other activities that support basic human needs. It would also ensure that the engagement of the UK government with a designated body would not be for a prohibited purpose. To conclude, Madam Chair, we support the bill, which is long overdue. We hope it will pass today and make quick progress in the other place.
John MacDonald.
Thanks, Chair. I'll declare an interest. I chair and have done for about 5 years now a group called Solidarity with Iranian Workers. We formed ourselves officially about 5 years ago, been working for about 10 or 15 years, and it's a group of Iranian refugees and trade unionists in this country. And what we've tried to do is to provide solidarity and campaign on human rights issues, but particularly focused with regard to trade unionists in Iran. And we started informally around the Tehran bus workers dispute, if people can remember that taking place, because a lot of the trade unions that we worked with then were subsequently arrested and detained, some of whom were executed as well. And that was that's brought us together in solidarity. And that's why looking at new clause 3 in the House, we've been raising time and time again the prescription of the IRGC and have expressed our disappointment at the lack of action by the government. So I understand why the legislation is brought through, and I'm hoping it will be brought through effectively and with its impact that we want, particularly on that organisation, because people always also remember as well, we worked with the NUJ, and the activities of the RGC in this country was to target journalists in particular, and a broadcasting station in Chiswick, which then had to depart and operate from New York for a period. So that's the support I give to the intentions of the legislation. But can I express my reservations on this? I've been in this place long enough now to experience legislation that has come through with not undue haste, but with haste. And it's in that legislation we usually make mistakes because we haven't taken into account others' views about how this will be impacted upon. And what worried me, and it was set out in the explanatory notes, the expression that was given, and the Secretary of State asked us to look at the explanatory notes in some detail. What worried me was when it was made clear in the explanatory notes, and I quote it, "Given the pace at which this legislation was developed, outside groups have not been engaged with on the specifics of the bill. And there are a range of organisations now that are expressing concern, from the Red Cross to right the way across to other agencies as well." And that worries me, and that's why rushing a bill through in one day, I think, is precipitous. And I'm worried that as a result of that, we will legislate poorly. And when I say poorly, I mean about incursions on people's rights. And this isn't the right to in any way defend organisations that many have referred to today, or states that are referred to, but rights that, again, I just cite this example, rights that in the past we've seen as the expression of solidarity with some organisations and even countries in struggle. And I just give this example. I'm a member of the Cuba Solidarity Campaign. Trump now is targeting Cuba and designating it as a terrorist state. Under the government's proposals to be designated as an organisation, there's two factors that's been set out in the second reading debate. First of all, that a body has been involved in a foreign power threat activity, as set out in section 33, set out in the explanatory notes as well. And let me just say, one of those actions is foreign interference in elections. The other action that has to be a criteria used by the Secretary of State is designating the body it's necessary to protect the safety and interests of the UK. I will be working in the coming months and even up to the next general election, if necessary, in solidarity through the Cuba Solidarity Campaign, yes, with the current Cuban government, and I'll be working to influence that election to ensure that we get a government elected that prevents the hostile attack by the US onto Cuba itself. So that will be seen as foreign interference in our election. So,
I'm grateful for giving way. I wasn't going to intervene, but I am, so forgive me, Madam Chair. There is a big difference. He references Cuba in this context. I mean, first of all, the United States has elections. Whether they elect the right president or not, that's a matter for the Americans. Cuba doesn't have, the Cuban people don't have that luxury. But specifically on a direct or indirect threat, and this is indirect, to the United Kingdom's interest, he will know many Cuban nationals have been sent to Ukraine to fight in that Russia's illegal war. They are killing Ukrainian soldiers. They are aiding and abetting the bombing of civilians. And of course, if Putin wins, and he's losing, but if he did win, Cuba would have been aiding a regime that is not in our national security interest.
Well, QED, there we have it. It will mean, under this legislation, I, as a member of the Cuba Solidarity Campaign, and many other members of this House, will be committing an offence under this legislation, because we will be.
I have a great deal of respect for the right honourable gentleman, as he knows, but in order for that to be the case, this government would have to decide to designate the Cuba Solidarity Campaign. So obviously I can't talk about what may or may not be designated should this bill get on the statute book, but I think he's winding himself up into a bit of a tight knot.
I'm grateful for a consideration of my mental health, etc. But let me just say this. The designation is with regard to foreign interference in elections. We will be campaigning to maintain solidarity with Cuba itself, and the second designation is necessary to protect the safety or interests of the UK. Currently, at the moment, in our trade negotiations with the United States, we are actually taking decisions which is with regard to the interest of the UK as interpreted by the US. So actually, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that when you introduce legislation like this, you have to determine what could be the worst. How could it go wrong? And I think we're opening up the opportunity of that going wrong. Now, my right honourable friend, I'm sure, wouldn't designate the Cuba Solidarity Campaign. But in a certain situation, in certain administrations, certainly would. And so we're opening the door by not including sufficient protections in this legislation to the use of this legislation to actually designate organisations and therefore individuals as, well, breaking the law with significant penalties to be imposed upon them, I think unwittingly. And that's why the rush to legislation is my concern. And if we're not engaging with, as the explanatory note says, outside bodies who could be on the specifics of the legislation, I think that's where we make mistakes. And again, I wonder what consultations or even any discussions have been made with some of those organisations that are campaigning on international implications of what's happening in terms of the US's role in particular. What discussion, if I can just finish this point, what discussions have taken place? Because the ramifications of this could be well beyond what we all agree upon today about the designation of the IRGC and others who are specifically at this moment could be designated as advancers of terrorism.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. I note the definition about the prejudice to the safety or interests of the United Kingdom. But does he agree with me? We do get into some tortuous territory because it could be properly argued that it's in the interests of the United Kingdom that we seek to uphold basic human rights and that we have that observed and international humanitarian law be observed consistently. That is in our collective and global interests. And we could find ourselves in situations where there are actors who are, in the example that he's given, who we currently class as our allies, using organisations to undermine that very principle. So is that not an example of how we need to think this legislation through?
I think there's a consideration that needs to be properly debated and given the time to be debated. But the point I was specifically making is that if the US state moves against Cuba and imposes and demands a wider trade ban, for example, the argument could be made that if we don't cooperate with the US, we are actually therefore undermining our own interests. And this has been used in the trade negotiations so far. And under this piece of legislation, we could have an organisation designated specifically around that, trying to relate that blockade. That's my worry. And so it leads me on really just to a minor point as well on designation. At the moment, designation is made on the affirmative process. What the affirmative process does is it brings a statutory instrument before the House and we can vote for or against. We can't amend. And what we saw under the prescription process, particularly with Palestine Action, was that the statute instrument came before us with a block of 20 organisations. We either had to vote for it or against it. We could not distinguish in voting only those organisations. So what I'm asking for the government to consider is that when we deal with this matter, it is the super affirmative process rather than the affirmative process. On the super affirmative process, there is a process of consultation in which individual organisations can be dealt with rather than en bloc, because in that way we can take a more considered decision about the individual roles and aspects of those organisations that the government is designating. And I'm hoping the government will just consider that process better. I think it would reassure us more that this legislation would be effective and would not have the sweeping consequences that block prescription has done so far, when we see maybe 3,000 people going through our courts who simply held up a poster with regard to Palestine Action.
Steph Ackroyd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to speak to my Amendment 1, which I'm very pleased has the most supporters on the amendment paper of anything coming before us today. Amendment 1 makes an offence of the concealment of beneficial ownership relating to a designated organisation and the establishment and maintenance of that concealment of finance and assets. In perhaps simpler terms, this amendment cracks down on the professional enablers working to hide the ownership of assets for a designated group by clarifying that this is the same as providing them with a material benefit. These groups rely on hiding their money, and opaque financial systems only help them do that. By extending liability to those who make this opacity possible, it limits the ability of designated groups to continue to benefit from their assets and finances. It makes clear that financial transparency is a national security issue. The opaque systems, all too often in overseas territories and crown dependencies, and those who enable their use, are assisting nations and organisations that want to do our country harm. Designating these state-backed groups is vitally important. We've seen the issues they're causing across the country, targeting our institutions, targeting those who speak out against regimes, and directing acts designed to target and strike fear into our Jewish communities. I have not put this amendment forward for theoretical cases or as a stimulant for debate, Madam Chair, however. I put it forward because groups like the IRGC are benefiting from these structures right now. It's alleged by The Times, by Bloomberg, by Transparency International that Iranian Cypriot banker Ali Ansari has purchased a huge London property empire for the benefit of the new Ayatollah. His purchases are linked to a company called Birch Ventures Limited, which is registered on the Isle of Man, with Ansari listed as the beneficial owner. Last year, this government sanctioned Mr Ansari because it believes that he is funding the IRGC. The government believe that Mr Ansari is such a risk of supporting a group which may be designated a state threat that they have frozen his assets. But I fear this bill does not actually ensure that his role in supporting these groups is properly captured. The usefulness of Mr Ansari to the Iranian regime is his ability to obscure their wealth, hide their assets, and ensure that their financial flows carry on unabated by acting as a beneficial owner when it appears this is not actually the case. It's not only the Iranian regime who can fund their state threats through obscuring ownership. Just this week, the government has sanctioned individuals and companies which existed as fronts to purchase technology which could be used in Ukraine at the behest of the GRU, another candidate to become a designated group under this bill. Those responsible for disguising the benefits to the GRU of the ownership of these companies or the assets they hold could also become liable for prosecution under my amendment. Another Russian intelligence arm, the FSB, directs cyber attacks against our country and the businesses in it. Indeed, the government identifies that FSB Centre 18, known as Star Blizzard, has targeted members of this House, Madam Chair. Sanctioned oligarchs Dmitry Pastriev and Denis Bortkov were identified as part of the Navalny 35 as acting as wallets for their powerful fathers who've held senior positions in the FSB. Again, these are powerful people who are enabling the continued existence of the wealth of senior figures in dangerous groups, and those roles should not go unpunished. For malign state actors, the people that my amendment is targeting have a simple role. They're the enablers, the fixers, they're the money men. They may not write the hacking code or carry out sabotage or violent acts personally, but by enabling and obscuring the finances which make such activity possible, they are culpable and responsible. We cannot allow a loophole to exist in this vital legislation which leaves these individuals who play such a key role without punishment. Making it clear that this role is illegal will remove their usefulness to these groups. It will cut out sources of funding and make it harder for them to continue their activities. Now, to make sure that this new law takes real effect, there are two key things which the government needs to do in relation to this, and fast. First, they need to work with overseas territories and Crown dependencies to ensure that they are working to the highest global standards to prevent this financing of designated groups, just as they would expect to stop the financing of terror groups. There can be no hiding places for those who do us harm, and now that we're finally giving these groups a proper legal classification, we must root out their financing in the same way we've done with terrorism for decades. I would appreciate the Minister telling us what plans she has to do this, and if she's had these conversations already, and if not, when she will. Secondly, and this is incredibly important, if, as I suspect they might, the government do not accept this amendment today, we've got to get better at enforcing the laws we have currently around beneficial ownership. We must ensure that those who are not correctly reporting beneficial ownership, for whatever reason, are not able to get away with it. I support this bill, I want to see it pass, but I'm concerned that some who play a crucial role in propping up designated groups, shielding their finances and contributing to their malign activity could get away unscathed. I urge the government to support this amendment today.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The new Clause 3, which was tabled by the Honourable Member for Cheltenham, would require the Secretary of State to bring forward regulations designating the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps within a month of this Act coming into force. But the exercise of these powers under this bill will have significant implications for national security and foreign policy, and it's right that they should be exercised independently by the Secretary of State on the basis of expert advice, including from the security and intelligence agencies. That is what this bill allows, rather than putting these designations on the face of the bill, which would be a very difficult way to change. So the way to do this is the way that the bill sets out. His new Clause 4, which would require the independent review of state threats legislation to assess the adequacy of powers introduced by this Act 12 months after its passing, is already essentially covered because the provisions in this bill would be subject to Part 3 of the National Security Act, whereby the independent review of state threats legislation has to carry out an annual review into the operation of its provisions, and is also empowered in Part 1 of that Act to review any other such things as he or she sees fit. So that is already covered in the existing legislation. Amendment 2 would require the draft affirmative procedure for regulations removing a designation. The Honourable Member is right that such regulations should have the proper parliamentary scrutiny, and this bill already provides that such regulations are subject to the draft affirmative procedure. The negative procedure is limited to very minor technical changes, such as the addition of aliases. My right honourable friend, the member for Hayes and Harlington, asked whether you could prescribe a particular group, and he used a particular example. The test is whether the body is engaged in foreign power threat activity. It's a high bar, and it targets organisations that pose a real threat to the UK, and I can't imagine for 1 minute that my right honourable friend would be involved in any of those. Amendment 1, tabled by the member for North Norfolk, would provide further examples of the conduct that would be considered a material benefit, and he was talking in his speech about what they might be: obtaining material benefits from a foreign intelligence service, which is an existing offence at Section 17 of the National Security Act of 2023. So I think the further conduct which will be provided by the amendment in Amendment 1 aren't needed, as this conduct is already caught by the provisions in the bill. Thank you.
Is it your pleasure that the amendment be withdrawn?
It is so.
Amendment by leave withdrawn. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 3 to Clause 2, which has been selected for separate decision. I call Alicia Kearns to move Amendment 3 formally.
I beg to move.
Amendment 3 proposed to Clause 2 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Amendment 3 proposed to Clause 2 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Sir Ashley Fox and Rebecca Smith. The tellers for the noes, Claire Hughes and Sean Davis. Order.
The ayes to the right, 85. The noes to the left, 317.
The ayes to the right were 85, the noes to the left 317, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Amendment 8 to Clause 2, which has been selected for separate decision. I call Alicia Kearns to move Amendment 8 formally.
Beg to move formally.
Amendment 8 proposed to Clause 2 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Clear vision, clear the lobby. Amendment 8 proposed to Clause 2 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Sir Ashley Fox and Rebecca Smith. The tellers for the noes, Sean Davis and Taiwo Owatemi.